So I will retroactively go back a little bit. There was time to trade with a platypoid merchant from near Umbra in the region by the name of Teacup. Had a basketball, half basketball for a hat and a backpack. He seemed to be similarly styled, slightly different. I would say more so than slightly different personality from the last one you met.
Yeah, Peanut was really laid back.
Teacup's a little bit hermitish, hobo-ish, if you will.
Yeah.
A little bit more reserved because we pulled him in from the penumbra against his will, the demon.
Yep,
Well,
that could easily
Professor
be
Frank wasn't
the
there.
reasons for his
Perturbance.
his disturbance.
His reservations.
Well, the last time I asked Peanut how we get in contact with him, he didn't tell me.
He said that region of near Dallas, Texas, apparently they have areas to roam in. When you guys grilled if he had an item to contact you, he seemed a bit, I suppose,
Scared him away.
not scared away. It must be not how they communicate to each other, because he didn't seem to have anything like some sort of magical way of communicating to him. He just simply said, like, just meet him here. But from what you've seen of the platypoids, they seem to take back alleys and other things of that nature, and then just seem to travel farther than they should normally be able to. I mean, they can't walk that fast on their feet. They barely have anything above the ankle. So they must have some means of traversing vast amounts of territory in the near Umbra.
Okay.
Did you go on a guest for Village Games?
Yep. You can get in through their guest account, and then it's Village Games is one word. You have to log in through a browser.
Do you
so-
have another pencil on you?
Not on me, no.
I do.
Well,
Steven.
there is one object that I have not been able to trade for because evidently my adamantine knife is now jagged. Not.
I believe you
Not
guys
sure.
did that.
Yes.
You wasn't holding a gun to your head.
No.
You guys made your own
That's the
decisions
first time
there.
I've seen your character's picture.
There was a couple.
Pretty cool.
I think there was a couple objects that you guys didn't pick up from the merchant. They had available that were at least magical. You imagine that he has a lot more equipment inside of his bag, but he was only willing to part with the things that were on the map that he laid out, or at least on the portion of ground in front of him. He did pull out the kind of small mystical object, but the PCs were trading for it, and he put it away.
The fairy staff.
So did anyone? So the objects.
I would
did
like
somebody,
to trade them.
I got
Did
them
somebody
all.
take the botkin?
What's the
Tip.
Botkin?
No, that's.
And then you didn't.
I couldn't trade for it because it was now jagged,
Traded
and
for something for you.
it was like, what do I want with
You'll
the
probably
busted
be
up
like,
knife?
He wanted a dulled knife,
It
and you made a
dulls,
jagged
jagged,
ass
yeah.
can knife.
So you know.
That's not what he wanted.
He's gonna do what to me?
He trades
Isn't it
for
a
an
public
item
network?
which he was intended to give to you, but of course
That's your firewall setting, so I would
Dusty,
set it up as a
so
public network.
he'll probably demand like your
I
left
traded
leg.
for something. I can't remember
What, the Bakken arrow tips?
You had there was a Botkin arrow tip. You had traded for what
Some of the
appeared to be
gloves?
some sort of strange, stretchy, semi-translucent gloves.
gloves. Yeah.
They were resistant to cutting, at least as much as you were willing to do so. And you could take a dagger and try to really get into it, but the material seems to stretch and seems to maintain its resiliency over a kind of good distance. I mean, if you pull it apart strong enough, you could probably get it around your head.
You got the
But yeah, Howie Mandel it.
You knew what I was talking about.
You'd
Thank
also
you.
picked up a
Techno skiff.
some sort of a what seemed to be part of a skiff, and there is some sort of hyper technology inside of it. I think you surmised that it might be part of some sort of contragravity system. It itself kind of lifts higher up into the air, or it can repel gravitons, but it has no propulsion self by itself. You imagine it might be part of some sort of larger object. There might have been something else. I can't remember.
Credit card shaped thingy.
I took that.
You got it? Okay.
There was a piece of material that was somewhat stretchy, like the type of weird plastic that the gloves were made out of, but it seemed as though it was somewhat psychoactive. You've come across a few psychoactive materials in the past. I don't know if Hypertech would allow you to kind of tell some details about it, but you don't actually have any knowledge of how psychoactive materials work or how they interact with the human mind.
So the objects that had already been taken, it was a rejuvenation canister by Barton.
And I think he also traded for all three of them.
Yes.
So there's two lesser ones and one full one.
I was informed that Dusty traded for me for something.
For an amulet. The amulet of metal repulsion or something like that.
He probably
There was an
gets
amulet that-
pistachios because of you.
Oh, that's right.
Yep.
See what else. Dusty also took the wax figure, the monkey skull, and the shilling.
Yep.
Bastard.
Half a shilling.
half a shilling, and I took the Gremlin hammer, the credit card, the bag of coal, the gas under pressure. The only thing that we haven't traded for yet is the broken arrow tip that is for
There appears to
dragon
be
slaying.
a serpent sigil on it, and it's only the front of a Vulcan like crossbow bolt.
Well,
Looks like
is
it's
it
shattered.
the one
It is
that's
fairly
the
old.
most heaviest of burdens to bear?
No, it's. I mean, if you're trying to gauge its relative
No, I
magical
mean, like,
essence, it's-
trading the guy. Like,
he seemed to be really attached to the fairy wand
That's a very expensive.
or the
gift
fairy
right there.
staff.
no one got that?
They had traded for it and they decided not to do it.
We didn't trade
It was
for
pretty steep.
It was a mean. What he was asking.
There's some
He
weird.
ruined his day
There were some
or-
esoteric things, and the platypoids,
What did he ask?
relative to your perspective,
One,
sometimes
3
the-
whiskers from Scarlet.
Okay.
relative to your perspective, sometimes the platypoids trade for somewhat meaningless objects from what you can see.
One happy thought. The color.
However,
orange.
he seemed to be asking for
Yeah.
some
My boots
pretty
that I'm
deep
wearing.
things.
Okay.
Your back pocket's a little heavy.
No, my back. No, I don't have pockets. I just have to give him a pocket. I gave him a pocket in my trench coat because that's Alfie
Which
does
he
not have
immediately
pockets.
deposited all of Dusty's
he
pennies
wanted-
into.
He
What
wanted
about-
both. He
what
wanted
about
my water.
nature's pocket?
He wanted my water amulet.
manipulation.
Then he wanted my gloves of matter manipulation. Then he wanted my butterfly token.
And I think you said you wanted to, during the time that
Yeah.
your character was retrieving pistachio pudding from the Riker compound. At one point in time, they had traded not only
Thanks for getting the
Teacup's distaste of pistachios,
What
but he'd
is-
also,
how
after
did
he
I
had made
get
that
the
trade,
pudding?
huh?
What is from pudding?
No, pistachio pudding.
We need
Not pudding.
a bowl
Pudding.
of
I could see how that would
pistachio
be-
pudding.
I
One
can
bowl.
see.
But one time, like, pudding took pudding out of the fridge, and I never put pudding in there.
What they had sent you back is to the vehicle, and you had waited for Walter Riker to have one of his assistants open up a freaking gate to get you guys some pudding. He seemed as though it might be really important. He was pretty
Upset because
upset
she
with
had
him.
lost her ability to remain calm. She traded
So,
it away for some important
You assumed it
item.
was some sort of emergency, so escalated things. Got the portal open, got your pudding.
I'm going to
B
find out the
later on-
recycling policy.
B later on apologized, but during that time, what is it? I'll wait for Steve to get back, y'all.
Oh no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
During that time, what is it?
I lost
Jeb-
my alcohol tolerance.
Well, that was a trade, yeah.
And he's still a boozer.
Jeb had tried to contact Casey, and he had also asked Teacup about any more hypertech. And Teacup, using various gestures, the cat people are pretty good at the gesture skills. I think actually B's pretty good at gestures too. You're able to determine that he doesn't have anything else that he would like to trade regarding that type of stuff. He doesn't say like high technology, but that type of stuff. But he does say that there is an individual in the area of, he says in the near
Cape
Town, South Africa, and apparently there's another trader by the name of Radio.
Cape Town radio number.
Oh yeah, Teacup had had half of a basketball on his head too.
Yep.
Just so you know.
So
What would Teacup make me trade then for that one?
For the wand?
Uh-huh. You need my list?
Yeah, I'm going to need your list.
Your list and your life.
Let's see, do I have and if it's not listed on here, I have that Abijah wand too. And the serpent's body armor.
I'll find out about recycles.
But I don't think pudding would let me do 3 whiskers.
Well, like I said, the price was too steep, even for me. I was like, I've amassed a hodgepodge of crap, but I don't know if I could have got rid of.
Oh, I also have books. So I'm not cheating here. I have books and photos. Here's my books. That's all that I have.
Just so you know, we spent like the first 3 hours of gameplay dealing with the platypoid. So
Yeah,
if we could make trading quick.
Yeah.
should have been like last week too. We didn't have to trade with them.
No, you guys seem like you had. No.
He would like for the fairy staff, your cap papoose, Puddin's aviator hat, the original photos from your documentation of the what the hell is it, the book that you made, I can't remember the name of it, the grimoire, and part of your magical power.
No, I can't do that.
We've been able to negotiate.
If at anything, even though he was distressed initially, it does seem trading is something that does calm him down. Yeah.
Give him the left leg of your boxers instead of half of your power. He'll probably do it. Do it.
Do you still have your dwarven trade talent?
He's already
If
taken
that were
too
so
many-
easy, then why didn't Jump do it?
Oh, he gave him
asked
the
for
middle of his
different things.
shoelace.
For the
No, that wasn't me. That was Hunter.
Oh.
If there's one item that you don't want to give up, like your magical power, part of your magical power, you can restate it in something interesting. I wouldn't be worried too much about the papoose and that kind of thing, like the aviator's goggles, because we'll be going back to civilization relatively soon.
Puddin would be worried about the papoose. She has broken it in over the course of 2 years.
Oh, well.
Well, screw Puddin.
Maybe you get one that's elk.
Puddin's gonna shit in his shoes in the morning. She's gonna wait, then she's gonna wait for him to get out of his shoes, and then she's gonna poop him.
Is Dragonhide rare right now? Yes. Or Dragon Scales are rare?
Is there anything that he would be willing to trade for in the future, like if we were to procure a list of different things?
You get a feeling that part of their culture is in fact trading, so anytime he'll tell you this area, this is his operational area.
Okay.
So, he wants to trade, huh?
And he does trade for future things, so be careful.
Yeah.
He'll be like, I'll trade for all your future pennies and nickels.
Well, that would be
Your
okay.
firstborn.
No, he also wanted my Tremere knife on top of that.
Yeah, he wants half of my power.
He said part.
Part. Yeah, part of what, like 3/4 of my power? This part.
He didn't specify, right?
Trade him the left leg of your boxers.
What does he mean, part of my power?
Part.
He would say he wants 1/10 of your power.
Wait, 1/10?
That's 2 points. Round it up.
So I'd be down to 11 then?
Dun, dun, dun.
How about Casey never comes when I did the butterfly wings, right?
As I'd said, it seems to, what is it, the token breaks apart in kind of what appears to be a
fairy
mystical
staff should give you more
four,
than that, I would think.
and then reforms into a token.
Honestly, it shouldn't be a point or two.
So the platypus
So-
is like one trader.
I don't even know what it does. What does it do?
It's got the same essence or the resonance as a primordial. That's how bright it is, so that's pretty bright.
That was more than one primordial.
Yeah, but what if it only makes sandwiches?
Then
But it makes like the
Shit
most
happens.
bossy
It'd be
sandwiches.
awesome sandwiches. Maybe you guys be able to eat them in like 15 minutes instead of an
It
hour and
only
a half.
makes tiny magical rainbows.
I'll ask him.
Oh yeah,
The
the
most
wand
brilliant.
also had sparkles.
I'll
coming
ask
out
him
of
what
it.
and runes
So
on
you
it.
know. If that
Can we
changes
recognize
your
any of the
mind.
runes on the wand?
By eye, no.
By monocle?
The monocle doesn't seem to help. The issue that you're dealing with is the size of a thick toothpick.
That's true for anything else.
Whoever crafted this, I mean, the runes that would normally be the size of a quarter are now the size of a big sand grain.
Let's see if I have a magnifying glass.
Can I ask? I'll ask him if. How did he? Did the fairy give up the wand willingly?
He traded for it.
What did the fairy? What was his status?
What did he,
Well,
what did
Was
he
there a
trade
fairy
for?
involved in trading that wand?
That's what I said.
Yeah.
He made a trade for. He would say he got a trade from it. It was from a fairy.
What did he trade for it?
He says there was a deal at the time. He's not privy to discuss other trades.
HIPAA regulations.
I'm surprised he's talking to both of you at
HIPAA.
once.
He's got compliance rules here. He can't talk about other clients. He's already told us too much. He should have mentioned it was a fairy.
Gosh. That's difficult. Because how many skill points is that?
1 point.
It was 2 points off my power.
It is geometrically more.
He told you 1/10. You don't know what that is.
What's 1/10 of 13?
1.3
I'll tell you what happens when
when you get screwed.
you trade.
Yeah, but what if that also means like my potential power in the future?
Ooh.
Is that
It does.
You can ask
does this
him.
boost our current status of yielding magic?
He would say that it's a powerful wand. It would make magics easier.
Is it very similar to the Power Stone?
When they traded?
Yeah.
No, different purpose.
What's the purpose of the Power Stone?
He says to gather power.
Okay,
And he kind of squints at you.
Is it more powerful than the Power Stone? I guess that's.
He says they're both valuable objects. He just likes the staff more.
Have you used the staff?
He said, yeah, I just showed you before. He picks it up and makes a tiny rainbow.
He's communicating this all with hands.
Gestures.
Gestures,
This-
yeah.
So, you know,
What
all
if
of this
it's
is
like a wand
gestures.
of
It's just between
conjuration
B
and
and the
just
2 cat people, they have fairly good gesturing skills. So these guys are acting as interpreters.
I have
There
good
was-
gesture skill too.
There was nothing left to trade.
There was also a botkin tip.
Yeah.
What's that?
That's the dragon slaying tip.
There was some sort of old crossbow. You can give me an anthropology.
It killed lizards that fly.
My 7.
By 7. It does appear to be from the early medieval period, probably somewhere in the Great British Isles, but it is some sort of crossbow bolt. The rune on it seems to indicate some sort of serpent. It does look like more of a flying dragon that's fairly slender. And from what these guys are telling you, it quite could be part of some sort of enchantment that could deal damage to dragons, possibly even other types of lizards or serpents.
The mustard god, has he ever been described as lizard-like?
The mustard god?
Yes.
Man
The
in
yellow
yellow.
god?
Oh, the yellow god?
I think he's just talking about
He has an avatar that supposedly is an aspect of him. It's called the King in Yellow. So that's not really his true form, it's part of him. He himself, you don't know, I don't think you guys made terribly good rolls regarding your information on
It's
the
been
Dead
ripped from
King.
my mind, so I'm
They
I'm asking my fellow
still doing
companions.
From your
research
prior
on
rolls,
him.
Althea Montrose is currently looking into it, but you guys don't know too much about the dead god.
Okay.
Other than apparently he's associated with madness.
So what does he want for that then? Since I can't.
You can't go for the other.
No. Because this might be like all potential magics. As
You can
well.
ask. Does it include potential magics or just current magics? I'll ask the question.
It deals with one person at a time, though, remember?
Yeah, you're right. That deal is closed.
He generally deals with one person at a time, but he doesn't answer questions.
Okay.
But he did seem to get irate when people were asking, well, here's a counter offer, and he's like, I'm not done with this one.
Like if you ask questions, it's fine, but when you're offering in the middle of
Yeah, he seems to get irate because once he's determined... I think prior you guys had 2 people trading for an object, and he was fine with that, but once he's set up the initial boundaries of who's trading what, he doesn't like to mess around with other people adding things.
Gotcha.
He would like...
Don't worry.
What I'm worried about is that Dusty traded for me. Now what Dusty wants from me for
He'll
the
just give it to you.
now.
If he doesn't,
Give it
I'd
to
be
you.
surprised.
what he got for it is
Okay.
actually a really good deal. So
Alright.
he lost his shoelace, I think, out of that deal. That's it.
Was that pudding as well? No. No, he gained an inversion statue.
Yeah.
Was that from that deal?
No, it was from the monkey skull.
He also has a one-time serendipity thing.
That's good. I use my luck charm.
He would like your collections of the original photos. And at some point in the future, what is it? That would be designated with you at some point in the future, discussed. He wants a full night, probably say 8 hours, of papoose travel provided by you.
The papoose bites you.
Does it have to be that papoose?
He says it can be another papoose. He'll give you his dimensions.
And he wants the original photos.
Where are
Have
you
I
traveling?
already put them in my
You made copies of them.
Okay, then
Where are you
alright.
traveling? Would you like to go to the plateau of Leng with a platypus?
Otherwise, he'll reach in to shake your hand.
Alright, then he does that.
All right. He'll be in touch.
He'll be in touch.
I got his dimensions then.
Yeah.
Is
Boom,
there a
way trip up to
specific
the plateau
color
of
that he
Leng.
wanted at all?
What was that?
Was there any color, fabric of papoose that he wanted?
He would
Man,
like
you
something
wouldn't ask that
comfortable.
question.
You're going to be like a man serving.
He
at
wants
a-
to know if you have
at a
any of
puss
those
party.
things that they do, kind of the yak hair with the furriness on the inside, so the straps don't cut into him.
Yeah.
He knows a Sherpa.
Yeah, I can do that.
near the plateau of Leng, where we'll be traveling anyway.
Are we done with the platypoid?
No, this is way too much fun.
Would his first offer on the fairy wand still stand, or would he come up? Would he? Could
He said
be-
it
could he-
depends on his mood. He may have an alternative. Not today, though. It'd be in the future.
Okay.
Instead of the feline...
He wants to see more stuff. He doesn't want to see the same stuff.
Okay.
He's
For
gonna
good
do
faith,
stuff.
for him to trade with us, I'm going to give him a needler from the Snake Man
Needler,
for free.
Snake Man.
For free?
Yeah.
No obligations?
No obligations. Shake.
All right, you'll take that.
Should have said your goodwill in the
What's his
future.
name again?
I think that's all.
You see, he seems to kind of look over the objects you guys trade him. He stacks them away in very perfect areas. He seems a little bit OCD where he puts it in a pocket and he's like, no. And then he puts it in another pocket and he's like, no. He goes back to the first pocket and like changes it
I'm
slightly and then
looking.
kind of puts it
What are you
over.
looking for?
His name.
The name of this individual?
Yeah.
Teacup.
Okay.
At least that's what he described using hand gestures.
I'll take out my little rubber hammer that I have for, testing reflexes.
Yep.
Along with my mirror with the hole in it that you look through.
Yep.
Ornithological or whatever thing.
I know
it's
you're
called.
talking about.
And I'll say maybe you'd take these instead of the papoose and the cat goggles in the original trade for the fairy wand.
That trade's already done.
It's done. Oh, it's already sailed. She took it.
Yep. She shook the tiny hand.
You got the fairy wand?
No.
Are
No,
you
not the fairy
very
one.
No, she got the ball.
Oh, you're talking about the... That's a different trade. You trade with...
Yeah.
You trade with him.
Okay.
You could try to get it.
I could. I guess I'd give it to one of you guys, and I'd probably have to give up a tenth of my magic power.
Rough.
All right. You're not going to do the fairy wand, right?
I can't.
Okay. I'll try to get the fairy wand out of the guy.
I
At
mean,
least I know I have stuff I can bargain with you with.
I just give it to you.
I'd give you my. I would at that point. I would give you my matter manipulation gloves. And maybe the Gremlin hammer is too much fun. I don't want to give that up just yet.
I'm just afraid of that thing existing in my reality.
No, enough when he always fucks it with it in his hand when he's out of your lab. You're like, no, you leave now. What's this do over here?
What's this $10 million piece of power generating equipment? Well,
Hey, you know that. You know
So I
that,
was playing with the tiny gremlin hammer in your lab, and then a red light came on, and I don't know what that is. I saw one of your interns run panicking from a room into another room.
the good news is I hit the light with the hammer and it stopped glowing.
Yeah.
what's the item called that I just?
You can write down Serpent Botkin tip, or Botkin, or how the hell you pronounce it.
I probably don't have a lot. I'm just going to want stats and...
I was going to try to trade him my nightmares of the yellow
Words.
key.
Oh my gosh, nobody wants those.
He doesn't know that. Who knows? These guys got some weird stuff. Now he can drink alcohol and eat pistachio puddings all day now.
And go to
And
the
it
dream
went
lands, and
into
if
B's
anyone
stomach.
screws with him, he'll shake them down with nightmares.
And I can't get rid of it. I have to trade off the alcohol tolerance. That's what really sucks. or start from scratch.
Oh, man, I wish I'd known you were going over there. I already given you this. Thank you.
Good thing is we can get to the Umbra.
We can?
Yes.
Oh. All right.
How?
He will show you a blueprint, out of your collections of things, a blueprint of the muon reactor that you have back in base. He would like 25% of its power output. You have no idea what the fuck he's going to use it for, how he would somehow gain access to it.
Or
From now until the end of time he wants this? Or is it like for a certain period?
He'll
or-
go for the next decade.
Next decade. The muon reactor. And I get a fairy wand.
you
Yes.
could probably just like.
He's willing to
hire
negotiate high demand times, kind of like 5 to 10. But totally, over the span of that time period, he'll go by a month-by-month basis on what he requires.
25%?
Who built
Yes.
that?
I did, technically. Well, no, the guy on the other side did.
Oh, that'd piss him off.
Technically speaking, it was a collaboration between you and what's his name,
What-
Tanith Meklot.
The next
He
step.
provided some of the black box materials, but I would say you provided close to about 60% of the raw materials on site and virtually 95% of the labor for its construction.
What's it called?
It's
Muon
It's
reactor.
a muon reactor.
M-U-I-O-N?
M-U-O-N.
Muon as in not of mu.
Okay, alright. Just want
It's
to
an-
make sure the spelling on
I think I described it originally as an arc reactor.
Okay.
It's an arc blonde reactor or something like that.
You should wear it on your chest.
I don't think
Pretend
I've
it's
Oh.
electromagnet.
I know.
Is that percentage at all negotiable? Or is that bottom dollar 25%?
You just
He says-
negotiated it up.
That's what he wants. He didn't see anything. He'll look through your things some more.
Well, he's looking through my stuff. I get my husband on the line.
Okay.
Now discuss with him matter manipulation gloves.
He'll negotiate 20% and like every other weekend with your husband. This time.
And then he just takes them out and makes them play horseshoes or something that he doesn't like.
That would just kill it.
No,
That would kill it.
he just wants.
What are we doing? This is pointless.
My arm hurts.
You haven't even lifted yet. I know. Just carrying these things. It was so bad, like the last 30 minutes of work, my boss came up to me since we're having this on. She's like, I need you to go to Herc. I'm like, I don't want to go to Herc. And I looked around and everybody just... Alright. I looked at the guy that I trained in. I'm like, your ass is coming with me. He was like, what? And I'm like, I need a driver. Because I ain't driving and getting out at the same time. And I'm like, I'll get out. But I'm not driving in there.
What's hurt? Or
It's
hurt?
Hennepin Environmental Recovery. It's an incinerator.
Okay.
It's got its own color of floor slime.
Yeah, this is
I had to
okay.
leave my clothes at work.
Oh no.
Not because of I got any on them. It's just the smell is now infused.
Forever.
Not forever, but
For a long time.
anybody that's down in our shop's going to be smelling them.
Oh.
And I was like, I'm getting a different, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm grabbing another pair of boots. Like, why? I'm like, I'm not wearing my good boots when I go to the damn incinerator.
No.
Then I get out there and I'm throwing all the trash into the pit. It's like something right out of Aliens. I mean,
You'd go with 20% and 30 Riker units of dark fluid.
Oh God.
Can it be from Chris Erickson's character?
I don't really think we need this thing. So
I agree.
before you spend another hour negotiating,
I'm not going to spend it. I just need to talk to my husband and find out if the matter manipulation gloves are something he's like, yes, it's totally worth it.
Matter manipulation gloves. He would say that he doesn't really know too much about magic, so he doesn't know what the quantifiable,
Yeah.
like what's its upper limit.
Do you know?
Could anyone
Mr.
here
Jam.
identify that?
Would he have to be trained in its usage?
It's all about what you know in
Is it-
alchemy and
Yeah, it
Chemistry.
is. Alchemy and chemistry.
He said that he has a good chemistry background, but he says that you'd be more
The alchemy.
knowledgeable than him regarding some sort of magical object.
I think we're going to have to pass.
All right. No hard feelings. He puts his things away. He's
Yeah.
always willing to trade.
Yep.
He says if you come to him in the future with something more akin to what he might want for it, then maybe he'll do that. Right now, he didn't have terribly anything that he super wanted, but he was willing to give you a number, even though he didn't think he was going to offer
I could
it.
bring you a mime or something. And he'd be like,
What would he be more akin to want for it?
I don't know. It depends on his whimsy.
Okay.
It has to be something within your possession that you do own. And he says that from his understanding, when humans get married, they own the other things that people have, right?
yeah. Joint property
So, yeah,
I
Stacy.
could offer him a kitty cat ride when I turn into a guardian.
He doesn't know about that. Maybe you should offer it up. Maybe you take it for a week service.
Week service of kitty cat rides. I could be his personal guardian for
A year. I like
a
it.
year over my lifetime.
Like, of course, if you die within a year,
Yeah. Win! I can offer him 1 day for the rest of my life. 1 day a year for the rest of my life as his personal assistant.
do it.
I'll come up with that.
1 day a year.
It's negotiable.
Just say a weekend a year. He likes weekends.
He doesn't like your life prospects. We'll give you an elder tree sapling.
What's the? I'll gesture what that is.
This is the elder tree sapling.
I don't know what that is.
The tree. It's a tree from the wild.
I will offer him.
What does it grow into? Besides an
Elder
elder
tree.
tree. Does it produce
He
fruit?
says a larger.
Does it produce fruit?
Nuts.
I will offer him my G.U.R.P.S pistol with the, 4 normal rounds and the 2
Says
that are
the
in
guy
it.
that says, let's wrap up this.
He's currently in a trade.
Oh, I didn't hear a counter offer, so I didn't think it was a trade.
He offered him an offer. He gave a counter offer.
You could put
I'll
it at
offer-
Beast place. Or my place. Or your place.
I just feel like it'd be
4
good for
days
alchemical
a
stuff.
year.
Jeez, that's like 1% of your life.
Do you want 2 elder tree saplings for him?
It's more than 1%. Of course, it depends on how long his life prospects.
1 day a month.
Whoa, dude. Ouch. It's like 3% of your life.
I'm always traveling, so it doesn't make a difference. Where's Jeb? Who cares?
Well, it'll be like the middle of an adventure, and he'll be like, it's time.
But I choose the day.
And he'll be like right on your back. Like,
But I choose the day.
You choose day. Earth time.
Earth time.
it'll be when he's dreaming.
That's how that shit happened. Where's Jeb? He's been in the dreamlands forever.
You don't even want an elder tree. All you want is the
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm negotiating for.
elder tree or the fairy staff.
Fort Fairy Staff.
Like you're
I believe
negotiating
you
for-
offered him something, and he said, "I'll give you this."
So, he says, does tying you to a tiny chariot and getting you into chariot battles with other creatures count as servitude?
He
Is
just
it for death or for play?
Depends
For
on
him,
your-
it's for play.
Yeah.
What kind of creatures, for example?
He says that he doesn't know there's themes.
Thieves. Giant blob.
one of the
Or 1 day a month.
platypoids is riding
day
a
a
hound.
I mean, no. That's what I'm asking. Is that the thing? I mean,
Well, he wants to know what the servitude is. Like, he doesn't need linens cleaned.
Well, you wouldn't kill me, or you wouldn't be able to prance me around.
He uses an old school definition of servitude. He's just wondering if that's what you're negotiating for.
I look at Scarlet and
Show him how cool you look. That way, maybe
Scarlet doesn't like any of, like, you're trading esoterics, and Scarlet doesn't want any part
Yeah, Scarlet
of
gives
any
you
of
a
this.
sassy look.
Show him
Alright.
how cool you look. Maybe he'll go.
She says
like,
this
oh,
is
yeah, that's
a
cool.
hair's breadth away from, like, what is it, your firstborn child,
I
Rumpelstiltskin
agree.
type shit.
all right, I'll just wait. I'm like, thanks. I'll find something that's more suitable for you.
He'll say one time every 3 months, he can give you Hermes shoes.
Like his actual shoes.
No, he says they're type of shoes. They fly. They're sandals.
You don't need flying shoes. I
But
can
they
give
give
you a
you
flying
athlete's
watch.
That's even more.
They give you Hermes
You don't
sweat.
understand.
They go right in with your uniform.
They would.
You should not do this. my
No.
friend.
All right, no.
It's going to come in inopportune
Thank you,
times.
They can throw on the tree.
Yeah, when the pawn owner
The
starts
shoes can help you
offering
reach the
you
who's at the
stuff,
top when it gets high.
Then your stuff must
What are
be
the nuts good for?
Eating.
Do they give you any qualities?
Being full.
Yeah, but
Probably.
It's too tempting. Too tempting.
is it like full for the whole day?
Do they have any alchemical properties?
I will reject.
You
the
imagine
offer.
so.
I'll-
Elder was it Elder trees grow pretty big.
Don't do it. Just walk
No.
away.
Yeah,
How
but
big?
How
No,
long
thank you.
does it take for an elder tree to grow to full?
I
would
need to do
say-
research on an elder tree before I
He
make
would
any
try
more
to
deals.
gesture
Can I see your knife
this
then?
high, and he'll jump slightly.
Planet size?
This is high. They get very high.
I'll be like, thank you, but maybe another time.
He's never seen the top one. Except the tiny ones. Because they get big.
How long does it take to actually grow where they produce?
It says it depends on the energies.
I thought it was the pliers, but it's the scissors.
I will offer him the G.U.R.P.S pistol for the elder tree sound. With the
Let me see a character sheet.
See? When an elder tree
And
comes
if
in.
he starts looking through my stuff, tell me.
He's looking through your stuff.
He will attempt to look through your stuff.
I'll be like, if you're looking through my stuff, I'm going to look through yours.
He says just what's on the table or on the floor here.
Well, you're looking through my stuff on my person, so here's what I have on the floor.
What do you have? What are you putting down?
You're making
Giant
a
rock pistol.
With the round.
Why is he nervous? I don't know. You just
No.
gave him one object to be like,
Like,
You're making all kinds of friends.
He
here.
wanted it earlier, so.
Not for this.
and that's what she said before she said ring.
I mean, but if you could look through your things, you might be able to find something negotiable.
He's never stolen anything, dude.
Okay.
Let's go look.
I start looking
I don't
through
think
your
they're
stuff
capable
too.
of actually
If you got it like laying out and he's looking through it, I'm kind of over there looking.
He's already looked through it once.
And I'm like, what's in that pocket?
You can have that listed. Yeah, John called me today. He was like, "Where are you guys playing at?" I'm like, "Oh, we're doing Village Games tonight." Oh, he's like, "I heard that you guys were looking around at your mom's basement.
Yeah.
You couldn't find it." I'm like, no. I go, Eric usually goes up there every Thursday. Or he has been recently. He's like, really? No problem. So right now we're floating around finding a new home.
So far, I'm okay with this place. I don't like that it opened at 5, but that's the way it is.
Yeah, I got here a little bit early, but I'll know for next
But
time.
at the same time, you know,
well, then I'm glad I didn't get here early.
I mean, what other,
Just sitting.
other than paying for a buck at like after 10
Yeah.
to win? Is it buck an hour after 10?
No, it's $1.
He will take
They'll stay open till
your
midnight.
gyro pistol and the two. Were you offering
Buck
two
per
depth
person after
rounds?
Unless you're
6
making-
rounds to
And a
another
member can have another
Okay.
guest with them.
He'll take that,
The other hook is there has to be 2 members that are staying.
and he'll
in the
give you a
shop.
week to learn
So if
how
we
to
only
shoot a
have octopus
purple
and
lightning
product, we have to
bolt.
have 2 members that stay here.
Then he wants to borrow that
Not
ability for
us,
3 hours.
in the building.
Oh, okay.
And he said
Has
those
to be
guys
purple.
go late all the time.
Dark purple.
And we can use corn dollars to
Has to
do
be
it,
dark
right?
purple. He's seen dark
Yeah.
purple lightning before.
You can use corn
You have to
dollars.
do that, then he borrows your knowledge for 3 hours.
That's what, you know, I was like, all right,
Well,
corn
I can
dollars.
still be able to cast
Well,
as
you've been
like
here,
a
not
shared
me,
knowledge
so.
thing.
Not for the 3 hours.
Dusty ran a game where
But he can negotiate the time.
we went
of the
into a
day.
town and basically took all our military gear and they gave us $1
Negotiate
equivalents
after a
for
week.
it
Yes.
that you could use to
But
buy
you'd learn it within a
civilian
week.
type stuff.
Okay.
And it hooked
And
into
then-
all the games where you get screwed out of your money.
Then when
And
you've
then
learned
we
it,
all have to agree on
Right
the
through a
time.
buffalo nickel.
yes.
Yup.
Okay. However, we do have to come to some sort of agreement.
Yeah.
He's got to learn how to do a dark purple lightning bolt and then let him use it for 3 hours.
Yeah.
On you.
He wants to blow something up with purple lightning, but he doesn't want to have to do it himself. The learning part.
Sounds like something
I'll be like, yes, it has a steep learning curve.
All right.
All right. You'll hand over the what is it? He'll hand over what appears to be, it almost looks like a gnarled root. You can give me an alchemy or an occult.
Do you want to show it to other people, or are you going to do it yourself, my friend?
Everyone can see it when he pulls it
Okay.
out.
Which one's better?
Different information.
I suppose I'll do it
Oh, alchemy.
What is it?
I would actually also allow a +2 area knowledge umbra.
I can do that.
Alchemy by 5. Coal.
By 9.
By 4.
Okay. So the alchemy was by what now?
5.
5. So with alchemy, anyone else roll for alchemy?
Yep, I made it by 6.
The tree itself seems to have, at least the root itself, it does look as though it requires certain energies to collect. It may take some time to theoretically grow this in an area of low energy, but like near a node or a nexus point or even a ley line it might grow, or with vital essence it might accelerate the growing process. With occultism, this appears to be some sort of strange gnarled root, but apparently it is some sort of sapling. Did anyone make it higher than 5 with occult?
Yeah, 9.
By 9. This appears to be some sort of strange fey tree. With a 9, you would say that it might have unusual properties if it were to ever sprout here. It might not sprout in earth soil.
And yep, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interfere.
But it would if there were magic stuff around it.
Theoretically,
what
you'd have to
about
match the conditions in which it
planting it?
normally grows in. Did you make an area knowledge umbra or
By 13.
And the
by
cat
13?
snake or cat
This, you're pretty sure
That
this
one
is some
that,
sort of.
Mr. Chen bought?
You're only vaguely
With,
aware of it, and there's lots of different names for it, including what is it? Apparently, an elder tree is one of them. This is a type of tree that you think grows in the wilds. Past the penumbra and past the umbra, kind of the spirit realm, there is another world that's kind of deeply rooted in what
Very
the hell is it?
primal?
Very primal, and trees grow there. Supposedly, there's the route to the fairylands is in some sort of unnavigatable hedge maze through this dimension, and it's been cut off for a very long time. But you feel as though if this tree were to be supplemented, it doesn't have a maximum size, which would not be normal, or is it not be a concern in a place like the wilds, but here on Earth that might be an issue.
How long do I have before it dies to plant it?
With your alchemy, you don't know. It's fairly tough.
I'll ask him.
He says that he's had it in the bag for probably about a half a year.
Good to know.
I don't know. He doesn't know if they go bad unless they get spoiled.
How would they be spoiled?
He uses bad magics. Poisoned.
In his opinion, would it be bad to plant this on an Earth node? Could it take over the Earth?
Yeah, is it an
He says he hasn't
invasive
seen that happen
species?
before.
We have a Cult of the Skulls guy who's a botanist.
Alright.
I feel like he might trade for something. Unless, of course, it's like...
Chico would say, I bet if it got too big, some other fae would deal with it. They deal with that sort of thing, right?
Shrug my shoulders. I don't know if they really concern themselves with the.
He said if it got too big, like you should get somebody. There's lumberjacks. He's seen lumberjacks before. You get a bunch of lumberjacks.
I feel like
I'm just wondering if you could bury that at Mr. Ned Chen's nose in Nebraska. They can harvest it, gather his essence.
Yeah.
Or you can do it in the Dreamlands.
Like the essence goes into like the acorns and we do some willow magic with that.
So what's happening? Like all these things are stone. Ned Chen's like, apparently these nuts when thrown at people turn to stone.
Squirrels.
Lots of squirrels.
All right. Otherwise, he'll put the remainder of his things away. He'll tell you that he's in the area. This is his operational area. He's always willing to trade, but only really once a trade a day, maybe a week.
Alright, I doubt we'll be back for a while.
He has to regain his energies.
Alright.
Do eyebrows help with that?
He says he doesn't know, but he'll find out.
Oh, he has
Pistachio pudding makes him feel better.
Dusty's eyebrows for 2 hands. There are no Jeb's. There's Jeb's eyebrows. No.
No, it was Hunters.
It was Hunters?
Yep.
How do we know when
Hunter-
Hunter's angry?
It's only for.
You look like a
He's
monster!
He'll hold his fingers
It's only
like this
for a
for you.
weekend. It's only for a weekend.
2 weekends.
2 weekends.
In the near future. Saturday, Sunday. Alright, he'll wrap up his things. As he had said before, he has ways of getting back to the Umbra. He just would rather you meet him there.
Okay. Does he have ways to leave
He
from
says
there?
it's all dry and chappy here.
Can he get to here if we send a messenger that says, hey, we're here, come on over?
He says, is a messenger that weird blurry thing? Because no, then I can't.
So we should just have him grab you again?
No.
I can get here.
No.
Or we can get to you, I think.
It's the Umbra, right? Yeah.
I apologize. I wasn't really sure what you wanted to know about this. Other than for that thing not to touch you again, because it was very scary.
Or to be riding a big cat when it touches him. With eyebrows.
Otherwise, he slowly scuttles off into one of the cave systems. And
Okay.
All right, let's go down. Wait, we already explored.
We already
then you guys,
explored it.
from here, had gone forward to update Jolene. The PCs had come across Aboriginal. It was an old Aboriginal. I would say ruins. It doesn't look like they've been habitated anytime recently.
Oh, gosh.
And we're able to talk to some of the Aboriginal tribes in the region, ultimately decode some pieces of the puzzle, and get into this supposedly Yith site. It appears to be some sort of archive, from what B has been able to figure out. About a week passes inside the archive as B is picking up the basis of the language, and she believes that she's found a lead on where this La Na individual might be. But part of the problem is she really doesn't understand the language that the system is in. If it wasn't psychoactive in some way, there would be no way for her to decode it. It seems as though she's able to stupid her way through it using just wanting something to happen.
It's a user-friendly interface. They really want us to go to the Peruvian.
Before that, I think
There are
So-
two other sites that you said you ruled out immediately.
Yeah, the Cthulhu.
They were both on the original New Continent, so the only problem is these sites have been buried deep underground. Sometimes they don't look like they've been accessible, which is understandable because supposedly these sites predate the Mu. At least some of them do.
so.
Was it really
Since
named
we have a
Multiple
trade,
Games?
What now?
why don't we go talk to the cult of
Oh,
Souls
so you
guy
wanna
on
go to,
Gentime again
Guest,
and
the
see
guest
what he
account,
knows
and then
about
go
it.
into a browser.
And if he's willing to trade, Jeb can go and steal another chalice while negotiating.
Oh, come on. No.
Well, he's the best negotiator, I think. So
Our team is filled with Robin Hoods and Batman,
So
except we
the-
don't give to the
this
poor.
is just
I
incentive.
thought everyone was Batman.
More like a... What the hell is it? It's not Chester Cobblepot. Who's the Penguin's name? Can't remember his name.
I can't remember it
I
either.
don't think it was. But no, it's
Your old
not too
Penguin-esque
far.
You guys got the
collectors.
computers. I just have this freaking Wetworks up here.
So, as I said before, there seems to be some sort of vast archive. You can't initially see the ceiling, but it is not too high up. It's probably about
Oswald
400 meters
Chesterfield
upwards.
Cobblepot.
The archive, however, is flat. You seem to be in a kind of a circular room that measures about 1.5 miles in diameter. So there are finite boundaries. It's just when you're sitting in the middle of it, it seems endless. Your node, what was it? The terminal that you gained access to was relatively close to where you'd gotten in, but that wasn't necessarily an entry point. Given the walls are psychoactive and there's a field around it, there's any entry point that you can make contact with the field and the side of the base. So you imagine it might have access to catacombs or structures down here that were not part of it initially, and then the way that you guys know out. You will feel inside that there is difficulty trying to establish some sort of gate or effect outside the field. You don't know how it works with technology, but with what the hell is it? Tech. I mean, there's a lot of things that could do that. You're just not aware of any purely hypertech ways.
Okay.
Is some of the psychoactive material that's here looked very similar to
The walls in the previous site,
that and the credit card object that I have.
nothing that you can see in the credit card object, but there are strange silvery boxes of various sizes, all the way down to kind of like the size of kind of a bottle cap, probably to the size of kind of a mid-sized building. And they are stacked in various orders. They appear to have some buffer around them, but there's no means that seems to be holding them up. They simply float in place all the way up to the ceiling in columns. and they are in what you'd say are rough rows jutting away from the center point. So there does seem to be some sort of indexing system in place, but you don't know what it is. You guys came across a strange camera system. You also rounded up, I think, an additional 16.
Yeah.
They appear to be weapons, or at least weapons designed for the creatures that the
We
Yith
have
had
super
troubles
lightning
with.
bolt guns to kill flying polyps.
Yeah.
It did seem strange in your initial research that the Yith never got into fights with anything. It seems like they never had an issue dealing with people. However, for whatever reason, these creatures had some sort... For whatever reason, they had to deal with them differently. You don't know why.
They stopped time travel. So,
Yes.
do we want to do some mini missions before going to Peru?
You guys can
Like-
do whatever you want. There's no definitive timetable. I think the only thing
Oh,
on
when
your...
are we gonna
There's
save
world
from?
events that are still taking place. But the only major
I
thing
need to
that
know.
you are aware of that's coming up is
Like,
supposedly
where
there's
are you
something
putting
called the Nemesis Star
What?
from Norwegian
putting
lore
from?
that's
Yeah,
supposedly going to be
he's a
within
soul.
normal
Where are you
like
putting him?
Eiffel Tower range
Solve
within
that problem.
6 months.
Then the timetable for saving him goes
And the
up.
issue there being is that the people that came into contact with the signals apparently were able to pick up on some sort of subconscious carrier and then
They went insane.
started to go a little bit insane.
We found 18 of the devices and 200 magazines for them.
Okay. And just be aware that from what you understand of the devices, should one of those get cracked or somehow penetrated, the amount of energy is in them is more so than the black box device that you have.
Right. It's a dangerous thing. Don't wear it around your neck for mountain time. Camera's pretty powerful.
Awesome.
So,
It shoots lightning, man.
Yep.
Number 3 is a big lightning bolt on Earth.
Yep.
can I
It goes up to
go
36.
the chantry?
Okay.
32, I think.
32.
Yes, the part of the issue you see
You
just
don't want to hang on to it. 4.
part of the issue you do see just initially with the basic physics is this can produce a thunderclap because of the heated gas that the lightning produces into effect which you'd imagine would pretty much destroy whoever was firing it.
So everybody's got one of these?
Well,
Or you have them?
You guys strapped them to your car, hooked them up in sequence.
You should do it to the bus.
Burst fire bus. How are we getting the bus down there in the first place? Just
The bus is parked at the top of the
I mean, into the Peruvian chasm where the polyps are.
the bus was supposed to be a field base, so it's wherever the hell you can fit it. I
we
mean,
probably won't
obviously,
take it to Peru.
it's obviously not going to be used on every mission, but there's a lot of times where you guys are like, "Oh shit, we're here now.
So-
we teleported. We need a cab. We need to get like a ride from some old farmer."
So I have an idea on how to get down to the Peruvian place.
Yeah.
It involves the demon guy, and we send him down with a rug.
Jeb seemed to be making progress disintegrating a hole.
Yeah,
B
but
was also slowly working a very elaborate and beautiful staircase.
Which she immediately stopped.
You don't understand. If
It was nice. It was a nice climb. And
Scarlet and Puddin won't have anything to do with the demon guy.
I understand this, but my idea is we just send him down with the rug, he puts it down, he comes back, and then we teleport.
It's not a bad idea.
I mean, he's been down there once, he can face his fear again.
Yep. And Browning would say that he was just generally surprised. He wasn't too much afraid of it, other than it was quick. It happened a little bit quickly. He hasn't gotten too much experience being jutted around by
Can't you
Zykes.
hold space to where that is and sort of just
No,
drop
you have to have a hole. We
Yep.
don't.
There theoretically could be a way down there, but it could take months or even years to find another suitable way down until he burrows a hole.
We don't want your hole because any big spaces in it could allow them to come up.
Yep, they can move through matter. It's just at a certain point they get too overextended and they can't move through it. So they theoretically could move through a hole that would not normally contain them, but they can't pass through solid wall that's a mile thick.
Right.
You don't know how specifically the limitations of the ability are, but
if there were quarter-mile pieces of wall with a space in between,
Maybe.
they could get through it.
maybe.
I think we'll use the demon to bring down Rog, but let's go back to civilization first.
Yeah, I'd like to learn how to do purple lightning bolts, so I think I need to go to the Umbra to practice that or something.
We can give you some
There
time.
are certain areas, even within the Chantry, all of you would know that casting magics at the Chantry is always a little bit easier. You don't know what it is. You imagine there's a node or some sort of major nexus point near there. But you would normally have to burn quintessence or something suitable to generate the effect, unless you're in an area where the underlying weave or the river, the cats would say, is strong enough to actually hold it. So, like in the Umbra, you could cast that without using any resources.
Dreamlands?
Would anybody
Yep.
stay here?
You
with
imagine
me
the
for a week?
Dreamlands. The only problem with the
Yeah,
Dreamlands is you're not sure if you're
You
doing
would?
that
You
because
sure?
it's your
Yeah.
dream,
Don't have other things
or
to
if it's
do?
because you're actually learning how to use the ability.
Did you guys
But if
ever
Big
hear
Cat
back
told you you were
about
doing
how
it,
to
then you're doing
get
it.
Maybe. The only thing, I suppose what I'm
that-
saying is, are you now
All I
lucid
know is
dreaming,
that
or are you
we have
actually
to do
developing the
something
ability? Where you're like, yeah, I can fly and I'm
Yeah.
Iron Man. You get back, you're like,
With,
oh.
Could I
What is
put a
that?
second point in
The
it
one
from
guy's
all of
thing.
the...
I am willing
Lightning
to
that was
do
cast.
the Frank adventure whenever we can.
Some time. I would say that you spent a little bit
We've
of
been
time,
advised
maybe,
multiple times
here and there, trying just testing it out, doing like a
by
few little
hold of
sparks,
character
not burning any
GM.
resources.
Well,
we
I
should.
can stay here then.
I burnt
and
a
do
few
some research
quintessence
and other
to
stuff.
try to...
No problem.
Yeah,
Well,
books
the
or whatever you
Yith
need
Yep,
with
I'm
you.
aware of that.
or-
And I'm saying over the course of the next week, while they're
Basically,
still
I
doing
would
stuff occasionally
stay
in your
here
off
and
time,
research on
you,
their
you generate the effect up to the point where it requires quintessence, so you're kind
computers
of
that
getting
they
the
have here and try
fundamentals
to figure out how
down.
to use
So I would say you
something
can put another
and
point
try
in.
to find more information. But we've already spent a week here, and this is what I've learned.
Changing the color, you
I'd
think,
want
would
to
be relative.
spend
I mean,
more time,
signature
too.
wizard spells do that type
Where-
of stuff, where somebody's like, I have
With
red
the-
lightning or what have you. You just need to learn how to do it.
What
So
country
go
are we
talk
in
to
right now?
Chantry people.
Australia.
You could, or
At
you
the
might be able to do your own
Australian
research,
Yith
or
site.
just figure it out.
I can do research.
It's
here
not probably
if
as
you
difficult
want.
as learning lightning. It's probably
How
a
about
simple
you? You
thing. It's
can't,
just off
right?
your
You need to
off the
go
top
back
of your
to
head.
the-
You're like, I don't know how to do that.
To do whatever you want to do if we spend a little time.
How much time we're going to spend, that's all that matters.
I think we've already spent 1 week here for me to get the information I have now, and I'd be willing to spend more time here to learn more information.
But while the demon's off inspecting something, I'll be like, but she knows. So we should probably get down there pretty quick.
To the Peruvian thing.
I think Hunter was slightly concerned about that, but you haven't yet had anything negatively affect that. Nothing's happened from what you've seen.
But I'm also kind of scared of leaving the tree sitting around anywhere because come back.
Now you've gained a burden. Congratulations. I bought you a gift.
Burden
It's
with the
15
burden.
goldfish. I love them. Take
Yep.
care of them.
Yeah.
Ah.
All right, I guess we'll leave. People can do your research in the chantries.
From the things of the Yith site, you're aware that apparently they have not only do they have just general well-rounded advanced technology, but they especially seem to be very adept at types of force fields, high energy reactions, energy storage, and these psychoactive materials. And if you think that you could get the basics of your language, everything is here. You might even come across prototypes in these objects. I don't think you have like technophilia. So I'm just making you aware that this facility would most likely not only have raw materials, but all of it's archived, and they don't really have like a sense of like secrets between people that have gained access to the facility. That's more of an afterthought.
I'm going to stay here by myself with the professor.
No, by myself. I'm like, I offer to stay here.
Yep. She and I, the professor and I are going to stay here. Now I'm going to keep working on the language.
You would know in, I think, another week, the first facility at your base for the vital essence collectors, the alchemical equipment, is going to be up. The setup is going to be done. The electricity is going to go online, and you do have within the next 2 weeks scheduled at some point talk with Gabriel Varus, the individual who supposedly came up with the original design of this.
So I have 1 week to do this, right? I could spend a week here.
You don't have to even spend that much time talking to him. You could be doing a walkthrough, which takes a day. I'm just making you aware of things that are coming up on your schedule. You also know that your Walter Riker is having your research team work on various prototype devices and things of that nature. He's going to be heading off helping the Bureau of Water Reclamation. He believes he could help save a lot of people in the Great Isles by creating some sort of mass transit gate between here and the Great Isles. Over the course, I think, of the last 2 weeks, you guys have heard that apparently the Great Isles have been cut off mystically. Even the Chantry entrance in that area. The Chantry has been able to ferry people out of there, but the effect is so powerful that it takes considerable resources to remove one individual. So there's still probably a fair amount of people that are still there. They just can't, they don't have the resources to get them out. And there have been transports, just mundane transports that have been going via air that have been being intercepted by strange weather patterns, and pretty much anything going across the sea, it just doesn't make it to the Great Isles. They just lose it. It just disappears. It's like, it's over there. There's mist. It's not over there anymore. Where the hell to go? So it seems as though the Blue Hades threat is effectively embargoing. Is that the correct term I'm thinking of?
Yep.
Placing an embargo on the Great Isles. Nothing's getting through. Siege.
Siege is on land.
Well,
yeah, it's equivalent, though, I would say. So you know that the remaining resources in the Great Isles they're not producing enough. Their fisheries have been shut down. They're running on lower resources. It's obviously wartime and bad things are happening.
Blockade.
There you go.
Naval blockade. Everybody agree?
Otherwise, you're aware that apparently the Bureau of Water Reclamation is also setting up kind of a massive refugee camp in the area of the Nevada desert. It is a bit isolated, and getting supplies there, there's going to be some logistics issues, but it's probably going to be not as bad as being in the Great Isles in a city that comes under attack by Blue Hades. The standard individual, I mean, you're probably seeing now soldiers that are starting to deal with far more things than the average individual has dealt with, but your common citizens still might not be quite ready to take being attacked by a bunch of deep sea people. Otherwise, you'd heard word from Walter Riker that apparently there's some sort of elaborate high-tech dam being built in the region that's going to power the gate.
Okay.
And apparently this has been being built for the last 5 or 6 years or so.
I'll let them know what I'm working on. I've got high tech available at my fingertips, and I can figure out the language. I'm in the site. Can you put down a teleportation circle in case something bad were to happen, so that we can?
Yeah.
What Hunter would tell you is the field here and the walls shut everything out. He didn't try teleporting in here, but being inside, he can determine that he would not be able to move between the two areas.
You and I, all by ourselves. This goes against everything I want, but there's such good information here, I'm going to do it.
This goes everything against what you want. Like, should I take it as a...
Well, no, leaving the...
I mean, there are obvious risks. I mean, you're here, you don't really know too much about the site.
I'm willing to help wherever I can.
Stay here.
You don't want to...
Was it already,
Thank you.
We already went to room search on this, right?
Yeah, well, no.
I thought it was one big room.
There appears to be one big room. You only can surmise that. You guys have probably covered 1% of the total facility, but kind of walking in lines, you're like, yeah, it looks like there's no other rooms. But the thing is, since its circumference is 1.5 miles, you might just like there's a building in the middle of here.
There could be 50 people that are just watching us from afar and staying away from us.
I'll stay with me.
Or at any part of the circumference, you could just be like, I'm going to walk through the wall.
Excuse me, not circumference, diameter.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking, okay, that's pretty small.
Yeah.
For a giant Yith site.
No, that is the diameter. It will not be the circumference.
I'll stay with... While they're working, I'll just sort of keep on walking around to see if there is any signs of...
Okay.
A door.
So far, your goggle, your monocle does seem to operate in here just fine. You can roughly see up above you, but I mean, it's still 400 meters above you, so you're out in the open. At some point in time, I mean, there could be someone far away with some sort of advanced monocle or what have you, or magic, just like, look at those assholes over there. You guys got a bunch of torches and got rough areas.
I'm going to work long days.
Well, workaholic pretty much. Most of the days you work extra.
Okay.
When I walk, I just pretty much outline wall to wall with fairy fire or foxfire.
Okay.
Just so I can get the blue glow and I have to use a light.
Okay.
Then we get to a wall, I try to touch it, try to see if there's a door.
You would find that the fairy fire, for whatever reason, seems to thicken some of the walls in the area for like up to a minute or two, and then it seems to go back to how it was.
Where it thickens, I go to those and see if it's a door, try to see if I can...
It seems to be everywhere that you cast it when it comes into contact with that weird gray material. Alright, so I'll go around, see you guys are doing for the next week.
Well, first of all, I'll ask B if I can go pick up another rocket pistol from B Enterprises.
Yes. I write you out a voucher.
And I'll go
I like
there.
rocket pistols.
I really have
Every
mine.
platypoid is loaded up with rocket pistols. And they meet each other and no.
You've already seen that a lot. Was it some of the what the hell is it? Special kind of the Navy SEALs, or I'm not sure what the equivalent British troops are called, but apparently some of their advanced equipments are based on what you believe is an early design you sent MI5 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, there's modifications that look like it's kind of stabilized a little bit more.
Yeah.
It automatically kind of feeds into the next round. So it's good hypertech on base of your work, but obviously, I mean, can you call patent infringement when it's wartime?
There's no patent on it anyway.
Yeah.
Can I
So
hear
there
what-
is some gyro pistols left. There's not a whole lot. They haven't made. I mean, they probably made a batch or two when you first did that, and they've kind of been sitting there in
Where's
storage. But
Dusty?
He'll get here.
you'll get here eventually, I imagine.
I'll be like, not actually shooting, just fake shooting. Yep. For clarification,
You can get those materials.
And-
You can go back to the vehicle, which there is a there is a beacon at the vehicle. Also, there's the beacon that is wearable. So you can open up a gate relative to the vehicle or the backpack,
I think you just like to travel your own way, right?
or you could transport from Australia to.
I don't
Well,
know.
I'd like to hear what you guys are doing because honestly,
All right, so
I just want to get more linguistics on the Yith language.
Yep.
Trying to figure out,
I
crack
have
it.
linguistics.
Normally,
Awesome.
normally you'd imagine it would take a very long time, and you'd have to have some sort of source, or is it not source material, but you'd need some sort of Rosetta Stone.
Yep.
But the strange thing about this terminal is when you're like, what is the, or what is like hammer, or what's material, then
What's-
the list of things you're looking at narrows down drastically. So you think it's trying to guess what
Jeff,
you may
what
be
is
trying to
hammer?
guess.
Right.
What skills would be valuable here? I'm typing, but not like computers.
Well, you could theoretically pick up a computer operations from B, who does have experience with terminals.
I'll show you how to use it.
And then does speed reading help at all?
To learn the language, I would say not initially, but when you're doing the research later on, it'll take time off of it.
Awesome. You're the awesome person to have help me with this.
Until something goes wrong.
Well,
Why
horribly
did I-
wrong.
I'll stay behind and try to give you a moment to flee. How's that?
just don't cast magic before you play because the walls get thicker.
The walls get thicker.
I would say your thaumatology, it seems as though the building's reacting to potential damage that the fairy fire is causing, even if it's not enough to hurt it. Because other
shoot
types
at
of
the
magic
walls.
haven't made it. Like, hunters continually cast, like, what the hell is it, sense stealing? And that doesn't seem to do anything.
Right.
I mean, he can't see outside the structure, but it's not causing a reaction in his nearby vicinity.
Okay.
So is that what you guys are doing?
We're researching Yith language.
So you two can give me research rolls. Actually, the lower of your linguistics or the lower of your research.
How long does it take to get back Primal
How
Essence?
high is your linguistics?
Mine is a 14, but my research is a 17.
Yeah, my
But I want
research
these
is
rolls
17.
independent of each other. Both of you are collaborating, but if you have 16 research, it's not limited by these.
Yeah.
We do 2 rolls.
One roll, and it's at the lower of your research or your
14.
linguistics.
Did it by 4 is all. Hopefully you can do better.
5, 6, 7.
Yeah, right there.
So I did by 7.
By 7?
For research.
And I did it by 4.
And I'll assume that you were working before.
It's pretty close.
You're still at a broken level, almost to the equivalent of a 4-year-old. You can somewhat search on like one-word things now. You're not really at a broken level yet. Maybe a week or two more, and you might have broken level. At which point, you would have a very good, well, a lot more than you already have access.
I had broken Yithian last time, though.
Yep, I said you could. It hasn't settled in yet. I said you can
Okay.
spend a point to do that. And the same thing for you. You can spend a point, but it hasn't come together. It's just you know more.
Yithian language.
You know more than nothing, and you know less than broken. So it's still the.
This is Yithian language.
It's Yith.
Is it only read and wrote, or is it also spoken?
Trevor.
There's no
Primal
references to
energy
a
is quintessence,
spoken.
right?
Okay.
What?
Primal energy is
There's
like
symbols, and you imagine that there would probably be more information. If you can get to a broken level, you can learn at an accelerated rate.
quintessence. What do you get? Do you remember what the recharge rate on that is?
All right.
Primal
Or quintessence?
for your person?
Yeah.
It was 1 a week.
No, it was, for quintessence, it was 1 a month.
Or 1 a month?
Willpower is 1 a week. Because the way that quintessence, unless it's in your near vicinity, like you live near a node, and it just kind of permeates your being, you break down the patterns and the structures of other objects. And since everything in this realm is made of quintessence in some form, it just soaks into your body if you don't have anything there. So you're breaking down the quintessence in a hamburger. It's just the amount required. You would either kill yourself from eating, or you would gain it by once a month.
So if you're low, though, we have the production facilities and stuff.
Yeah, you have your production facilities. The other one will come online at the structure will come online.
Working
at
on
the end of the
something
week.
too, so.
So, do you want to go, or do you want to go for this next week?
I'd like to hear what Jeb's doing.
He
Actually,
might not hear what Jeb's doing. He might just simply come back in a week, like, "Hey, what's up, guys? Where'd you get that scar?" Places.
Pretty much is how it happens, right?
I gave myself a scar because it looks sexy. The PC spent another week in, we retroactively did some trading with a trader Teacup, so Jolene was here.
Okay.
The PCs have spent another week at the Yithian site. B and these two at least wanted to spend time researching. They're learning the language a little bit more. The other PCs haven't talked about what they're doing for the week yet, so you're free to do whatever the hell you want. There is a beacon back at the Riker vehicle, so you can either... Well, you can leave via teleportation if you want to. Otherwise, you can get back to the Riker vehicle. So you can decide what you want to do.
Do you want to stay or you want to leave?
With the Riker group? What do you need
Us
help with?
two or... And
Those two are inside the Yith. They're like, hey, we're going to go do this. And I'm like, well, that's just two of you. I'm going to stay here with you guys.
Yeah, I'll stay with
Okay.
you guys while
All
you're
right.
in the Yith site.
okay, we're trying to learn the Yith language.
I will do Cinch Shallows.
Okay.
Would
See
you
if there's
let,
anything else.
let him in?
Yeah.
We're in on our
Straight up.
traveling companions and the fact
Okay.
that we're not learning anything.
Over the course of the week,
I explain it to them when the others aren't around, yes.
Okay.
over the course of the week in the area, I would say over this time you've got a little bit of a Fu Manchu going.
Yeah.
And you think if it's a little bit longer, it would be straight up. And if you could get it kind of like ideally Egg Shen. Or who's the evil guy from Big Trouble in Little China? I don't think it's Egg Shen.
I
It's-
hate.
Maybe it is Egg Shen. I can't
No,
remember.
Eggshen's
You guys
a
have the
little
computer. All I have is
chocolate.
Wetworks.
Yeah. But these fingers, they don't like to type.
Horribly limited.
I mean, except for programming. But
apparently he's limited by his Wetworks too.
yeah. So if you had a little bit longer, that would provide a bonus. If you had full-on whiskers, you'd get a better
Lopan.
bonus. Lopan. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
But you would say that this area would be incredibly hard to open up any kind of
So that happens to
rift.
go in my bags.
I mean, it is the opposite of a shallow.
Hopefully it
You're on
wasn't,
the mountaintop.
It's a puppy.
It's a puppy.
It's a worm.
Very cool. What's this?
Then I'm going to just keep
the other
searching. I will
store.
try to use that credit card object
Basically,
that
so
looks
it's
like
a pretty cool
similar.
game. Basically, you've
Right.
got like a
Well,
You can give me
family,
a scrounge.
and you're trying to kill your family off.
Okay.
And everybody else has a goth family trying to kill off. You get cards to kill your family off and to help others have more family members. And basically, it's a beer and pretzels game. But it's a lot of fun. So
Yeah. Very cool. Well, thank
By
you.
7.
they have an
By seven?
expansion pack if you play it.
You want me to
Read it.
You'll come across some
This is
objects.
cool.
You want me to tell you
It's
over
from
here?
the
Do you
same
want me to
people
write them
that
down?
do
Or?
Plague
We'll
and
come across
Pestilence, I'm
them
pretty sure.
Gotcha.
Okay. So Jeb spends a little bit of the time searching off by... Are you doing it by yourself, or...
Nobody said they were with me, so yeah.
He's going to spend some time in this massive facility searching the grounds, looking for loose objects.
Oh, that's cool. I thought you'd already taken them off.
Oh, okay.
He showed up when we weren't playing, so.
So I did trade for an elder tree sapling.
Okay.
So, you know.
I don't know what that is, so...
In the penumbra, they go...
Congratulations. Oh, like not a magic card? I thought it was a magic card. Sorry. Thought, oh, you got a magic card. Good for you. I'm sure it was a good trade.
Nope.
So in the penumbra, okay. So when did we go to the penumbra?
We didn't. I traded with the little...
Teacup.
Platypus guy.
Teacup.
The time-consuming platypus, yes.
Okay. It wasn't totally time consuming. Did they give you your new amulet, Professor?
No. I traded for something.
What did you trade for?
I'll give you...
Oh, you got
3 rolls on the
I'll give you a metal
They'll be perception
amulet
based.
and tell you that it will protect you from metal.
Perception?
Yep,
If you want,
it's going to be perception
I can try
based.
to shoot you while you're wearing it to see if the lead will go through.
He takes out a bazooka.
No, you traded all those.
You can call the what is it? You can just write down that you got it from who you got it from. That's easiest for me to remember.
Dusty.
Yeah, super helpful. Who's it? The trader teacup.
I like my answer better.
Yeah.
There at the first one.
I got the amulet from Dusty. It's protecting me.
So
Good luck.
it only cost me mild depression for 24 hours. But for you, Professor, it was worth it.
And the professor
There's
is
some other things in there, but yeah.
I believe the
You
professor
guys had to
helped
spend
you.
a day just kind of sorting out your affairs, laying low.
Right in your will.
I'm not making out with some boys. I got a bad feeling.
What you looking for?
That one by 8, that one by 2, that
What
one
did
by
he
2.
sell his soul for? Shoes?
Everybody sells a show for shoes.
For flying shoes. Okay.
I don't think he got the plan shoes.
What did you...
He opted not to. His cat advised him no.
Yeah, I wanted to though. It was
He
really
did.
tempting.
It was.
Oh look at me. I don't have to go down the damn mountain. Look. You guys are
I can
suffering.
fly. I can fly to the planet Leng.
You'd say,
He could fly through the plane of Leng. Giant vampire
I'll
thing.
tell you over here really quick.
Of course, that one's going to be the fun one for me.
Yeah, so is the garbage one. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Is there a separate recycling?
No, there is no separate recycling, by the way. Throw your stuff away, and God will recycle it for them later.
So I'm thinking I'm probably just going to go work on the watch.
Sure.
Or watches, I guess I have 2 in
Can you work on them here? You need the lab. That's fine.
Need absolute silence, and I need the room to be exactly 74 degrees.
Yeah, I understand. I really want to put these on.
And I need a dehumidifier. And a humidifier in the room.
I need 30 weight more
Opposite
roll.
sides.
Credit card, that little credit card invoice. No. Was it made out of the same material?
I would probably say you could easily
So what was
spend
it? You got a
months
tree
more
sapling?
going to the site.
Elder
so you probably
tree
cut out like a
sapling.
pie sliver.
Okay.
Like I walked
According
all the
to
way
the
to the wall and I
platypus,
walked
I
back.
asked him how big
This is what
they
he came
get.
across.
And he's like,
In the penumbra, they go to
Part of the
infinity.
problem is too is you
Yeah.
can't search upward because
If
sometimes
you buried
they'll be
one
laying on like boxes
here,
and then
near a
you don't know what the hell's
node,
up there.
it could get very big. But he's like, lumberjacks can come and take it down if you need them to.
He saw
and
lumberjacks
then,
before.
and then he said, don't the pages take care of those things?
I bet they would if you had your wand you could trade, or the staff.
Came close.
And
All right,
the
Brian.
price is way too much.
So
Oh, it's 3 whiskers. You
he's
get
been
done.
spending some time.
Oh, did you almost get it? The fairy staff?
Yeah, he wanted 25% of the output from my reactor, and I had to say no.
Or
So
20%.
he's been spending some time. You can give me, what did you want to do during that first week? He's been kind of walking a line all the way back out and then kind of walking back in. Your character, I believe, does have absolute direction.
Both of us, yeah.
Yep, so you're fine. You don't get lost. You're like, shit, I have to follow back the lines here.
I guess for those that
Marco!
aren't doing the research, I'd see if we can kind of coordinate some sort of guard routine, or you're just wandering randomly to see that the danger
Just walk in.
springs at you.
He's going to check out over here.
Okay. All right, so actually, I'm the only one guarding.
You can check out over there.
Yeah.
No.
It does seem as though B's a bit of a workaholic, so
Yeah.
while she's getting a lot of hours in, she does kind of tunnel vision a little bit when she's getting onto some important aspect.
Do we get any supply runs now?
We had 2 weeks of supplies in the van, so no. We can if you want.
All right, I get a little pissy. I'm out of cigarettes.
We'll get you a couple cartons of cigarettes.
All right, I feel better then.
I'm curious to see what happens when you're smoking in the Yith site.
So far, nothing that he can tell.
I'm good.
The only thing is,
I tend to smoke everywhere.
you have
I
to
go.
Smoking near a wall.
You notice that you hadn't tried it before, but you think that your original guess was pretty accurate. That whatever the hell that field is definitely stopping magic, and the walls don't help because that's that same shit that kind of interfered last time.
Right.
But you imagine that the majority of it's coming from wherever that blue light is surrounding the structure.
Okay.
So inside of here, you can teleport inside of here just fine. Just not, at least theoretically, it feels as though you can. You haven't attempted it.
Okay.
But outside is difficult. You have to make it to a wall.
Okay.
Beyond that, what did you want to do for that week?
I'm
If you guys want to add anything to that,
gonna go back to B's lab, pick up the pistol, and then I'm going to go in the go in the controlled room with the dehumidifier on one end and the humidifier on the other end, and exactly 64 degrees, and work on the watches.
okay.
What you want?
Last time we had a super secret lab, it ended horribly for Smallwood.
So he left. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be there, and I have to learn how to cast
I'm just
deep
walking back and forth.
purple
But you got
lightning in a
something.
week.
You know you can.
Okay.
Yep.
So you can give me first how much time you're spending on the device, and yeah. So what you'll need first of all is you'll need a, I suppose.
Yep.
I have a butt ton of
So did you share with him
contestants ready.
why we're
Okay.
guarding you so that you don't learn the things that you don't
Are you
know?
finalizing the mechanical pieces of it,
Or
and
is it
then
just-
No, those
No,
are
I
done.
don't know what's going on.
I'm about to start
Are you a
the
trap now?
enchantments.
I thought that was still the part of
So
like
when you and I are alone, at some
there was
point, I'll
other
tell you
additional
that- so
knobs,
we've got
but you haven't done anything with them because you said you're going to do something with them in the
all around it.
I have
future.
to
Dimensional
start.
channel,
I have to do the
right?
fold
And we
space
just open up a
enchantment,
Yith library, right?
and then it's
So
like,
who do you think
okay,
is gonna
shove
come
that
clean
in,
this out as soon
connect
as we
it,
walk
good,
by?
Oh, yeah.
mechanics done, and then
Who do you think?
there's
Who do you think is
still
going to
the
kill the
gravity.
So you can
once
give
we
me the
find
original
out
fold
who
space
we're
effect.
Trying to track down.
Pass by 6.
You know, this is tough. You know this, right?
Definitely field goes into effect. And as I said
If you
before,
think
this
I'm
isn't a
drawing the
separate
wrong
space.
connections, you should
There's
tell
a
me, but
compressed
I
space
don't know.
inside of
I
the
think
watch
point
that got
1 to
smashed
point
with a
2 is still
hammer.
making that
It
straight
might
line. I
explode
think
out.
the connection is there.
Then I'll need a. You can keep
Let me
giving
know when
me
B is
Weave
Done
Prime.
with this site.
So far
Otherwise,
she
Primal
hasn't found
Conduit can
anything.
be used. It's just.
Neither
Weave
have I.
Prime is better.
Well, I have Wave
Exactly.
Prime, so
there's a lot of stuff that's very complicated.
That's
You
what I
can't
want.
figure it out. I don't
coming
hold it
along.
against her much.
tell me if at any point I can put another point into Weave Prime.
So did,
I would say since
I'll
last
pull
time
you
you
aside
could.
at some point.
Okay.
You made an
So
object.
talk to you
Could I say pass by 2 then for that one?
Yeah, sure.
about Browning and the dimensional shadow that follows him around everywhere?
No.
Repercussions that could be, seeing as now we've opened up a Yith library
Pass
site.
by 1?
No.
The connections that he has, with a certain, who,
Or pass by
a certain
6?
demonic nature. I'm sure she'd love
Coming
to get her
along,
hands on
you
all this
think
good
maybe
stuff.
another 3 days, 4 days maybe?
What is
So
it
I'm up-
doing?
You made pretty good progress
Well, not
today.
right
It's just
now,
the
it's kinda
prior
already
days
happened.
are a little bit hit and miss.
But you know what we're here looking for, right?
Well, I'm
No.
just
Trying to track
for
down
the
Lana,
sake of
the last
time
surviving
brevity, I'm kind of like
person that
doing
speaks the
bits
Mew
one
language.
watch, then
Yeah.
okay, do that to the other
the
watch.
symbol he deciphered that
I have
disintegrates,
2.
40
Okay.
meter holes.
So
in the
rather
ground.
you're trying to break it up into working on both
That
devices.
happens.
So
Well,
It'd be
could you see?
unfortunately
a
with
certain
enchanting,
demonic
it's easier to
influence
finish one
person would
object
have
at
the
a time and
maybe
move
obtaining
on.
that power
Then
It's
for
kind of
yourself.
After I
it's
finish-
difficult to put like a pin in and be like, I'll come back to this
Yeah.
tomorrow.
after I finish the first
What do
one,
we
it's going to
do?
be like, okay, now I'm going to
Well,
do
right
this on the
now,
second one.
Okay.
B is beating her head against
Or-
the wall, trying to
Yep.
find it out, but she can't.
Yeah, I'll put my hand out on this one.
Pass by 3.
Just be ready for something.
You think if you can get another good
And
day
sh-
in, you might be
shouldn't
able to
discuss
set this one
anything
up.
until we get into a chantry where we can't be observed.
12 successes.
Okay.
So another
So,
day.
Just try to keep your disappointment in your ability
Wow.
to just
Is-
unravel
Pass
everything.
by
Is that
3
thing a
again.
spirit?
Okay. Yeah.
no,
Ultimately,
it's
get
a
it.
demon.
Was it? You
It's
get
in
it to
the-
collapse. It's a little bit tricky. It's going to
Although
require
you use
a
detect spirit to detect it, but I don't know if
dex-based
that's the
machinist.
function because it's in the near
I don't
umbra
have
or if
machinist.
it's
Okay.
actually part of spirit.
You can give me a dex roll.
But it could be sitting right here, listening to this conversation anyway. So
I just need to know if it was a spirit.
Dex by 8.
It's a little tricky. You're not quite
really
sure
can't go off
of it just
anywhere by
because
yourself?
the folded space as you're
Because
connecting it to the outside real
She has something
watches.
interesting
You're not
in
sure
the
about the
eye,
correct
so you might just
torque
get
and when you're setting it up
snatched.
at least.
Taken away.
On the blueprint, everything
has an
looks
unhealthy
good,
understanding
but by
too.
eye, without some sort of like
Exactly.
Very
powerful
unhealthy.
not magnet, but a
So
powerful
far, I'm putting my money on the fact that she wants me
microscope
to
or something.
marry
You're
your
like,
daughter and you to
I
marry your
think
son,
that clicked
but
in. It felt good. It rotates correctly.
You to
but it could
marry
be
your
opposite.
So I actually put the note in.
Yep. You finish the enchantment. Right now, it's just your fine work where you're like, oh, tiny mechanisms. You're like, man, shit. Okay.
Your computer has a
What do you
queue on the
claim?
back.
So
What
that
kind of
was
computer
3
is it?
days ago.
That was over the
Is it
course.
a
I'd probably
game?
say 5 days.
It's more like a management.
You said one day at first, then I rolled for a
So you
second day, and
imagine.
then one more to finalize.
Okay.
I think I originally. I meant to say
So
a
you're
couple
selling
days
cookies
to
or-
do that, and I say couple
Making
relatively.
cookies
It depends on when you
5.
finish up the enchantment. It took
Going
5.
back in time
You think in the
to take
future,
cookies
since this
that
is a
haven't
new
been
thing that
eaten
you've
yet,
made
bring
here,
them to the
you made
future.
something similar
You get
before, but
64
not like
trillion
a tough
cookies.
mechanism inside of it.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
You think you
Is
can
that
probably
your
get it down to
score?
3 days or so.
And that's how many cookies.
But it
I
depends.
have.
Sometimes you have good days,
That's how many
sometimes you
you
have
have?
bad days.
Yeah, and
So
then
it's
I,
like-
Enchantment is a bit
I use the cookies to
flaky
buy
at
like
times.
different
It's not
things
a
like
hard
granules to make
science.
cookies or
So
antimatter condensers to make cookies.
can we have another 2 days, guys? Is that
Here in this place?
or just before we do something? Another 2 days.
We're coming
You do
back,
know
man.
also that you need to finish up your purple lightning.
I kind of assumed on breaks. It's like,
Unfortunately, you don't have a lot of break time given your slow eating.
oh no.
Yeah, I know, but you
Yep,
can't,
it
can't
still takes an hour and a
multitask.
I can't multitask.
No, because you're either working on that sandwich or you're working on the enchantment mechanism.
Can't do anything.
You put it in your mouth.
I don't
and-
have like focused or anything. So
I'm aware of that. It's just I'm assuming 8-hour days for enchanting, and then you have probably 4 or 5 hours after that. And slow eating eats 4.5 hours of your time.
So I have a half hour to be working on lightning.
You might want to go potty at some point, otherwise your bladder will burst and you will
You know, showers, hygiene.
Takes like
You
a
can forsake
minute
that.
to
And just
nose
go on it.
picking.
Hardcore.
rubbing the sleep out of
So
your
what I'm
eyes.
doing is
He just
a
gets a
half hour
catheter and a
lightning
colostomy
bolt.
big and says, I'm done with that. That part of my
Do you
life
want
is
to roll or
done.
anything?
Yep, you can give me a thaumatology.
It's
So I
dead
have-
to me.
5
That is-
half hours.
Is that 5-point disadvantage or 10?
No, did he take it? I
Yeah.
thought he picked it up because the platypus gave it to him.
What?
What?
Did you say
Slow
lightning
eating.
bolt or
Or
down?
did he
No,
actually-
he's had it before.
He's always had it.
He's always had it? We get
Slow
two
eating?
slow eaters?
Yup.
Yeah.
Do you-
Unbelievable.
Were you not there for the session where we're kind of jam-packing
No, I was
that?
there.
No,
How many points is
he
it?
wasn't because that
Yeah,
was.
we-
Oh, that's too
went
bad.
around
There was
town
one
and
session
were
where they
eating
kept
at
getting
the cafe.
hamstringed by both these slow eaters.
Unbelievable.
They're like, we're doing other projects. I'm like,
Where's
you
the-
ain't
who's in
doing
the
other
party?
shits.
We're in
You're eating
Nebraska.
sandwiches.
That's when Mark was here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're
it's like,
right.
what are you guys doing? Well, I'm going to be eating.
So was your
I'm gonna go to the
pharmacology
library.
one?
It was pharmacology.
Yeah.
Okay. So
That's
I rolled
insane. You got to eat 4 hours a day. You got to buy that off. That's a bad 5-point
9.
investment.
It's
Take
10.
nightmares.
It's 10.
He's already got
Nightmares.
Take
nightmares.
insomnia.
You
Insomnia is
I
free
would say
every
within that
character
time frame, you
should
do
be
learn how to
insomnia.
make like
Yeah.
a deeper
Sure.
colored
Were you in the front the
a
entire
deeper
time?
colored lightning bolt. It's a relatively easy process. Given you have a little bit more practice with it, you don't think it should be any different, any more difficult than making any color of lightning bolt. It's just whatever you want when you cast
So I
it.
can be like, here's your
all you
rainbow
meant?
bolt.
Theoretically, yeah.
Still
Magic.
working 1,000,000 hours, or-
Okay.
Okay.
And so I have 2 more days to
Okay.
go, right?
The PCs could spend another month here. It's how much ever
Yeah.
time.
We're playing Cthulhu and
I've spent 5, so I have.
Yep.
We're in
other
a
people
2
are
more
doing
days.
things. I'm just gonna sit here.
You can start on the
You guys ask
project.
Mark once.
The enchantment is a little bit tricky to kind of stop. I mean, you can definitely stop for hours or so, but the thing is, the enchantment could, if left on a shelf for a couple of weeks, unwind.
And how long would it take to do the gravity ripple
Yeah.
enchantments?
The-
Because those are a
Game.
little easier, more
Okay.
straightforward.
I think he's sitting on his Steve.
The only thing is, you haven't done
Because he's in the sea.
all of these enchantments are relatively
missing
new to
because
you,
we got a little
so
downtime
it depends.
There you go. This is merely a catcher, so you're all right.
Yeah.
Fold space and
we're
gravity
back
ripple are
with
both
yourself.
kind of average, so you're estimating maybe 5
We're
days
in
based on
between
what you've done
adventures, so
before.
there's
But
just
then, I
some
mean, you're pretty
downtime
close to a
before-
finished device.
I think he's doing some research. I'm not sure what he's up to.
He's
You're doing
exploring.
research.
days?
He's up to
Sorry.
research.
If you
Two
get
of us
better
are
at
doing
this,
research. They're
was
on
it these?
guard duty.
She's
He's
playing
guarding.
computer.
You're working off an unfamiliarity penalty, so the more you make these
I'm
type of objects, the
researching.
less penalty
Are you
you'll have.
researching? What are you
In addition to that, you've only
Yeah.
recently learned
Yeah.
Time
Yith
Weave, or
language.
was it Weave Prime? So all of these things are adding. If you want
Recently
to,
being 2 weeks ago.
yeah. So a lot of this is new for you. You could burn will on your Weave Primes if you want to. The only thing is, you might not. It's from the end of the week, so you'd have to wait a week afterwards.
I'd recommend doing that before we go to the plateau of Leng. That's a good choice.
Okay.
Do you wanna
I'll
go
take
there
your
tonight?
recommendation
Yes.
into consideration.
Well, wait a minute. I need to wait until I hear his decision.
Otherwise,
I'll start the second watch
What are
then.
the options for getting
hope for phenomenal results.
otherwise, did you
We need
did
some
you burn the
means to bind
quintessence
a
for
soul to
the
a button or a silver coin.
the fold space effect to make it permanent? I believe
How much it was?
I've got that
There
spirit
was
catcher, remember?
something of
for that object, how much you
significant
made it by?
Yes,
I'd
this
probably
box
say-
made
All
of
the
technology.
buttons.
I opened it up. It's
There was so much
small.
useless scraps that were important to him. Like his
I'm
deep
gonna
one
say
outfit.
3 for this.
You should bind me.
If you made something larger, like
That
your,
would be hilarious.
if you made something larger, like your
or his blowgun.
sheet,
We
it
could
definitely
stuff
require
it
more,
with
but this
stuffing.
We
is
should bind him to one of
This
those
is just for this
jars loaded
object.
with neurotoxins.
So
Remember when you were in the museum, the tiger attacked
I'll
us? It
start
was
the
just a stuffed
second
tiger.
watch in
Remember
full
that?
space.
Yeah,
so
it
I
attacks
We
me.
take
don't
his
have the unfamiliar
deep
Binding.
one outfit,
Okay.
stuff it, and put him in it.
Rolls?
Do like
Yep.
infiltration
Which ones?
missions
Fold
with like hi
space?
guys.
fold space initially to set up the effect.
And he'll come. The cotton will come out.
Oh,
Do you have luck left?
cheap.
I haven't used it yet.
Was it in the burn locked?
It was me.
It was an 8.
Kids today, Hunter didn't have luck
Did a
when he
4.
first did magic.
Hold space. Hold
Exactly.
space by 10.
Hold space by 10.
Still don't
You
know.
definitely think that the effect should give you a bonus in completing enchantment. It's fairly stable. You have more time to work with it.
When you make
You ready for wins,
your
guys?
amulets, what do you have to do?
Oh, nope.
What kind of amulet?
Like your
So,
wards?
Weave prime by 4.
Like when you
Four?
make a ward of protection.
Do you think you're
or
making
unseen?
good progress on it? Depending if you can keep this
You
up.
can use anything. You can carve it, you can paint it, you can use chalk.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Straight
make
up.
amulets.
Straight
I went
up.
to that masterwork jeweler.
A little bit of a
There was a workshop
Detriment.
for this?
it's hit and miss. You think you might be able to
So
finish
all
this in
the
another
rolls-
day? We're at the end of the week,
Okay.
but you might be able to do this in 2 more days. You don't know.
Dusty,
Going for a day.
do you have any?
See what the PCs. Well, if you want to,
Do you have
it's
any
just
spells that are
if you
symbol
tell me
based?
you're working for another
Focus.
day,
14
then the PCs do something that day. Then you're just not going to be there
Symbol
for that day.
So
I'm
I'd roll
broken, but I'm ready for Teapot to just randomly
know
pop
that I
up.
had
Oh, you got
a
that list of spells.
success by 4.
Yeah.
I have
Darn,
a-
That's what I was going to grab.
And then he already knows on
Pass
his
by
side
3?
how
By
much
3?
I need to succeed by to map something.
I would say you missed some sleep this night, but you're
Basically-
able to complete it.
Most characters will have
Ultimately,
about
run
this
into
many
about
skills.
10 hours that night. You just barely
Character
managed to eat a
is
sandwich. You skipped a shower. And you're like, there we go.
This one that you gave me?
Okay.
3 pages.
The mechanism is in there. You haven't hooked it up at the moment. The only thing is, if you had like a good magnification device, it'd probably be a lot easier. It's just you're working now with a
Elder
steady
Signs.
steady hand in your eye on a
I'm
pocket-sized
27.
object. And in reality, it's probably getting big. So you're like,
Scientist.
am I hooking this up at all? Am I anywhere close? So it's like I'm using this tiny thread needle, and just let me. Did I get it? Shit! There we go.
Well,
This is what I made, or you chose the one
if I can find Riker.
No, that's the one Ian gave. So I
his
just
lieutenant, I
have
forget who that is.
James Eichholt. It's not his lieutenant. It's his head researcher.
I'll ask them if
Because
they
the
have
other
a-
list that I gave you, that also had it
They
from
can-
to
the.
qualify.
They can easily find you a
Master
piece of
Masters.
equipment that'll end up getting rid of the
Right,
vision
that one had the latest
penalty. The only thing
updates.
is your
I was
hand is still a little bit
fragile.
shaky, but a lot better than
My rock
prior.
guns I perfected, and I've given them to the other
And then
members. My
At
laser
the next
pistols,
morning, like
piece of junk.
after breakfast, I
I
will
love that.
like try to put it in the hour. or whatnot.
So you're in the first day into the next week. You guys can decide what you're doing.
We did our time.
Yep.
And now I get to go back and I can start my.
The electricity has been set up on the first of those kind of small modular units that are going to be producing vital essence. You have sometime within the next week after this a schedule with Dr. Gabriel Verus regarding the exact construction, like once it's all set up. So you can start setting up prior, or you can try to have him come in around this time
I'm
period.
going back home to do this. If you guys want to stay here, you can. I'd recommend not, but
I'll
I'm
go
trying
back.
to.
You got everything you want from here?
I'll just say yes.
Okay.
Regarding the item we have to bind Frank's soul to,
Do you need this so you can make that?
Frank
person-
said like a
I
medicine
think he
pouch
said
or
going
something he
contract.
had.
He had a medicine pouch for a very long time. That one was actually kind of funny because he kept putting things like fresh peanut, or not fresh peanuts, but like fresh herbs and like fresh strawberries, and he'd leave them in there for months. And he's like, "It's magical. I don't know what it does though."
Then you'd eat a strawberry.
Yeah, I don't need a strawberry. It's like, how long did he put those in there? He's like, a year and a half ago. They're like, is that possibly the magic? And he's like, I didn't think about that.
It's a magical moment with the light bulb went on his eyes. Bing!
Show.
So there is a medicine pouch that he has had for a very long time period.
He's had that blowgun since the day one, I know that.
Yep. That's also theoretically an object you could use.
I think the medicine pouch.
Yeah, I don't know, I really like that
so
blowgun.
fresh.
The deep one suit is the thing he's most proud of.
But he hasn't had
Oh
it the
my
longest.
gosh.
True.
The blowgun has really worked for him, though.
And he's had it the longest.
The medicine pouch.
I've loved the blowgun.
The violent thing or the wimpy thing?
It's not wimpy, it's actually pretty good.
The blowgun?
No,
It's not good.
The pouch.
The pouch is just a time distortion.
Not even
field.
really that violent.
Nope.
All right. Whatever you guys choose to do is fine with me.
Well, you're
He
the
clearly
charge
would go
professor.
for the
You're the one who
violent
knows how to
thing.
do these things, so...
He
Well,
seemed to
the
be the
thing
closest
is-
to you.
Once we get him bound to that object, we could possibly put him into something else. But
Like
that
a
I
golem
know,
or something.
yeah. But I know that he's attached to that medicine pouch. I think it's one of the only things he has that has magic. So he's had that for quite some time.
If it doesn't work, he always told me he wanted to be buried in the sea, in the Gulf Coast.
I told him that I had like we already
Sure
buried
wasn't the
him.
North Atlantic?
And
That was
his
the Gulf Coast.
gravestone has cherubs on it. He's like, what? He goes, but that's not my religion. And I'm like, and I have it engraved. He sleeps with the angels, and there's 2 cherubs.
He should have
And I'm like,
talked to us more instead of always running away from bad guys.
Maybe he was praying, he just didn't do it.
That is so funny. He should have talked to us more instead of running away.
So, what are the PCs deciding on what they want to do for the next week?
We're going to go back to the chantry, or...
You guys can go back to the chantry. I'm going to go back to my lab.
Are we breaking up again?
We're breaking up for at least a week, so I got to get these vats set up with the
Magic
protoplasm.
Are you going to see Gabriel Verus?
And every few,
He's coming to me.
the electricity
then I'll
is
go with you 'cause I need to talk to
the
you
electricity is
about
coming
setting up
online
that,
this week, and every few days another one of these
Check with
units
the
is going to go
chantry see what
online.
you can bind them to.
But frankly, as I had mentioned before, some of the, other than 2 of the individuals, these people are relatively new to.
Check with him.
Yep.
They're kind of interns for alchemy, so you don't want to go into full production right away. You probably want
Yep.
to test
We're
things
just
out, see
slow-
what happens.
We're slow rolling it. All the safety we can have, and
Just kick it down.
the deep ones come in and steal the magic.
Why is there such a big cloud over there?
Oh no, the elder.
Why am I blind now? I'm blind now.
So I'm guessing Verus isn't coming the first day then.
You had scheduled this time period. You didn't know when exactly it came up because it depended on the construction crew, and they gave you a rough outline of this is when it was happening. He
Yeah.
said he would try to make himself available. You don't know for certain if he'll be able to come the first day, but at least he's aware, and you probably
Yep.
should be able to do something within this week. Prior to that happening, was you guys get back to the vehicle and start preparations for Walter Riker to open up the gate. There does seem to be a hazy form above the vehicle. The cats have not liked Browning the whole time, but they definitely don't like whatever the hell's near the vehicle. And it seems to slowly kind of push air away from it and then materializes. It seems to be kind of grabbing onto the top of the vehicle. Otherwise, Browning tells you that it's Zykes, from what he understands, so nobody freak out. However,
Get
All
ready
of
to
you-
cut him in half, Browning. Just letting you know.
all of you will see roughly this this creature.
What's
it
the
seems
height?
to be the height is close to. It's crouching right now, but you would estimate it's probably 9 feet tall when it's fully elaborate. It has very good long arm reach.
Can you really
It's
have someone taller
currently
than you walking around?
it is covered from pretty much head to toe in what you would say. What languages do you guys know? Specifically,
Sanskrit.
supernatural languages.
I know ruins and Nordic.
Sanskrit, Egyptian hieroglyphics, Sumerian, Akkadian, Mayan, Celestial,
I don't know
Snake
demon, if
Man.
that's bad.
These look a little bit celestial, but they're not
Like
quite
perverted.
right.
I know Acreon.
Like
Yeah, they're-
backwards.
They're like backwards or something like that. And the runes are physically burnt into this creature, but he seems to be covered head to toe in them. You guys can give me symbol drawing. Or even thaumatology,
That's,
I would
that's
say.
a good life for a demon. Symbol drawing. Thaumatology works.
Yep.
More symbol drawing.
So I got it by 8.
Why the frack is Zykes having to jump a ride?
Because otherwise he has to walk home. I
There
did
you
it
go.
by 9.
Walk home through the Umbra?
Why are you asking Browning? He'll be the last to know. He's like,
Well, I'm not with you, but you think these are the thoughts.
You
I'd
would
be
see
having.
that Browning was a little bit surprised. It's like, hey, Zykes is
exactly. I let my statement stand.
Symbol thaumatology by 2 and symbol drawing by 10.
all right.
Thaumatology 9.
8 on thaumatology.
My bad. 11 with symbol
Between
drawing.
you guys, and you can converse. I would say, are you trying not to say anything in front of it, or are you trying to disseminate information, or what?
I'll talk in front of it.
Yeah,
Although
I'm ready to tell the
zap.
thing to get off the damn.
You can see that, what is it, the runes that are covering in it are pretty elaborate, and you can see various protective wards that are covering its body, and some that appear to be hiding it from supernatural and normal mundane sight. But it seems like there's a fair amount of intricate wards on this creature, and it might be able to... A fair amount of resources, from what you can determine, have been placed into this thing.
Yeah.
That's with thaumatology. With symbol drawing, you would say they look like they're burned in, but they could be actual pattern damage, meaning these wards don't go away until this creature is dead.
Okay.
And I suppose similarly, you would feel as though there's a fair amount of resources dumped in to supposedly this guy under Browning.
Yeah.
You can see that the creature is now pulling kind of something from behind it. Its hand does seem to smoke and kind of pop. It doesn't seem to be standard. It looks odd. You guys can hear kind of an audible hiss as it has a small, what appears to be leather sack.
So what's he doing now, Browning?
He'll ask, just in normal English. The creature says back, and you can give me a linguistics on Celestial. If you have Celestial, you can give me a linguistics.
They'll make your ears hurt.
Even with the pirate...
I did it by 6.
You can give me a default linguistics, but it's going to be pretty difficult given you don't have a source language.
Not even Acreon, right?
No.
Linguistics. I'll give it a shot.
Oh, you were trying to understand languages.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
That one.
Oh, I need to mark that down.
It's linguistics.
Yeah, I'm sure it won't come back to bite you.
It always comes back and bites me.
You're wearing a word pirate's eye patch, and you say
think
it's
I'll
just
get lines
linguistics.
Yeah.
Just on an ink.
What's that?
You don't have nice lines.
I did draft.
Okay.
I don't hardly ever print regular
Yeah.
on this kind of stuff. It's,
All right. So what you guys can tell,
I did
your
it by
linguistics,
6.
you get a basic gist. It's probably a little bit broken, and the interpretation from Ben is fairly close, but it does sound like Browning occasionally takes it in, interprets it, and then tells you what he's interpreted. And there's subtle nuances that are often lost.
Generally putting a favorable spin on things, I'm sure.
It doesn't seem like he's actively trying to do it. It seems as though he's just kind of a happy-go-lucky guy even before this. And it's just like, yeah, here you go, guys. This is the information. And there's certain things that you feel are kind of left out. What what he'll interpret when you get is that what the hell is it? How would I put it? That his mistress, Mrs. Urquhart, doesn't want you to feel as though what is it? She is. What is it? Doesn't want you to feel as though she is not wanting the same outcome that you are. She has no intentions of the dark gods and what have you coming back, the elder things. So she would like to offer an olive branch in the form of what is it? The object that he kind of slowly hands down. And Browning kind of runs up. And he's like, "Thanks, buddy." Runs back over.
there's no need for an olive branch. She was insinuating that we couldn't trust
This
you.
leather... you said a leather pouch or a leather backpack?
It's a leather pouch about yay big.
Oh my god. So I tell Browning that he should probably get off the bus and open that up. Why don't you step about 50 feet away?
We all kind of watch from the window. Keep an eye on the guy.
Are you watching from the window?
Right.
I'll go over there and open it up.
Browning, I suppose Browning will open it up the same time period, and when Browning opens it up, he seems to kind of look away from it and drops it on the ground and then kind of grabs himself a little bit, and he's like, are my eyebrows still here? What the hell was that? he felt something. It burned him, and he wasn't quite sure what it was, and he didn't like it. He doesn't know. It's weird.
Okay. Does the guy's hand still smoke that was holding this?
It seems to rapidly regenerate after he stopped touching whatever's in
Okay,
there.
so there's something holy in here. So I'll go over and I'll flip back the...
There's
I
still
pull out one of my pens and I flip the thing open and...
looking at him. I mean, he had it kind of open.
Yeah.
Inside, you can give me a naturalist.
This cost me $2.
Everything over 16 ounces will cost you $2.
Aren't these from Walmart?
I don't think I have naturalist. I don't have naturalist.
They go by the ounces here.
I don't have naturalist. Is there anything else I can
He
roll?
gave you a tracking.
Okay.
Did I get anything with my 11 on symbol drawing?
Simple drawing.
7.
You'd feel as though it has primal wards, it has spiritual wards, it has various wards detecting it from... This thing, if it doesn't want to be seen, would be incredibly difficult to track. But not only that, but there are wards here specifically in place under the assumption that it might get into combat, like severe, heavy combat at some point.
So it's got like every ward that we probably can conceive of.
You're not sure. You haven't seen its full body, but this thing, this is, I suppose, given the wards that are, it's very likely that this doesn't operate just as a forward observer.
I mean, it's not a private according to...
Damn it.
Browning, I'm shocked. You let
You
me
gotta
believe
say
that Captain Sykes is a private?
So what was your tracking line?
I made it by 7.
They seem to be thorns, you think maybe from a thorn branch.
Are these from the crown of the big guy?
Browning will, what is it? The creature seems to understand what you're saying, even though it's speaking in not your language. It seems to say something right away. He says, Mrs. Urquhart, what is it? He said from what he understands, they are bathed in the blood of a carpenter.
Yeah.
Jesus.
They should be able to deal with threats, and he says even conceivably him or Mrs. Urquhart.
And the more to you, I think you were going to be our holy roller.
Yeah, you really can't do it.
What are you talking about? I'm trying to sell my soul to a cat guy. She's not picking up right now. So.
Just be patient. Just be patient. It's getting there.
Got to leave a few voicemails on
All right.
messenger
I mean,
machine.
I suppose I could try to become... I'm not really exactly the turn the cheek other kind of guy.
You're really not. But really, neither am I. But you much less so.
Otherwise, what you can roughly interpret, what Browning also states, is like says that he will be able to communicate with Mrs. Urquhart if you need something from her. And Mrs. Urquhart believes that her timetables for things happening are starting to coalesce. Things are happening relatively soon.
So does she know... Does she have any definitive intel that she'd pass along as far as events happening or not happening?
She believes that something is coming, and she's gathering resources to deal with it.
Okay.
Otherwise, she believes that there's various fluctuations in China, and she believes that situation is not stable.
Okay. The thing that's arriving is the size of a small planet, and she's going to take care of the whole thing herself, or she's just...
He would say that Mrs. Urquhart is currently gathering materials and resources.
Is there
And she would like to contact you within the next 4 months or 4
Okay.
moon cycles.
So her intent is to be part of a larger group, not necessarily tackle it on her own.
He can't venture into what specifically her master plan is,
Okay.
other than she's gathering resources needed to thwart the old one.
I went to the
All right.
bathroom.
Yeah.
What?
I went to the bathroom. I went back to the box.
She only needs a circle of 18 teleporters.
You would have
Of
heard
course,
right when you
teleporters
came
don't get to know.
They're like batteries.
What happens after there's the ritual, but
We know what we do with batteries when they run out of juice.
don't worry, you're 17, I'm 18, so it's all good.
What
I
was
just
in the
found out,
box?
I found out the second theory of why she wants us.
The thorns from Christ's crown.
That sounds pretty...
You can't do that either. You're a magic practitioner. Sorry.
What are they?
So when they
Otherwise-
nailed Christ to the cross,
They put
because
a-
he was the king of the Jews, they put a thorn crown on him.
Yeah.
We got some of the thorns to the crown.
Right.
Yeah,
And
what do
his,
they do?
And his blood.
They're
They're holy relics.
holy relics.
They could potentially destroy powerful.
I show you them. Do they seem to hurt anybody here? Double checking.
No.
Well,
double
Browning
checking.
probably is like, "Ah!"
Browning picked it up initially, and it might have been smoking, but he grabbed it so quickly that he's like, yeah! And then opens it up, and he's like, drop it! And I was like,
Right. But the other guy's over there, and his hand's like,
it's, I suppose it would equate,
Here.
it would equate a little bit to, well, he still had the protective covering around it. And what is it? You would equate it to like somebody picked up a hot cookie pan. They're like, yeah, I can pick this up. Oh my god, what have I done? And then Browning just dropped it.
Right.
Oh, cool.
So it just took a moment for that to kick in.
Yeah. Had to have the synapses fire.
See you later, Dan.
Next Thursday. Hey, they don't
Nice seeing
open.
you.
They open here at 5.
Yeah, I got here early, so I was out in the parking lot. But we play Magic. What is it when we get here?
This is pretty much the earliest. John was supposed to meet up with you today and stuff.
He didn't make it. Did he give you a call or anything?
No, I just called him.
He's not making it?
No, he's something with the physical therapist.
Okay.
Alright.
Otherwise, Zyke seems to slowly phase from this realm. The weight on the
I
bus
gotta go
seems to
powder.
shift ever so slightly. I mean, you saw him standing there, but there doesn't appear to be any kind of change in the dust that was settling. You feel as though it's just... Yeah, if it wasn't trying to make its visual presence known, it doesn't leave any tracks behind. You imagine it could be tracked, it's just...
It'd be very, very hard.
There's direct opposition. Otherwise, Browning says he can still sense him in the area.
I'm sure you can.
Otherwise, you guys can continue to head back to the Riker compound.
Didn't the when we went to Swartelheim, that was to get the supposed cup, right, for the
The
chantry?
King's Cup.
The King's Cup, right?
They never detailed what it was specifically. They said they didn't know for certain, other than their initial team that they had sent in was very optimistic about certain
Okay.
properties it had. And the Dwarven outpost there did value it, but not necessarily for the reasons that, what the hell is it, the Chantry valued it. And it just, trade negotiations which went over a little poorly. They
Right.
hadn't had much contact with Swartelheim
I
since
was
the
just trying to
disconnect of the realms.
Yeah, I was just
And
trying
obviously
to remember the
the-
object.
Yep.
Get there now.
And the what have you? The dwarfs obviously have their own culture, and it was just kind of cultures batting head. The initial people were
Right.
somewhat optimistic. They're like, "Here, I'm going to pull change out of my pocket really quickly at you," and they're
Yeah.
like, "No."
Yeah, no, I remember that. It was the cup. I just wanted to confirm.
So how are these things going to help? Like, is Mormo going to come back and we got to fight him with this?
Mormo, from what you understand, has never left.
She's just contained.
The penumbra that she's in is kind of locked down somewhat. She could theoretically leave and go somewhere else within the Umbra, but it seems as though her army is standing on the other side waiting for something
Yeah.
to change what's happening here.
For a being that doesn't have a sense of time, it probably doesn't matter.
And the thing is, I mean, all of this hooked up. They're keeping her away with those Riker buttresses.
Right.
So, I mean, there could be,
She's confident they'll fail at some point in the future.
you know, it seems like her timetables don't necessarily care about this generation or maybe even the next. But then again, maybe something
I
happens.
didn't know
He's
that.
so problematic. I'm gonna wait
Does
70 years.
bees?
Yeah.
Um,
Who knows? The same thing could have happened in London, and they're like, "Oh, look, London's sinking." I wonder how those buttresses reactors are going
Are
to.
those-
The electrical cables are going to work
are those-
Is there
underwater.
anything that you need
are
to do
those
once we get back?
buttresses connected to the thing that Bee said he gets a little bit of power of?
They used to be connected to the
only
relay,
thing
and now
I'll
they
do
have
is
their own
basically
separate
try
power
to-
grid.
Okay.
Make my
So, like,
atonement
that's what
for
they're
my
waiting
other
for.
big cats.
When he takes his
Work-
2 hours
work
worth
in
of
the
time, and they're
sanctuary.
like, "Okay, attack it now."
I am. I'm working with cats.
I get the sanctuary close to me if we need to.
I understand that, but I killed 3 big cats as a hunter. I gotta figure that's some bad karma for me, so I'm making
They wouldn't
amends.
accepted you into the.
Well, I understand that, and I'm hoping the fact that I helped, flush out the Dreamlands counts for a little bit too.
I think just go to the sanctuary. Just go to my sanctuary.
All right. They don't need my help though. Your signatures, I'll set up and running.
But just little stuff. Just go in there,
Okay,
feed the cats.
I'll stop by.
Bring in some catnip.
No, bring the catnip.
Don't bring the catnip.
Oh yeah, the other catnip. Don't bring the pipe.
Pipe got smeared
Okay.
across the multiverse like thin marmalade.
Okay.
All right. I'm setting up takes of moss, lichen,
We're heading back
It's
to
a
the
type of algae.
algae.
And
You know that. I mean, it's kind of borderline ethical because you technically are capturing the life force of algae, but from a grand perspective, it's not huge.
The algae's like,
Yeah, really. But no, what is it? Initially setting things up, you can give me
You
a
didn't figure it out.
machinist role, a perception-based machinist.
Machinist. Perception.
When we get
should
back to
figure out what
the
our things do.
to Riker's compound, I give me a bag and be like, I'll be back in a couple days.
But I have to talk to
Machinist. I'm awesome at machining.
Gabriel Verus first
9.
to set up that
did by 9.
Your medicine pouch.
Had you already? I think you were talking about setting up supplies prior. I'm not sure if you had come across the negotiations with Atlas Industries with the Thaumium.
For the lids or for the bowls?
The sides, yeah.
I thought I'd done that stuff.
Okay. I can't remember if we did that or not. The
My intention, like
did I give you the prices for the units?
It was a lot, and basically I decided I wanted to do it right. I didn't want to do it.
So you have the materials in stock. The basic machining has been done on a lot of the stuff. Thaumium works just like iron. The only problem is, you can't use magical means to manipulate it. At least you have to... If you were to use magical means, you have to really hammer it home to get anything to stick.
The machinist roll that I just made was for SL tech level? Snake land, or what is that?
The machinist for this, that would be... You wouldn't be able to produce any machinist with that. Do you have machinist at a normal level, or otherwise you can default? That would be the one you want to use.
So then I did it by 10.
The machinist type of stuff that you'd be doing with SL would be... on the other side of psychoactive materials. The only thing you have right now that's even within that is rearranging the atoms in your ring. Is that type of machining.
Okay.
The systems you're setting up right now are just...
Gotcha. I'm just using regular machining, so I did it by even more, which is good.
You're on a metal lathe, and there's filings coming off.
Yeah.
Squirting oil.
Otherwise, within the first... you made it by what now?
10.
10? I would say within the first 3 days you can get up 4 within the first facility. There's more power going online. You're probably just going to spend the next day or 2 running water through it, testing, looking with your goggles, revealing for resonance issues and other things of that nature. But you can set up your meeting within the next 3 days by the time you finish up and start running water through the system with Gabriel Verus.
Okay.
Is there anyone else that wanted to work with B while she's doing this, or separately, or what have you?
I will
You're going to be working with B?
Gabriel Verus.
after the first day.
Okay.
Professor wants to do something with Gabriel Bruce with the...
When he shows.
All right.
But can I ask B to help me? After breakfast, my breakfast, not yours. I'll ask you to help me connect some parts in the watch and be like, I'm working on fold space. Thought you might like to see it. I borrowed a microscope. It'll take a half hour.
Can I give him a half hour, or am I pretty inclined to be like, no, I'm doing my project?
You have workaholic, so that limits your downtime unless it's other projects. So you can't be like, you want to go to a party, and you're like, no, I've got something to repair. I've got
I
something
guess
to clean,
then I'd be willing to help him.
what have you.
My breaks are working on other projects, so yes, I'll help
you. Can give me
I thought since Riker's making all these,
you can give me a
teleportation
dex-based
things,
machinist
fold
with
space
his.
is his next thing. So being able to work in folded spaces.
Dex-based machinist is what I heard.
Should I be doing it as well? Just Dex default.
You guys can help each other.
So I lost 6. Went up 13.
Cool. I had a 4. Or
Did it by 6.
Okay.
I think that is 4.
How much did you make
critical
it by
success. So I made it by 13.
By 13? Okay. Within the first day, you guys can easily set it up. He has condensed a kind of almost a ThomTech like device that's probably about, I'd want to say, 5 pounds into that of a watch. Without the gravity field on the other one, which I don't think the gravity ripple enchantment has been set up yet, the watch weighs like 5.5 pounds. So the weight is all there, it's just encapsulated into a tiny area. So he's made a tiny pocket inside of a watch that contains a much bigger unit, and this is a ThomTech device that when you end up flipping the lever in a correct position, it kind of locks into a rune-like structure, and it'll change the gravity fields around a person. The problem he was running into is he was trying to set this up by eye a while ago, so there's this object yay big that's condensed down to this size, and he's sitting there with the fucking tweezers and something like, all right, the knob connects. He just now got access to the equipment at your lab that allows him to do this, so he's doing this by eye before, like, fuck it, did I hook it? Shit. Did I click?
You should paint it on rice.
Look, I made a rice nesting doll.
Exactly.
So between the two of you, you're able to accomplish that within the day. It's fairly easy. You could work on the other one. You think you finished the enchantment on that, didn't you?
I've had both enchantments, and now they're both assembled.
Yep. Yeah, I would say that you guys can assemble the two.
No,
the only thing
the
would be
first one was assembled during the week before I even started enchanting the second one.
okay.
So
So there's assembly on this one as well. Then I would say that you could accomplish that again within the day, and then manage to get everything hooked up. The only thing is there's still like 6 pounds until the gravity field is set up.
It's a 6-pound anti-gravity device. I
Well,
like
when it gets set up, theoretically, it
gets
just
set
weighs
up,
the same amount as a
it's-
watch.
yeah.
it's more designed to be a free fall flying device.
All right.
But you have to.
Well, mind you, the weight is only
skills.
because you don't have any gravity manipulation.
You know, all
power.
kinds of skills like
Ultimately,
Ultimately, I'm
aerofoil
assuming it
and
cancels out its
Yeah.
own weight.
aerobatics and
Otherwise, you're
I'm
just
still
kind of
impressed. I'm like, you did this? You just see, I do say it condescendingly. I'm like, seriously, this is impressive.
Otherwise, you had 2 days prior, or probably 3 days prior to this. You had 2 more days prior to this if you wanted to try something small.
Define small for me.
If there's anything you want to accomplish, that's probably not enchanting or learning some new spell.
I tell you to look at these things and figure out what they are. I got 3 items here. Some kind of hookah, high-tech hookah. I got a small combustible engine, and I have a fist-sized object. You want to?
Where'd you get these?
They came across my desk.
A fist-sized object.
Yeah, I pull it out. It's like,
It's a strange box. It almost looks like a curled-in knuckle. There's no buttons that you can determine. On the other 2 devices, there are buttons and nodules. This is kind of the first object you come across that does look weird. It doesn't
From the
look.
Yith site?
This doesn't look like the other Yith items.
I didn't find them. They could be from the other side. I honestly don't know, and I think they gather things through time.
Guessing jab.
They're on my desk.
Number 1 source of equipment.
Yeah, but then they would be in Jep's personal effects.
He's been being more free with his equipment.
He's always free with his equipment. What are you talking about?
Yep. So
So do you want to investigate these things? Which one do you want to
Sure.
try to tackle?
them all. I'm just
I
gonna
hand them over to you. I do want them back, though.
You can give me a perception-based hypertech or an IQ roll.
They're hypertech.
Do you hand them back to me?
I mean, right away you'll throw up a primal flare and you're like, these aren't fucking magic. I don't know. Like,
That's why he has to try them.
well, we
How
want you
did
to
you
do,
make the watch, I ask you?
as I mentioned, this is a piece of thom tech. He looks like he's cobbled together. So this is a mechanical machinist tool that makes a symbol. So it's magic with a mechanical background.
Wah, wah.
Wah, wah, wah. So we both have severe disappointment in each other.
Once you realize you can't replicate his watch.
Yep. Oh, that's funny. All right, I take the objects back. I really don't have anything
I will
else to share with you.
default from perception.
James Eichholt.
You don't want to do that. This
James
stuff like
Eichholt.
this will get you killed.
You do know that James Eichholt in the
Perception roll.
you do know that James Eichholt in the past does stuff like that. He coordinates the efforts of the team.
Oh.
So you do have 34 people that are unfortunately more qualified than. I shouldn't say unfortunately.
I
These
put 'em
people
on there.
are.
Are you willing to work in a team, or do you like
On
teams
what?
of one?
On what? 1. That's what I'm
There's no I in team,
Yep.
but there's me
On what?
on these Thomtech objects.
You're not Tom Tech.
I know, but he has a perception, right? He has dice and he has luck. You want to work on part of a team to figure out what they are?
Sure, for 2 days.
Sounds good.
Okay. James Eichholt will ask if there's any preference in the order in which they're kind of set up. Otherwise, he'll try to go one at a time. And
We'll start with the combustible engine,
okay.
and then the high-tech hookah, and then the fist-sized object last.
Within the first 2 days, I'm going to steal some dice here.
During the morning of the second day, I'm gonna, like, when I'm alone in a room, be like, Teapot, take the lightning bolt now. This is your chance.
You'll find out later in the week. It takes them about 4 days to take a look at that combustion engine. Ultimately, it does seem to have a similar type power source as the device that you have, and they weren't able to change too much of the settings on it. From what they could tell, it creates a 16 cube foot force field, and they believe it's modulated, or you can modulate it. But it is some sort of force field generator, a portable force field generator.
Which item is that? The hookah?
The combustion engine. That's
combustion
the first one you wanted them to look at?
Yep.
They're still working on the others.
Crypto makes you fly.
They don't know how initially to
Ow, what is
recharge
a
it,
hookah?
but James Eichholt feels he
One
might
of,
be
like,
able to
those,
charge this with dark fluid.
Like bong type
The
things for
engine.
Smoking,
The
like,
engine, yeah.
Oh,
flavored
okay,
tobaccos.
gotcha. The Middle Eastern one, right?
Yeah.
He says he's not quite sure how it'll take him time to go through the settings completely. Right now, he'll tell you from anywhere from 16 to 32 foot cube.
Cube, not
So how long have you
sphere.
had that sitting on your shelf
Isn't there a
that you haven't
significance in that? It being a cube,
Me
not a
just got it.
sphere?
Out there.
He says he doesn't know. I mean, he
Literally, was on
only
my
has
desk.
determined the properties of what it appears to do.
How big is this small combustion engine?
I'd probably say it's the size of a traveling backpack. It probably weighs about 25
It
pounds.
would probably fit beautifully in the back of a power armor suit.
Or you can actually put it in the trunk of a car and they'll go smashing Kool-Aid style through things.
I like that too. The boss.
Kool-Aid
Somebody broke through these walls in cube sections. It's the strangest thing I've ever seen.
And then it'll fly.
Cooper gets blamed for this.
All right. Otherwise, you guys can. What is it? You will meet up with Dr. Varus on the third day as you're setting up the. What is it? Your machine chopping into position.
Yep.
He'll spend some time initially kind of setting up with you the objects that you're looking at. You will find out that his residences don't show up or anything. He must have some sort of means to cloak
Hide it.
himself from that. It's very blurred. It doesn't appear as though it's untraceable. It's just it's smeared. It's like so much Vaseline and it's dulled out. So you wouldn't notice that he doesn't have one. But if you get within 5 feet of him, you know it's not right. I mean,
Right.
there's nothing. You're like,
Ask
oh, yeah.
him how he does that.
He'll tell you that he has a
Magic.
type of crawling sigil. Let me pull up that spell list. He's a type of crawling sigil that handles that.
Oh.
He said he permanently had enchanted the tattoo on his person. He says it's more common to find that in the order than not, because having an abnormally large glow about you can indicate what magical objects to target on your person, knowing that you're not a standard person, and otherwise be more noticeable to any number of supernatural creatures. So it's fairly unusual that somebody wouldn't.
How much does it cost to have that installed?
The enchantment?
And how long does it take? When they were doing it on a regular basis.
He'd say equivalent to himself. He'd probably say somewhere around. He wouldn't give you a cash value. He'd probably say somewhere around 16 quintessence.
It's a pretty expensive item.
Pretty powerful.
For the what he has currently on himself. It doesn't inhibit his magical abilities, but there's lesser versions that could be made.
But they would inhibit your magical abilities.
He could make them so they wouldn't inhibit, but if you tried magic, you would obviously show up. He can go full out and nothing shows
So
up.
you could be blasting the sun and they wouldn't really know.
He'll show you that until about 2 feet out from his person, you never see anything. And I think somebody had saw that prior. I
you're
think it
right.
was you. It seemed as though ribbons came out from his person and attacked and killed one of those purebloods, but you couldn't see anything come from himself.
That's awesome. I'll let you guys know, my magic using friend.
Question.
Lots of stuff I
If
need.
there were a
Should
primordial
have.
to be attacking you, could
16
it fit within that
quintessence
bubble
is
and no one could see it?
I keep getting told I'm going to come.
He says that, yeah,
Lucky to
it
be
could.
alive.
How can you not have your own staff?
Exactly.
I'll ask him if
How about if I just
you
portion
know.
it right off
I
your shoulders?
recently traded
Could
for
be a smart
an
ass.
elder tree sapling.
I'm gonna try to see
Do
if
you
I can
know
enchant my staff.
anything about them?
Shit. What are you going to put into it?
He does.
Fire
I mean,
What's that?
there are
Fire
certain
farm, the fire farm.
alchemical compounds that
Because
could
they're all
be
symbol
made from their
based.
sap and tree. It was
So
in
you
sap
already get a
bark
plus
and
one with it, so I
the nuts
figure-
themselves. Other
Then I'm
than
gonna
it
try
is
to
difficult to
primal
grow
infuse
here in this
quintessence
realm,
into my staff.
but their
Okay.
upper growth is not.
And it's
There's no
like the
limiting
steady supply
factor.
of quintessence right
Could
there.
it be grown on an
So I'm
earth
trying to
node?
find a
He says
source
you
of
probably want
quintessence and then
demands.
just pump it from
Otherwise,
that,
you'd need vital essence to
store it in the
continue to
staff, and
fuel
be
it.
like,
What's the demands?
He'll tell you that it
quintessence
demands
on staff.
Yeah.
is
I have to say that when I first started,
a
when they first gave me the staff here, I thought, really?
place
you gotta
in
be kidding me,
which
but now that I've been
certain
carrying
magical
around, it's
individuals
pretty
will
handy.
create a realm
You
between
see, I walked around
realms.
with like a little
It
black
makes it
staff.
what he'll equate to is an area in which the weave is much stronger
this.
than
Put a
normal
mechanical
and
hand on it.
Yeah.
is in alignment with your own.
I do tend to use it on
workings.
Browning when I'm
Meaning that his demands is easier for his type of magic, and it might be more difficult for other people.
So if it were placed near a node, it'd have a supply of quintessence in each.
Who's in the bathroom is the toilet paper holder.
How fast do they grow? Do you know?
He says it depends on
That's
the
how
power
I
of
chant
the
mine. I bring my own.
node.
There's the roll.
Always
Are we
full.
talking?
Always
If it's
full,
pumping
exactly.
3
Triple
quintessence
ply,
in a
not double,
day,
not single,
is it
triple.
gigantic in a week or?
He says that it'd probably be
I
the
just
size
did.
of
What
a
do you mean?
normal
I
tree within the
teleported that
first
out
3
of my
weeks,
system.
and then they would taper off and probably
But you'll have
every
stress tonight when you put your head
6
on the
months or
pillow.
so
Where
would
did you shoot at?
double
Cold
in
space.
size. It would continue to.
Could you harvest the
Random shit just falling
like
all over the
branches
place.
from it without killing it?
Guys, I
He
woke up
says,
this
yeah,
morning, there was shit
provided
all
it was
over my
supplied
window.
quintessence, the tree would
you have
continue to
teaching?
grow.
Do
He
those,
said that you'd be hard
I
pressed
think
to
you go
kill
somewhere to
it.
teach.
do people?
No, I
trade
was going
for
to try to
those,
pick up out of
or-
hypnotism.
He
Like
said there's certain
hypnosis?
compounds.
Hypnosis.
He has collected them before
That's a good one,
himself
yeah, it's my
in
favorite.
the
Is it
wilds,
wheel-based?
but they're worthwhile.
Like you.
What are the compounds used for?
It's not actually. It's
He'll tell you that there's a strong natural resonance to
I
the
think I
tree
got 4
itself,
points
and
into it, and I'm
even an internal resonance.
pretty good.
So they're fairly common, and what he'll equate to things like youth potions and
I recommend it.
health.
There's actually a couple spells that I recommend.
Anything dealing with
Mind
aging,
barrier.
nature, biology.
That also boosts your will.
Does?
It's a spell.
So setting up the tanks, right?
Yep.
You guys managed to set up the 4 inside the
And
compound.
then if you really want to
You'll end
lock
up
your
seeing-
you really want to lock your guardian of the mind.
You guys can give me a alchemy. That's going to be a perception-based alchemy.
If you want.
Perception based.
I'm locking.
Love it.
You guys had already made your IQ for development. Now you're putting together.
Mr.
And,
Jeff, or B, you see that I'm looking like, got this, and you don't feel the need to block it.
No, I got Cthulhu symbols face up. So yes, I do. I'm not going to start my.
like, I got this section.
I'm not
How's that
gonna
section over
start
there
my
be? Great!
Pass by 9.
That's my next. Okay.
I did it by 6.
Depending on how long they work on their project or with Bruce, we should split it up.
He did by 8. I did by 6.
Spend some time at the
After me.
sanctuary for you. Let them know you.
Did it by 9.
Work with
For the
them.
most part, the system comes
You
fairly
keep forcing
together.
me through your cat approach. It doesn't
you'll
strike
need-
me as very cat-like. I'm going to go my own way.
You'll need to take what the hell is it? Half of the growth from the prior algae tanks to fill these, so you'll not get any growth from them for the next week. But then these will start to produce
But
after
if
that
you
time
want,
period.
we could go to
Um,
the Dreamlands.
Gabriel Bruce does
Gives us extra
have
time.
quite an extensive knowledge of alchemy.
Yeah.
It's clear that he does have. It's clear where the initial systems came from. The only concern he ever had was making too much at any time period.
He's
So-
looking at me like.
Plus,
He was worried that he just didn't want to expend the resources in protecting some sort of vast system like this. But it's clear that he had designs already kind of in his head. And you can see that, as he moves through the lab, there are strange ribbon-like cables that come off of him and go down pipes and start to kind of move around throughout all of your filter systems and penetrate other filters. And he's able to, identify weak spots in the material itself regarding resonances and other issues you might come across. But otherwise, the system seems to come up fairly cleanly, other than what I had mentioned before, is you need the output of 4 other tanks to fill these, and then they'll start producing after a week.
Can I ask him if his crawling sigil he has on his person, could that be put on like a little orb or some sort of artifact, and if we stuck that in the rooms with these, would
so
that,
get an air freshener.
could they be made to mask like this
I haven't
facility?
seen it shoot
It has.
He would say
Oh,
part of
yes.
the problem is
very
wherever
fruity.
you store the stuff.
It's not because I'm ripping ass.
You
it
could
smells like
mask
cherries.
these individual
Because of
facilities,
that
but if
thing.
you started to
did
stockpile
wonder
him,
where that smells
eventually
from.
the ward would seep through.
But now that you've pointed it out,
So a ward could be made up to a certain point.
Yep. He
I
says
do
you
like
can
the fan.
you can continue to
I
invest
think it's-
more energy if you have the
I like
skill
it
to
more.
do so into a ward that could
I mean,
shield this
it's
from
not that far
sight.
away
But if
from
you're
you,
collecting the amount that you're
but
theoretically
for
talking
space.
about collecting, then
Is it a little
the
further
ward's
here
not
than
going to
it is
do
the
it.
other
Something's
spot?
going to be able to
What's
detect
wrong?
the quantity that you
My
have
mom's
here.
basement.
Well, we're making a
Your
ton of
mom's basement.
quintessence. Can we just pump more
'Cause
quintessence
what are we
into the
from?
ward to make it stronger?
Potentially,
outpost.
but
6 minutes.
6 miles.
you'll have to
6
deal with the
miles.
consequences of the
roughly.
weave
So
changing. So there's
In
other
addition, I'm tacking
there's
off
other
6 minutes.
indicators now that there's something unusual in the area.
well, if it's like this every night,
What
this
about
place is
having
sweet.
multiple
How was
weaker
it for you to get here
like
during rush?
artifacts to protect
Everything was
it?
gonna be
Would
fine
that
until
have
just
any beneficial
the pod.
effect?
half mile before I get home.
Or
I
would
hear my
that be
daughter
more
just like,
breaking of the
Dad?
weave?
All of
And
those
then-
could happen, but you're not only worried about primal flares at that point. When you have so
basically,
much
back to
primal
just
energy in
a
an
handful of
area,
vomit,
it
and I'm
bends the weave and
take
kind
the
of
blanket and sort of
changes
splat,
it.
And she's like,
those
"No,"
can
and
be
I'm like, just
detected
let go
and
of
they're
the
very
blanket, just let go
hard
of the
to
blanket.
fake. So
Oh,
there's a
that
lot.
sucks.
There's a lot of things you
So-
can do to hide and mask
She
the
was okay,
presence.
but
At a
when she's
certain
like-
point,
So my son's
So
there,
how
and he's
much
like,
could we store in
"What's
one
that
area?
smell?
with-
Why does it
if
smell
we
so
made
bad?"
Some sort of artifact or,
and then Kate's like, "I'm puking."
And this is in your
it
truck?
depends. He could construct one that
She just get
theoretically
motion
could
sickness?
stop in upwards of
No,
maybe
she hasn't been feeling
60?
well last few days, and then on
Hear that?
Monday my son
No.
threw up.
he could construct an
So, like,
artifact
there might be a
which
little bump
could,
going through the
you know,
My kids
if
got-
you stored 60 of them in
We're
one
believing
place,
a handful
it'd
in the
lock
mouth.
that out. But
But he says part of the problem is
What's that?
even though if you could construct a ward to
Mine just
protect
got over, I
the
think, what
primal
was
energy
handfoot
from
in the mouth.
leaking, when
Oh,
you have a
okay.
concentrated amount in a
Arlo
region,
got
it
it
bends
bad.
the underlying
Cam
weave.
just got
So,
it.
like,
So
both ends?
he says you'd mask it from long range detection
Arlo got, like,
because
open
but
sores.
you'd still be
Oh,
the
no,
point of
really?
you're hiding a larger and
Like, you
larger
wouldn't eat for, like, 2
supply
days.
cache.
Oh, jeez.
There's other
Because he had
ways
it
of
in his
detecting
Oh,
these
right.
changes, and the area would start to act like a node, which he says that magical things could start to happen here, even if they're all sealed away.
Right. But we help a little bit, right?
He says all of those things. He's talking about hiding the presence completely, but what he's equating to is there's things that you could do to minimize the impact and shield this place from detection, but it depends on how much you're storing here, because at a certain point the wards are going to bleed through. There's going to be things that can detect here, and there's going to be other things that indicate that it's here.
so it's like
Ideally, we should be shipping them out as fast as we make them. That help, right? Rather than
Yeah,
storing them on
potentially.
site.
But I mean, if you store 30 in a thing that can protect 60, I feel like
But still, the underlying
that would be
weave.
pretty hard to.
I would like to know more about how we could do this and how I can purchase it or make it happen.
Right. He'll go through the different types of wards that could better protect these systems in the areas and the surrounding area, and pick up what he would even say crawling sigils that change color depending on resonance changes, and a host of alchemical and mystical things that are somewhat invaluable. When you're, I suppose, from your understanding, you kind of get a feeling that you might want someone equivalent to him running this operation, because the things that you're talking about, he says that he has some, a lot of times he has an answer for your question, but you're realizing that you don't have a guy on staff that can do any of this.
All right.
So it's like, we've hooked up 300 computers. We don't have an IT guy as of yet, but
But I'm sure the computers won't crash.
yeah.
All right, Mr. Varus. I'm in the business of making quintessence.
should ask him if he knows anyone first, or
From,
Who would you recommend coming
Ron doesn't
in
know this.
doesn't know
and
what-
taking a position
Making
here,
nothing?
He just knows
being
how to
paid
make it,
some
he doesn't know how to hide it.
quintessence?
Did you ask him?
He'll recommend. He will frankly ask you flat out if you're talking about assistants or if you're talking about a manager here.
Manager,
He doesn't know anyone specifically that would be.
assistant.
He'll give you a list of 5 names of the facility at the Ordo Hermes. He's not sure, depending on what they may be working for the order right now, so they may or may not be available.
I have arrangements with the Ordo Hermes? No.
Yeah, you already got people hired
Yep.
from there.
I have people hired from the Ordo Hermes, but what I really need is somebody. I'm trying to add to the war effort, I tell him. I'm not trying to make money at this point.
He says that's not the issue. It's just what you're talking about is a.
He looks at all your corn dollars.
You need someone that's an expert of not only the kind of the small hypertech that you have here, alchemy, and then a very good understanding of thaumatology,
Just thaumatology, right?
then alchemy, and then machinist. So you're making a.
I can do all that, I say. I'm me. I can hire me. But I didn't know anything about this other stuff.
You can't do wards.
You don't know
Magic.
anything about the wards he's talking about, the resonance
no.
wards. You might be able to create something with Thomtech. You think you might be able to handle this. The only problem is it's now becoming a full-time job for you.
Son of a...
You can.
Hey, B, I'm here to get my quintessence.
Looks like Jack's coming out of retirement, people.
I got this guy, and for 16 quintessence, he can make me invisible magical protections. Give just give me a little?
Just hit me up a little more.
It's a steal at 16.
I'm glad they paid Tuesday for 16 quintessence today.
It's a steal. I heard the professor wants it now too, so I might need 32.
We're going to line up the whole team.
We're getting the band back together.
We're hiding it.
We're getting the band back together.
FYI, we don't have that much. I have a total
We know.
of
It's coming online, man.
29.
The funny thing is, I told Steve, you should do this. And getting started, and suddenly
Does the
now
staff
he's going to
help with
retire his
sigil
character just to run it.
Does the staff help with sigil drawing?
And my ulterior motive was that I did want to be able to come and kind of skim off the
No,
top.
it does not. But you can draw it at far distance.
I need to. I'm part
All
of the
right.
team.
I'm locked and loaded. I'm going to have to spend some more time here and get this project running and find somebody to replace me. And I'm working on...
What's the name? What names did he give you on the list?
Yep. I call them the 6 names, ask them, tell them they've been referred to me. If they have any interest in working on a project for the war effort.
There are 2 more names that you can get a hold of. If it's going to be donated to the war effort, they can move some things around. They've been working on similar kind of projects. You would equate that they're pretty good. They're probably a bit better than yourself for the tasks that are being sent here, but they don't have the background that Varus does. So there'd still be some leeway with them.
Sounds like a person on the precipice for advancement.
Yep. And they'll have me to guide them, and Varus, as long as they get here while Varus is still here. So I pull them in.
One of them will take a week. The other one can be here in 2 days.
You should probably
I
just
hire
get
the
both
Turk.
of them. You should probably
not the
just
Turk.
get both of them since they're both assistant
I just
level.
wanted to see if I got a reaction.
Bring in the Turk.
Dirty Turk?
The dirty Turk.
What do you need to bring
You
a
should
dirty Turk?
probably just...
He's the only one that's available right now.
He barely knows how to make that doodad work. Because it predicts
No,
the
this guy's
downfall
a
of the future.
Turkish guy that he's willing to work on my project.
Oh my gosh. Any
So-
devil worshiper come walking through the door?
He's Iranian.
Like I said, any devil worshiper walking through the door?
You should probably
Sign up.
hire both assistants, have one be in charge of production and the other in charge of storage and protection.
Oh. That way I can double my...
Payroll.
Yeah.
No. I wish I would have.
If only your broken elbows went to stolen your cat-like reflexes.
Bruce is all done
That's
with
what the
this
fly
stuff.
saw.
Can I talk to him later?
Except slowed down about 100
Yep.
times.
I'm looking something up really quick and then I'll...
Yeah.
But, I mean, would be important to have someone to protect it, and you don't want him protecting it so much that it falls apart.
Right.
You'll have to pay him more, but honestly...
I thought I
Isn't
had a
that a
team
good
of
place to
experts,
put it?
but basically my team of experts is...
They turned into a bunch of
Your team of experts is good at producing,
assembly line
not
floor
protecting.
managers.
Yeah,
Not even
you're
that.
right. You're right. They're like
Schlubs.
blue-collar alchemy workers.
Yeah. I take my cane, I point one, so excuse me. I walk past him.
Is he behind the desk?
just a second. I'm trying to find references.
Are you making cookies over there?
No, now she's doing something else. What are you doing now? Are you
I'm just
updating your
reading.
Wikipedia entries?
No, I put false Wikipedia entries.
Exactly. You're like, this is how a neurosurgeon
It'd be kind of
works.
fun to just create things that don't exist.
Once a week, we should just be like, okay, what did you contribute to Wikipedia?
Exactly.
Like blue outlet. You just start typing about blue outlets
Right.
and all that.
No, my first post is
So-
going to be on transparent
Some of the-
aluminum.
Some of the crawling sigils that Varus might recommend, and he'll try to send you equivalents. He doesn't know if the order has specifically what you might want. But he mentions Fade, Sigil Dynamo, Flux Storage,
We have one.
Fade.
Sigil Dynamo,
Yeah.
Flux Storage,
Yep.
I wonder if Varus would do a 2 for 20 deal for the tats.
Flux Infusion,
For the what?
Tats.
2 for 20. Instead of 1
He
for
doesn't actually
16.
put them on, boys, so.
Flux Sight,
Okay.
He'll also recommend that you might want one or two fetishes or constructs here, just in the case of some sort of environment that happens here that you don't want a living person to go into. So he'd recommend spirit shell and spark, life spark, I'm going to say.
And those... What does Spirit Shell Life Spark do?
Spirit shell, you can create some sort of construct or form
Okay.
in which to house a spirit.
Hey, I need one of those. You don't happen to have one laying around at home, do you? I got a friend that's dead. He needs a new body.
He says this.
He's
he
temporarily
heard-
body impaired.
He said he had heard a little bit. He had talked prior to.
You know
Joel's
Frank, right?
He does Frank.
We're
He had
planning
been,
to
he'd been
rescue him.
teaching him certain things while he'd been volunteering at the Blue Clinic, and he says that there could be he could easily find a way to bind a spirit to an object. For that case, he wouldn't mind working on something to help you. It says if you had something of his person, it would be a lot more effective. But
We do. We have a blowgun. No, I would say we have a
Medicine bag.
deep one uniform, deep one skin, a blowgun, or a medicine bag, whatever you think would work best.
Probably the blowgun.
I think he was proudest, honestly, of his deep one thing. He
It's,
wore it
it's,
to
it's not
But his
what
medicine bag
dress
is who he
updates.
was.
it's not what
The
he's
deep
most proud
one
of, it's
thing
what
has a
he's gonna
separate
think
soul
is.
in it.
Yeah, but the medicine bag is who he was. He was a doctor.
Yep.
So that probably has more resonance with it than
You remember
anything
he had a
else
free
has.
clinic
Yeah. He
that
did.
no one knew about. He's doing all these
Yeah,
great
and I
It's because
was-
he's too busy running away. And never had time to talk to the guy.
also, he would tell you dimensional conduit and dimensional channel could allow would allow travel to the near Umbra, of course, to collect spirits that might be conducive to your efforts.
Experiments.
I'm just imagining.
Way to go,
I'm a
Dr.
doctor.
Dr.
Truth grenade. Bam.
Dimensional conduit and dimensional. What was the other one?
Channeling.
But that's not for my home here.
He said that this area would be quite difficult to do that, but it would allow travel too.
Are you talking about for rescuing Frank?
Yes.
To get him a body?
Yes.
We need those?
You're
Okay.
onto
No,
something
he was
too.
talking about. He's still talking initially about your facility if you're trying to bind a spirit,
Okay.
but those can be used to potentially bind Frank as a dimensional channel and conduit and spirit shell.
Could he ever just get his old body back somehow? Like, could it be recreated and grown in mud or something? I don't know.
He says
Somehow
it is
organically
possible. He does know ways that the body could be regrown. He says that wouldn't probably be the difficult part. It'd be getting his soul back.
Yeah, that's their.
He had mentioned prior, he says it does sound a bit morbid, a few months ago to the professor that Frock's body could be reanimated, allowing him to assist in the task. It wouldn't be the real Frank. He would equate it to... have you ever seen the movie Dead Heat? It would have all of Frank's memories, and it would act like Frank, walk like Frank, but essentially it's a walking corpse.
Okay.
But they rot in dead heat.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Frank's been in the ground for a couple months.
Yep.
It's not pretty right now.
The professor would love to look at him.
Otherwise, he tells you a lot of other things about
Not
the
even if
the
I
works of it,
didn't
and I suppose you
have
definitely get a feeling that he has probably a
Erotic
much
Frank.
greater grasp than anyone else regarding these, like what you're trying to do here.
Would you be interested in going to the plane of Leng with us?
No.
You can't pay me enough quintessence.
He said that if you have some sort of plan, he would take a look at it.
We've been there once before and escaped.
That's our plan.
He says
Okay, I'll say that right up front.
he believes that you went to a empty, desolate
Yeah.
Carcosa.
Oh.
He doesn't imagine it looks like the same thing anymore.
I tell him, to be honest, all that stuff was ripped from my mind because I knew it was best not to know. But my friends can tell you all about it. Any one of them.
He says that
That makes me want to go even more.
if he could take a look at, or at least talk to you about your plan in the future,
Okay.
he'd be definitely
I'll be
willing
like,
to
here's a
accompany you.
check-written copy of our plan.
We
Saw
do
that
have a
email,
copy.
right?
Yeah, well, I didn't see.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Maybe subject to
So otherwise, there's a lot. There's definitely a lot on the plate for whoever ends up getting tasked with setting up the system, but it sounds like it could become extremely efficient, and it's just there's so much heavy lifting here.
I've got to
Is
do it.
Jack strong?
You know, I hired the guy, and I haven't seen him for weeks. I tell you.
I know. I would expect him back from the West Coast by now.
I don't run 2 characters at once.
I paid him in good gold bullion, and he isn't here yet.
You know what? I have to pay him in silver every week. He doesn't take script. That's what he calls it.
Yeah, I need to do it anymore.
Doesn't like the folding money.
He's brought me around to his point of view. Thinking of doing away with my pockets too. Maybe get some kind of roll like jump over there.
You're right. You should just
So
convert
much
all your
easier.
money
Let the
to
boys
pennies.
All right, I stick around, and
Once you go loose,
I'm trying to hire someone to take my place, but I work full-time at my facility to get these damn tanks up and running, and training my alchemist, junior and senior, and using Bruce's help, and cascading their starts, and I'm willing to let a month roll by or whatever it takes. That's where I'm at.
All right. So next week for other people. Excuse me if that took a while.
No.
Gabriel
Oh,
wrote
he
us
did just
on
say
it.
the
Oh, yeah.
month, so it's going to happen.
How we can set this up preemptively so that we're like, okay, we want to do it now. We already got the stuff.
He could create a spirit shell for Franck Liberté, using some object that's closely aligned with him. Then from there you would have to coax the spirit into, or rip it from wherever. He's most likely bound to Carcosa itself.
How can
He doesn't
we
know how
coax
deeply
it?
they're...
And no, it can't be gumbo. This doesn't work like that. I remember you guys were saying like,
We can't
Put
bind
some
them to
gumbo
He
gumbo.
says
out
symbolism
there.
is important.
Coax
Somebody
them
that he
to
may
gumbo.
know or care about, or things of that nature could be used to bring him forth. And then, of course, mystical help.
what kind of mystical help?
He had mentioned things before. I mean, ways of trapping spirits, or
He's offered to go with us, so if he went with us, he'd be the expert.
he would need to see a plan first.
Yeah. We find the plan always comes together best when we're like they're
We've
doing
already
it. And
escaped
there's like a
once
big
before.
gun to our head.
Big gun to our head. And the clock's winding down. There's
That-
8 seconds.
That's
7,
when you think's the
6.
clearest.
And the gun's
If
loaded
we
with primal
coax
blast.
him and get him, how do we get him into a body? I don't want to do any sort of like
He says that if you could
body
get,
stuff.
he could easily manufacture a body or something equivalent. The hard part would be retrieving it from Carcosa if that's where the spirit still resides.
Uh-oh, there's new
Okay,
F.
then I give him the medicine pouch.
Probably within the next day, he can get you back the spirit shell.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know like what to tell him about like how we get in there because there's still like investigating and stuff.
Just take him to the chalkboard. There's a big circle. Done. I dare you to pop a hole in that hole. Poke a hole in that.
Were you
plan.
here for the initial? What is it? The initial alchemy setup?
Yes.
More tanks equals win.
Exactly.
Get on that.
Exactly. That's about what we got going for Carcosa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you wanted to do for the remainder of the week?
I don't know. What can I do?
Will you give me the package when we get back
Does
to
anyone need any
Champion?
help?
What package?
Can I?
What package?
Oh, he wanted to
What
go
with
to
the carpenter?
Chantry to
Yep.
check out those items. I'll go there and I'll visit Althea and see what's
Okay.
going on with her.
Can you list off the items?
It was that amulet he gave me, and then the serpent botkin tip.
The amulet will give you a +2. Actually, I think a +2 deflection bonus for any dodge or defense requiring against a metal object or ferrous materials. I would say any metal object. Then was the next item,
the Bakken tip.
the Bobkin tip. It is a bane of serpents, so it theoretically could work on serpent people, and it would do an additional 5d6 other than bypassing certain magical protections.
You knock out the serpent people with this one arrow.
You can be a dragon slayer.
Additional 5d6.
And that's weapon damage, so it would be multiplied upon hitting a target location, as in a heart or...
That's impaling. So it'd be times 2 on all that.
Well, yeah, times 2, and then whatever you hit, like the
Gotcha.
brain is times 4 and the heart is times 3.
That's awesome. Don't shoot a bow.
Well, how can I even
rocket gun.
I have
use
bow.
it then? Like, just like use it as an arrow, or
Yeah.
The bot can tip itself is what does it, so anything that could project that or deliver it.
You should just build a little
Talk to
wrist
me and she'll put it on
crossbow.
a rocket pistol for you.
yeah, but then it'll explode it. Won't it?
No, my things don't explode normally.
Okay.
They just keep bouncing.
It's just a propellant method.
What is, like, if I use it as a spear, what's the spear skill?
I think it's actually.
Could you
Dex
do it under
easy, I
brawling?
think.
I think
Or is it actual spear?
there's
This
a
is spear
there's,
skill.
you could brawl with it, but it'd be kind of near your. It'd be in your hand somewhere.
Once you make a trench knife out of it, that could be the tip of the trench knife.
Or the tip of your spear or your staff.
Oh, there you go. You're using a staff now, aren't you?
No, I have a wand.
Well, tip of your wand, maybe. Do you have a wand skill or no?
Kind of weighted down.
The wand is not really designed to be impaled.
I like the tip of the wand that shoots the little web. It's just like.
Is there any objects that you wanted checked?
Were you at
No, I
B's
don't
place?
have any
Okay.
more stuff.
Were you at B's place before you went to the chantry?
I'd like to go on
Yeah.
to the chantry and see if I can track down Michael Larson.
Yes, you can.
I can. Tell him if we can go to a secure location. And
You
he
will
and I can
see
talk.
that he is a little bit concerned. Obviously, there's a kind of a poor mood going around. You'd heard recently within the last week that there was a the Nefandi within the
Yep.
was it the storm had managed to open up a void,
Mm-hmm.
and supposedly one of their tribunal members, Primus Victus,
Yeah.
had disappeared closing it. They don't know where he is. They presume he's dead. However, the ravine storm after that event, and
Yeah.
there was casualties on both sides. Just that's one of the most important people that had gone missing during the event.
Right.
It's fairly stable, and they've been trying to use the time to secure more wards and get it into
Okay.
place.
No, it's pretty horrific, but keep in mind that a couple weeks back, a guy that you thought was missing for 100 years showed up. So
They understand.
A lot
They're
of things
trying
are
to keep
possible.
optimistic, but
yeah. I've got some good news. I think you'll find it encouraging. Can we go someplace we can talk in private?
He'll take you to his own study.
Okay, so we're secure here. I'll tell him that we believe we've now found the location for Alana, the one surviving member of Mew Society that understands the Mew language. Would you like in on that operation to recover him?
he said yes, he would definitely like to look into that. They've made some progress in the Mew Stone, but
He should help out a lot.
they think that there actually is more runes within the object. They think it was some sort of layered object, but it's been fused together with high heat.
No?
So there's theoretically thousands more sigils interior to it, but they're still working through it. They aren't able to use magic to manipulate it.
Okay. I'll tell him everything I know as far as the place that we suspect it to be, based upon the research we had found. So I basically just tell him that in case I die in the next week or so. I'll make you aware of it when we're ready to launch it. There's a few things my companions will try to wrap up. Other thing that I have here is you might be interested
He can
in.
pull up information about flying polyps. What he'll tell you is they control mystical winds.
Okay.
Some of them, on average, can be much smarter than your average human, but they are from other worlds. They came here as conquerors long ago and were sealed away, supposedly, by the Yith.
Okay.
And he says that they're difficult to destroy.
We found a lot of lightning guns from the Yith. Here's one if you want to study it.
He'll definitely take a look at it, but he says, for the most part, this is some sort of advanced technology.
I know. I don't know much either. I figured we kind of push some buttons and lightning shoots out.
He's like,
That's what
okay,
I'm told.
32.
I kind of shrugged. The hypertech people were all just like, woo!
Okay.
The other thing here is I'd like to take a look at this object. Not necessarily giving it to you, but just making you aware of it. I was told that I pull out the crown of thorns. Apparently I was
Well,
told
it's
that-
just two thorns on it.
Okay. These two thorns here are apparently part of a larger crown. They have the blood of a carpenter on them.
He says it does have a very strong resonance on it.
Okay.
It
I know
is. He definitely believes these are genuine artifacts.
Okay. I know we originally helped the Chantry, Sortline with the cup. I don't know if there's, you have two of them matching set now. You just need the spear tip later, and then you got the triumvirate.
The cup that they had got seems to be some sort of early recreation, possibly by the Celestial Chorus.
Okay.
It turned out to be not genuine, but still a powerful holy relic.
Okay.
These do seem to be genuine. I mean, they could be used in the war front. I mean, but
Okay.
if you're donating to them, he will take them.
I'm not donating them at this time. I just wanted to make you aware of them.
Right.
If you
I'm jealous.
have needs or can think of things.
He
that they
remembers
could
you
use
had
for-
asked him before about the PCs had asked him prior about objects to fight Mormo,
Yeah.
and he says that these would be the type of thing that he would find, but he has no idea where. He says, how did he come across them?
I tell him exactly. It came from Miss Eckhart. I lay that whole thing out for him so you can see.
You can give me a
that.
body language.
Get out of the chantry. Yep.
But they would have sensed it when you brought him in.
Suddenly Urquhart's phone.
By 8.
You can tell that the name. You've told him about Mrs. Urquhart before, but it
I'll
seems
refer to her as the Harvester. Maybe that name rings a bell, or from the Great
that one
War.
as well seems to ring a bell. It seems as though he almost trips up a little bit when you say that, like he's thinking about something.
Yeah.
However, he says, "Oh well." He says that they very likely could be used in the.
This was an olive branch she extended to us to show that we're.
He'll
operating
ask
on
if
the
he can
same-
talk frankly about the subject.
I would hope that you would.
He believes that there's a strong likelihood that she was the one that broke in and took the somehow removed the star spawn.
That was my belief.
They believe that she's also connected to the breaks in various mosques around Iraq,
Okay.
and also the disappearances of many, many guards, not guards, but prisoners from various prisons.
I can guarantee that
They
that's
had
not
sent, he was part of a team that sent out to
They had it out there.
address
and it
the
was
issue.
usually $6 or something.
They came to an
It's like,
uneasy
what?
truce. Apparently, she had
50 cents.
a.
Sure.
What he'll say is she had notes and recollections that only could have come from Merlin's personal. She apparently is collecting magical artifacts.
Okay.
He doesn't know where she had come across. She apparently has some access to.
I tell him about the Eckhart estate and that it's camped out in Merlin's
really
forest. He's
like
buried his
playing
tomb. So
He worries that
Play,
someone like Merlin wouldn't be able to
figurines,
keep
yeah.
someone like
Looking for
Mrs.
line of sight.
Urquhart out.
but I don't see what the other
He wonders
viewers
if this
for.
has anything to do with the star spawn or what's happening per se. He says that he is also aware of a cult. What is it?
of the Aberdeen, I say.
No.
Well, kind of disappointing.
He's vaguely aware of like some Aberdeen thing,
we got the hook
but he says
on
that
that.
was at the Temple of the Twilight Harvester. Apparently, this cult has started up in Drumnadrocket.
What's-
That's right off of the
is that
Urquhart
the
estate.
sound? Okay. The Twilight, what?
The Temple of the Twilight Harvester. He believes that Mrs. Urquhart is developing a large cult. He doesn't know what to do about it right now because she's promising protection to the people of London, or not the London, but the Greater Isles in that area. And right now, he can't say that that's not genuine. He just has a bad feeling about where all this is heading to.
It sounds like some Teen Wolf shit.
He says that he doesn't question the fact that by entering this cult, Mrs. Urquhart could protect the people that go to Drumnadrocket,
Yeah.
or even the surrounding areas, but
She's doing it to
he
gain the power.
he doesn't know what
worship.
the end game is, and he doesn't have much experience with Mrs. Urquhart, other than he feels getting into a war with her would be pushing their resources,
Right.
because apparently he doesn't know how she's accumulated so much power. He understands that she had the Harvester was a very powerful figure back in the First Great War, but she dropped off completely.
Right.
They had no idea where she went. Even her residence was hard to track. They assumed that she died she died in some sort of massive conflict with either missing members of the Order or even what the hell is it, MI5?
Okay. I don't think you want to start a war with her. It's just we got to be careful how we trust her.
He says right now she's providing certain resources, and he doesn't feel good about the situation.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to start a war,
Okay.
and he can't deny that she is in fact providing protection for some
so
people.
if I offer to fill in blanks for you potentially on the story, can you promise me you won't just do something rash? Probably like
He
I
will.
would do.
He weighs everything carefully. He doesn't
Okay.
like to act rashly.
I'll fill in the whole backstory that Angus gave me as far as, how he met her, what I know of the family. Basically, I just lay every little scrap of information I know out on the table for him so that he can have a better picture of how the family
He does find it
dynamics
odd
are
about
going.
the situation regarding her children.
Yes.
So he doesn't. He hasn't met her person. He's talked to her, but he doesn't know that much about her psyche. So he's not sure if that's some sort of ends to a mean or.
Yeah. My biggest concern is I don't know how unbalanced she is since her encounter with the family. And he was a part of that. He helped
He says-
repair her pattern and stuff. So
They didn't know of it right away, but he believes that was when her descent or her ascent started. It's
Right.
just they didn't get. They weren't on her. What is it? She wasn't on their radar until recently.
right. So I also make him aware of Brownie. I make him aware of Quince or Vic or Captain whoever, the Chandler that's following us around. So basically, as we go to all these Yith sites, Zykes, that they have all this information. So we're a little leery as far as
He said it shouldn't be. Was it? He's fairly confident that it shouldn't be able to get access to the chantry.
right.
they-
That's why I'm talking to you so openly. But my concern is that we tried to act like we didn't discover where Lana was, but obviously we did find the information there. So if she went there, she could access it. Maybe
We're gonna look at those other two objects through the portal.
So,
He doesn't envy you because it sounds as though you have limited ability to track it, so you
Right.
don't know where it is at any given time.
No.
And from the sounds of it, this Browning might not
Kind of look in there at the right
really
angle,
know
you can
where it
see
is or
the
it's up to at any
slide
given
out.
time
he
period.
knows as much as they want to know, I think.
You know,
So it's good to know that you're aware of it as well, and he tells you that so far he's not sure if she's specifically acting in the interest of the order and some of the other places
we do some.
because she's somewhat helpful, or like you'll say, she's only been taking prisoners a pretty bad background. I mean, murders, rapists, things of that
She's
nature.
turning them into half demons.
That's one of the reasons that they haven't acted is because she's not directly.
She's not taking innocent people out the street corner. Like,
And he says, I
little
mean, you
girls.
can't. She still is taking human lives, but
I
given the
shrug my
current
shoulder. They're
circumstances,
not really human lives.
he seems to be more
They're horrible
affected
monsters.
of it by you. But he says that under different circumstances they would have already acted, but she seems to be very keenly aware of what will set them off at any given.
Right.
She's just skirting it. She's skirting, and he doesn't know how long that's going to last.
Right. Okay.
But he says he thinks these are genuine. He says it's surprising that you came across these.
Do you want to hang on to these and then I'll consult my companions and perhaps they'll come back and
You can
maybe
store
a
them
deal
here.
can be worked. Okay. Could you do? I believe a detect spirit spell will allow me to follow Zykes around. Is that correct?
From the sounds of it, he's warded up pretty. Heavily? So
So it may or may not.
you may or may not be able to pick him up. He says an awareness ritual would improve your odds, but he says once you open that up, you can't close it again.
What's an awareness ritual?
He says there's a way of opening up your psyche to see and feel other things,
I'm starting to like it.
but you can't close it.
Okay.
It's a gateway in permanently.
And then you're going to be a puppet for anything that comes along and wants in.
There's a better way in than a normal person.
Okay. Great.
He, along with certain other members, are aware. They do have an awareness. He says that's probably why. What is it? What he'll say? Scion, or
Yeah.
was it Sion?
Sion.
Was able to detect it.
Okay.
But even then, what he sounds like is it sounds like this Browning has an awareness that was forced upon him.
Okay. All right. So the only
It's a boon and a detriment.
Okay. So the only other thing is if you could, or point me in the direction, you know you got valuable time, but I've got 3 magical things here. If you could maybe point me in the direction so I can figure out what they do.
He could identify them here.
There's shilling. Half of one, actually.
Shilling?
It condenses and holds quintessence is what I was told by Teacup. You ever met Teacup?
He's not met Teacup.
Platypus.
He's aware of those platypus
Yeah.
traders, and generally they have a pretty good reputation. They can be eccentric, and each one has their own kind of domain and cross domains. They cover pretty large areas of ground in the penumbra, and they're known to be
Stash opening levers.
Odd.
well, not odd, but they're legitimate merchants. They do trade, and there's a lot of cross trade between them and the
Question
order.
for the DM. So he had my eyebrows for one of the weekends that I went. Did they come back and
Yep.
like repair? So the way they went away, they came back, or it was like half shaved off, or
One of the weekends, you'd end up finding they just disappear
Yeah.
at some point randomly throughout the
because
day.
we've had 1 week go by.
Yep.
So they've ever. And I got the second week. It's going to end after this. That,
They just were completely gone. There was no
Yeah.
hair follicle or
right.
anything.
And then they came back unharmed.
Yeah,
At the
relatively
end?
unmolested.
Okay. All right. Relatively
Suddenly
unmolested,
cancer
okay.
tumors.
I mean, you didn't take out like a millimeter
Right.
ruler or anything. I don't know if they're all right.
Okay. So as far as the half shilling, I ask him what it does.
For the half shilling, he says it's a power stone that can collect up to probably 22, and then at that point, unless it's in a high magical area, like near a node, it won't be able to collect anymore. It reaches its saturation point.
Okay.
But he says that in an open area, it will drain
Can you,
primal energies.
can you channel quintessences into it?
He says you can channel it.
Okay.
Channeling quintessence into it somewhat obstructs its ability to recharge. So if you charge 3 in, it takes generally about 3 extra days. I know that's per. I think that channel's per week. So it'd take you 3 extra weeks that it wouldn't recharge at.
Okay. So what's its charge rate?
Charges for this one, it would charge at 2 per week. So it'd be a week and a half before if you force charged it.
Got it. The monkey head, I hear it has some serendipity purposes or properties.
He says it's actually closer to a lesser wish enchantment.
No?
Theoretically, if you break it, it could change some minor aspect of your very reality around you.
But it has to be broken and then it's gone.
And he's like, oh,
Want a ham sandwich. Damn it, it has pistachios on it. The wax effigy is supposedly going to take damage.
He says it attempts to redirect a magical effect on your person that's detrimental and redirect it to the object itself.
Just a
so
magical
it
effect?
itself would take, it itself would take a portion
Yeah.
rather than you.
Okay.
Like, oh, I cut my little man in half. Damn you.
All right.
It could theoretically survive more than one hit, but given what it's designed for, it's most likely not going to take too many.
All right.
what if mind control?
Thinking for his time, I tell him I'm going to go out. I have some work at the local zoos to do.
Okay.
So if you happen to hear that there's any big cats missing, don't worry, it's just me.
He says he highly doubts something like that would come across his desk.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just letting you know.
Yep.
Don't have to sick the dogs on.
Magical
aware.
flying cats.
All right, I think for his time, we'll get back later.
Okay.
I go to some zoos. I try to find another wild cat that needs to be put back into nature.
Okay. You can give me let's say a research.
All these sad cats that can't be put back in the wild.
I'm only looking for the wild ones. The ones that want to be returned to nature.
That's also what he says when he
Success by
goes to party.
4.
Okay, I can talk to you out here. Quick.
Anybody want any pops or candy?
Yep, I added money to the little dish there.
I was going to go buy some more.
No, we got 9 in there.
Just put $1 or something in there.
Well, we'll go buy some so we can stay past in.
We got enough here. There's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. $10 worth. Yep. I don't think anything pops up.
Can't seem to accumulate points fast enough to actually put another point into power.
You know, it feels like you finally get that power that you needed, and then like worse shit happens. You're like, oh, I wish I had like this as a skill.
See, I'm like, skill points, yeah, put it in the skills. I'm almost to the point where if I put too many more in, it'd be cheaper just to buy up power.
Yeah, I bought a power.
I still only have 1 point in Product Flyer. By the time they get back, I'm going to have luck. Oh, I've had luck.
place to hang your coats instead of the back of your chairs.
He's looking for an emergency exit if things went horribly wrong.
Oh, you know how to you just push people.
You push? Okay.
Yeah,
And trample?
that's how you do it. The best thing is
First thing we'll go over there and... yeah, that'll be sad.
well, part of it's under a basement anyway. So tornado-wise, well,
I was thinking more fire.
I
I
haven't
think,
seen a fire.
I think that's going to be the problem.
Is there one in the back right there? Right where the other guys are getting shirts? Is there a door? Where's mystery door go to?
I'm not going to open it.
Yeah, I still want to go here.
Nobody else is worried about the fire. I guess I won't worry. I'll run through the burn.
Unless that's the exit right here.
I think we're further. Remember, the front of the building, or that side of the building, is flat. I don't think it has any nodules, so we have to go through another business.
Are you kidding? I saw most of those Warhammer guys. I'm not afraid of outrunning them.
That room's deeper than this one.
It's wider.
From the outside, there weren't any doors.
Okay.
Are visible.
Yeah. So that might be just
The only door
a
was
stairway.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we are interior, so
We're good for tornadoes, that's for sure.
Where'd they go?
Dusty and the DM are discussing Dusty's secrets. Do you have any of those cards behind you, the experimental one? Have you ever seen it before? I'd use those in my Who's deck.
the ooze deck.
My Who's deck.
That is a
I don't think so.
No way.
Let's look at the
I
date.
keep thinking 14 because the card set.
Yeah. So you have your ears on. Yeah, what's these cards? Are these the ones that you just got?
Yeah, I have all this other one. Oh, I have to say the playing cards are better art than those.
Okay.
And they don't have this freaking name written out.
There you go.
That's the white thing.
Looks like it chopped a tentacle off or something.
Hydra.
Oh yeah, head.
Is that really wise? There was a dragon in the set that everyone was excited about, but I don't remember what it did. So were they selling 10-cent hits of Coke over there?
I don't think so.
They didn't have any condoms?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they had condoms. 12 for $1, I think. Oops, your dice slipped out.
12 for $1.
For condoms, I think.
Outpost was what? 20 for
25 for $1.
Really?
Yeah. But
Including
His
lands.
basement was 12.
Yeah.
How many arms are you missing?
No, he's fine. He's just checking out cats.
shopping.
Can you look up experimental one to see if they saw it at Card Kingdom?
I'm having a hard time connecting.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like you can't get in, or it's just super slow.
It's just when I connect to their guest, it's just not. The Witch Games guest. It could be my firewall.
Okay.
So,
What's
but
that
when you
mark
become a
do?
member, do you just get onto the?
I think it's a promo mark.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's yeah. I have one or two that are have the promo mark. You can actually some of the promo marks you can actually like buy at Walmart, like in the promo packs.
Okay.
You get them in there.
Promo packs?
They'll have like 3 packs of cards, and they'll have like 1 card off to the side in this blister pack.
Yeah. And it's usually like that's the front card of like a 3-pack booster.
Right.
So it's a promo. They're trying to promote the object so you can buy it. Oh, that's a beautiful card. I want to go buy this game. Oh, I gotta buy a lot more.
I'll do it once. I'm sure I won't do it any more than that. I don't even get a set of rules. This is weird.
I remember in college,
Where can I find them online? Oh, they're not.
Magic got so intense.
Yeah.
No, actually, it wasn't Magic. But Magic cards were the result of the accident.
What
Somebody
game?
actually put, how big's your box? The longer box?
Yeah, I got a long box.
Yep, put one of those right through a car windshield.
Serious?
Why?
Nope, javelin.
Wow. I think that'd be hard to do.
He did it.
Did it have a bunch of, what is it, the fire spears in it or something?
He just was pissed. He got mad because it was a prank gone bad and threw it at the girl's window or car windshield who did the prank. It was a good prank.
What was the prank?
They were getting each other. They had some pretty good back and forth. You know, people aided, but like he put her room upside down in the dorm. You know, and he's like, "Well, fuck." And she made a duplicate of his car keys, drove it on the stage of the college auditorium, and then just glittered bombed it. And put balloons and tampons all on the inside of the car. So when he opened it up, it was like, so when they opened up the curtains, we had an all school meeting. When they opened up the curtains, the car was on stage. Oh, he was fine.
Yeah,
That's
that might
right,
be
you were
taking it
in-
a bit too far.
You were in drama, weren't you?
Yeah. We had some good pranks. My pranks usually ended up 5 minutes too slow.
Oh. Premature?
Well, no. What happened was I got my last prank of the year. I got the what was it? The schedule of the last convocations and last all school assembly in college. And so I timed it. So everything was timed out for me. So somebody's like, okay, you only have 45 minutes. So they put this down. So I obtained a copy of this. I'm like, all right. So I want to make sure my prank goes off at this time exactly. my prank went off exactly at that time, but it went off in the wrong speech.
Okay.
The speech that was supposed to go on got pushed back because the first speech
Went
was
long.
so emotional and so inspiring for people who had disabilities and stuff like that. And so when this lady was talking about how this student overcame so much, and you know, of her dyslexia and da 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 da, blah 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 blah, and all of a sudden the alarm went off. I'm like, shit. Big ass sign came rolling down with a big old ass print on it, and pairs of underwear floating off of
Oh
it.
no!
I'm sitting here and I just sink in my freaking chair. Me and this other guy that did it, we just went like this. We're like, uh-oh. And the professor who was giving the speech, he was like, those are not even my size. I'm like, oh. We knew we're, all the eyes were just like.
They were looking at you.
We knew. They knew who did it, so they're like.
Whose speech was it supposed to go on for?
The president's.
Well, there you go.
It was supposed to go on the president's speech.
Maybe you should have had it actively wired.
It was the old-fashioned. You know, we were like, we're going old school. We're going to get the old-fashioned alarm clock, have everything timed up, and so people were like, "What's that alarm sound coming from?" All of a sudden, because we had it all pinned with needles, and so when the back toggle was winding, it just pulled all the needles out.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So,
As the alarm's ringing, it's pulling the
thread.
thread. That's pretty ingenious.
What is that ball?
That's a
Microphone.
omnidirectional microphone.
It actually collects souls of people who walk by.
If you don't stay in the room for a couple minutes.
Awesome.
So we podcast our sessions.
So it's a live feed or?
No, it's not a live feed. It's he takes it home and edits it down all the dead time when he's off with players. So
Very nice.
this shouldn't be in there. Yep.
We should pause it.
No, let him do that.
So yeah, that was my prank gone wrong. And was that my junior year? It might have been my junior year before I graduated.
Okay. Did you do one in your senior year?
I had a farewell back. My freshman year, I organized a toga party and got a band. And that one ended up pretty good.
You got it banned?
Got a band. No, like a.
Oh, you got a band.
A
Okay.
band. Then my senior year, I was like, well, I'm going out on a toga party, so what the hell? And that pretty much should have been banned.
Right.
It got crazy pretty quick. Like nobody. Let me be honest with you. So here I am, like the night before the toga party, and nobody asked me what I was doing. So here I am sitting in the middle of campus near their gazebo with a water hose, just wetting down the grass. Just nobody stopped by. Walked over to the faucets and turned it on and off. When I'm in between classes, I'm sitting there just watering the grass. Nobody. What are you doing? Nobody. Not a single person. Then I grabbed everybody that I knew that was in the auto restoration. Like, hey, bring all your classic cars and put it on the sidewalk. And turn your lights on right here. People were like, as soon as the music hit, everybody was set. Music was going. Everybody. So I told all the auto, turn your lights on. All the lights came on. I'm like, mudslides. So we're just tearing up all this beautiful green grass. It's like, so like, just mud toga.
Exactly.
So
I researched
the next day, all water.
Somebody give me a teleportation roll, but
Oops, sorry about that.
You would think they'd be able to trace who did it, huh?
It's like, gee, why is this going on?
Oh, you rolled the good dice. That's good.
Well, yeah, these are for the cats.
For the cats. It's for the cats.
Can't just roll anything here. Well, that's a 4. You thought it was a 5 or a 6.
No, I knew. I saw the 4, and I was like, "You say it," but he still rolled.
Let's see. So I made it by 3,
By 3?
and I make symbols and do it the right way.
You spend a few days volunteering at that particular zoo, and you're getting to get close to the animals. You are able to move it back. You can confirm that it has moved out to the prairie. It is a little bit, disoriented.
Yep.
But
Just bring back.
otherwise, it's fine. I mean, it's only been out of the wild for probably about a month, so probably just going to immediately kick back into its natural
Okay.
flow.
All right. I'll try to come back if I can get back with the group. See if we can all go to the chantry.
Sure. What do we do?
Wait,
We're all
so-
set for
How long did it take you?
That was my week.
Oh, now you're the only person who's played out a week.
Yeah.
Well, B has her month relatively.
Or whatever I need.
Yeah.
Jolene.
So for this next period, you guys were working a little bit into that.
I still wanted to
No, you finish it.
contact. Since I was at the Chantry, I wanted to talk to Althea and see what progress they made with that. Their research.
On which project?
Well, which projects was she working on? I think she's working on the one for the
Carcosa, and there was
yeah.
also you had her look into more information regarding the floating polyps or the flying polyps.
Okay, then I want to know both.
Right. From what she's found out about the flying polyps, they're kind of made of a shadowy material. She says there are some references to certain types of one being killed by a lightning strike that happened in the area. They don't know if it was a fluke. Apparently the creatures had a supernatural control of winds, meaning they could instantly create hurricane forces. They could create types of wind that passed through other types of matter. They could, what have you. Some of them were intelligent, more intelligent than your average individual, and they were a conqueror of worlds. It's just for whatever reason they were sealed underground, and not a lot of them. It seems like they haven't been hugely inclined to leave their subterranean realm. However, apparently they had forced the Yithians to leave. What she is able to find out is apparently they're completely immune from all psychic and temporal effects.
What's temporal effects?
Apparently they're not affected by changes in time, meaning they're relatively immune to Hounds of Tundalos. Their minds are such that they can't be read or manipulated, meaning psychically or magically. They can take damage through normal means. It's just extremely difficult for them to actually take it.
That's a big
What about Carcosa?
From what they understand of Carcosa,
like
a
that.
lot of the lost souls that have been dying in the
Got 'em
area of
both.
the storm are funneled back to Carcosa.
Got them both.
She doesn't like to, I suppose she doesn't mean to sound grim, but she can only imagine that the landscape of Carcosa
You'll
is
have to rework that.
some sort of in the mouth of madness.
I think that's
It was
Land-
like
of
that when
hellish
we were there.
landscape.
Fireplane. I think I'll be
She
the
says
one that
it was
chooses.
only-
I think you should let it fly.
There was only a few residents trapped in
stagnant
Carcosa.
at
It was
the
stagnant
time.
and
I don't think I
abandoned.
can get $50,000.
Now it is
Today.
the heart
Just put
of
it in the cash.
madness.
Exactly.
They believe that the king in yellow is in fact there and in full force. They're still waiting for him to come
No,
off of his throne.
I'll think about it, but I'm still leaning towards my initial reaction.
That's fine.
Is that all
Just
they could
strike
find?
it for me, circle.
They have means to get to Carcosa. They're not willing to deviate any resources to it, though. Their idea right now is just to seal the area and the storm up completely. She would tell you that the Order sees a attack into Carcosa as borderline suicide. She doesn't mean to make you feel bad about your situation or imply that
Tell her
you shouldn't do that, but she says that it's all kind of
She'll be
grim
impressed.
from her side.
You will completely sway her.
But
She
there's
will
no
wanna
other
be
way
your
to get
wife.
from Soul.
She understands that.
Tell her about the
And
purple
it
lightning.
sounds. There's some precedence
I
for.
don't have purple lightning.
There's some precedences for the things that you're doing, but she doesn't know. She just doesn't know.
Okay. Is anyone else here at the Chantry at the time? Or one of my group?
There's a lot of people at the Chantry
No, my group.
of your group.
So I can relay
Dusty.
this information.
Dusty is going to be gone this week. I'm not sure if you're at the Chantry. I don't think you are. Are you going to be at the Chantry this week?
No, I won't be in the Dreamlands.
Then I guess I'll keep it to myself.
You can call them on a phone. I think even
When
You
we
realize
meet
we
up,
already
I'll-
understand.
I think even Walter Riker had given you all. Didn't he provide 6 of those
First place.
tiny photographs?
Well,
Those portable
I'm not
photographs?
gonna mess with their stuff.
Well, what I'm saying is you have
Oh.
communications means
When
to
we
talk
meet
to
up,
the
I'll
other
tell
PCs.
them.
Okay.
Yep.
I do have my ring with you, so if you want to get hold of me.
Is there any
We
more?
all have the quantum radios.
Is there any
Okay.
more time
Physically
to do
or
anything?
Physically.
Okay. You'll have to give me
Learn purple lightning.
3
I need to up my own
shallow
spell.
walks. And I'm assuming Scarlet is going with you because it's difficult to
Yeah.
navigate
Yeah.
without her.
Sand lightning kills polyps. Probably the same one from the car. He's just drive
By one?
all the way here.
What's that?
Probably the same fly from the car.
Then
Same
by 6.
Just his
So
drive.
1,
all the
1,
way here.
6.
I'm not following anything you're saying, and I apologize.
It's the fly.
Oh, gotcha. Same 5 from the car. I thought you said 5. And I was like, yes, 5.
There was some strange laughing when you were passing through the wilds. The wilds are that area that's kind of the entire area is overgrown every time you go there. It's difficult to navigate, move through, and there was some strange childlike laughing that Scarlet didn't like, and then you guys left fairly quickly.
Yeah, we kept walking. Okay.
Otherwise, you are able to come back to the location inside of what is it? The desert. I forgot the name of the city.
Zayas?
No,
that's the name of the
it's not
hammock.
Sayaz.
Starts with an M, right?
I think it starts with the name. I'll have to double check. But yeah, the city of the cats. Oh, yeah, very limited notes on that. Okay. And what did you want to accomplish there?
I am going
You can
want
point
to
down. Pick something else.
spend 4 days looking for those fetishes for either teleportation
Are we on the
and
next weekend?
Are you looking for?
Same
to
week.
enhance and
But you
for
did your
power.
week. He did the week with you.
Yeah.
She did the week. Then I did the week.
I didn't do
Jake's
the week.
last one.
I didn't do the week.
We didn't-
I talked.
You were working with
I-
Bruce.
Yep.
This is
I
the same
talked to
one.
Varus for an hour.
Mhm.
I went to the Chantry for a couple hours.
Yep.
Can I work on this Yith language thing?
If you wanted to go back to the site,
No. Myself.
Can she contemplate
Hold
it away
space,
from the
bam,
site?
there I am.
Can she contemplate
No,
it
you
away from
transposed
the
all that
site?
space. That's not safe.
I don't think she has photographic
Burn your toe
memory.
off.
You guys would have some notes, but
Okay.
the
Yeah.
site is by far the.
The place to be.
You know,
There's
you can still learn it
nothing-
here. It's just you drastically increase the multiplier on how quickly you learn it there.
Well, can I at least work on that then? Here? Because
Here?
I don't want to go to the site.
You could try to get other people or even some NPCs to go to the site with you if you
I
wanted
don't want to go to
to.
the site.
Okay.
Can I
No,
go
you can
here?
work on it here. You can give me a linguistics roll.
I'm buying a fly swatter.
Maybe by 6.
I was going to use your character sheet, but I thought
It's just going to take some time for you to learn it, but you're
You
definitely
can.
kind of
If
delving
you
into
have
the
an
language.
opportunity, go ahead.
No,
Okay.
they released
So
the
were you looking
flies
for
in here
objects that had similar
periodically. They
resonance
sell
or
flies
full-on
out
fetishes?
front for $10.
Fetishes to boost.
No, for $4
So I'll spend 4 days there, and then on my last 3,
glad
I'm
that it
gonna
was
start
made
learning,
up, or
trying
words
to
I
learn
made
spells.
up. Insert the lexicon.
about you. He was using. He didn't even know why.
What?
It sounds cool.
The
$4.
Exactly. Same.
major
Rolls
well
off
near
the
the
tongue.
center of town does seem to be a minor node, and you do know that magics are easier there. Pretty much at the heart of the city, magics are easier.
Really seems to like the mic.
We're going to listen to the recording.
In the deserts, you aren't able to find much. You would have to go to a warring city nearby to continue to look for fetishes.
Okay.
Apparently, the city of G.U.R.P.S has been being under threat from, what is it, the minions of the Eaters of Dreams. It's not really minions, it's part of it. Some sort of horrible thing.
And then I'm going to try, so the last 3 days, since I didn't find anything in those 4, those last 3, I'm going to try to learn either from Simiata, if she's available.
Yes.
Uh,
I mean, the cats are fairly... The Simiata is fairly ancient and powerful, but you can still see that she is a cat.
yeah.
It's difficult to kind of like, well, what about now, Simiata? And she's like, come back later.
Yeah. Well, I'll
Then-
find out anybody that's there. I'm sure there's,
Yep.
like you said, there was other cats. I'll try to learn primal. Is it bath? Is that the one?
Primal math.
I think that's the one. Or primal form. I'll do primal. No, scratch. I'll do powerful stance.
Powerful stance.
Yep.
That would take you essentially a day
Okay.
to learn that in the dream world. You know, there's a difference in time.
And then I will try to infuse my staff with whatever's inside the center of the. Try to get some of the primal energies from the well, and try to infuse that into the
You
staff.
can give me a primal infusion or a primal bath.
Should have got that.
So does he eat while he's in the dream
You
world?
didn't have any of the
He does not.
perks to move it to one more thing off of another stat.
I got 60 points.
Oh,
Plus the ones you freed out.
By 2.
Thank you. And which
you
one are
can
you
say
using?
from a
Primal
role-playing
infusion.
perspective that you have your knowledge, but
You don't need
So
to spend time.
I'm not going to screw you.
you can do this once a day.
Not gonna be in.
Um,
I didn't
from the
think so. I
resources
was
that are
thinking
currently
either
here, you're able to put in,
we're going to crash or
I'll always say probably
There
5
you go.
You'll laugh.
into the staff by the end of the week. You have no idea if it's going to transubstantiate.
Yeah. I won't know until then. I guess the whole point of experimentation is 5 quintessence.
What are you doing with the other 2 days?
I'm gonna head back to the sanctuary.
You give me 2 shallow walks.
See that?
Yeah.
Straight up, look for 1,
Yeah.
and then by
Before the second roll, as you're coming back through the deserts, there appears to be, I suppose you're not fully aware of it, but Scarlet feels as though there's something bad that's following you.
okay.
She doesn't know where you picked it up in the desert, but she doesn't like it.
Is it spear based? I ask her.
She thinks so, yes.
Then I'll cast Gas Scalder.
Incarnation.
By 3.
You have fat weapons, and that's the
You can give me an occult or a mythos.
Take it then and hope that
Or
gas
Dream Lord.
serves you.
that happens. Yeah, that's why.
Make sure they destroy.
Missed it by 2. Mythos.
You're not quite sure what it is. It appears to be some sort of... It's just an empty void that's following you. And initially it seemed to be as though it was continuing to follow you as you were moving back through dimensions. But now that you've used Gastric Alder, it seems to have mildly accosted it, and it seems to be moving rapidly towards you in Scarlet. It's hard to determine its exact nature just because it's an empty void thing.
Goes by your right
Which
elbow.
one did Spirit Force do?
Spirit Force, essentially you're able to imbue part of your
things are
being
annoying.
or something with a
There's one.
spiritual
I
presence.
know, it's annoying.
I'll try to cast Gas Scalder again. Try to see if hopefully it can
Double
boost up.
By the way,
Still by 3. Speeds up quicker.
It seems to not speed up, but it's still going at its its continuing rate. The thing is, you were
it's kind of typical for
transitioning from the desert to the wilds. It appears to be inside the wilds now. You're in very thick underbrush, and this thing is fairly close to you when this happens, and it does seem to try to come into
And-
contact with you.
If 2 of us become members, we could have 2 people be gas.
You can try to give me
You
some
don't
sort of
know.
defense as this kind of void tries to come into contact with your chest.
I'm gonna go
Like a primal defensive stance, would that
Here.
work?
Get your drink with
Potentially.
it. Hey, get a $1. For your drink.
$4 cost.
Fuck. So if you want, you can throw a buck over there, but
Missed that one by 1.
Scarlet is able to throw up a primal deflect.
Mm-hmm.
However, you still come into contact with whatever the hell it is. You get a feeling that from your you missed by one. You get a feeling that whatever the hell it is, it breaks down patterns and consumes it, and you don't know where it goes into.
Okay.
But you end up taking a total of 15 damage after the DR to pattern.
Okay.
You have a feeling that might have done 55.
Yeah, primal deflect works great. Pattern. Okay. That's probably different from hit points, I take it, right?
It's hit point damage, but
Okay.
depending on the nature of the pattern damage, it's difficult to heal.
Okay. Try to get out of there as fast as I can by keeping on walking out.
I'm trying to get dimensional conduit.
No. Shallow walk.
Or was it? Yeah, the shallow walk.
Yep.
You're not really in a position near the shallow walk that you want to be to transition further in.
Okay.
You could attempt something from here, but it'd be much more difficult.
It's a void, huh?
It's some sort of void. It doesn't seem to have any kind of color or anything to it, other than you can tell it's there.
Is my spirit knife going out?
I would say yeah.
Okay. How close is it to me?
It's right in front of you.
I'll try
Foot
to.
away.
I'll try to swing at it with it.
Okay.
So.
You can roll.
Use your luck at some point, huh?
I haven't used it yet.
Probably not for an attack roll. How late do you guys want to play tonight? Do we want to pay for
9:48 right now.
Beat it by 7.
Okay. Ultimately, you come into contact with it. There is a sharp, bright. Or is it? There's a bright flash from the knife itself. The knife seems to break down fairly rapidly, but you can no longer feel your hand in the void.
Mm-hmm.
And the knife seems to float and then start to break up into it.
Okay.
You've taken 25 damage to your right hand with this pattern.
Alright. That's right now. Alright.
You
The
don't have
knife
a right
seems to be
hand.
holding out better than you are, but it is being broken down.
Okay.
That's horrible.
If anything, it seems to be doing whatever the hell it does
supposed to do.
normally.
Alright. Need to make one.
Putin would feel that you would
Or
want to
Scarlet.
leave.
Yep.
Or not Putin, but Scarlet
I
would
need to
indicate
make-
that you would want to leave.
Right, I'm waiting to my
We're
first
going
check.
in for a penny and a pound, huh, boys? This is it. We've all committed.
Yeah.
Is that-
We're buying corn dollars. We're whole hog into this place.
So that would be a subdue, or that would be a death
in the
roll,
middle of
wouldn't it?
them.
Going
Yeah.
into my first.
Hexes, actually.
You can only take as much damage on the hand as it would take to destroy
No,
the
for
hand.
total-
They're
for total
hexes,
hit
they're not
points.
holes.
Potentially, yeah, depending on what your HP is.
Oh, my HP's 30.
So they must
Now
have
I'm
punched them, I would think.
So you took 15 from before,
Made
and
with
then
somebody.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
an
suppressed.
additional whatever your HP base is. So if your base HP is 13, then you took
So how does
13 to
it-
that hand, and then it's gone.
The medium exchange work, you spend $1 on that, and then when you
So
get
my
a
hand
pop,
is
it's
gone.
$1, so you don't pay tax.
Yes.
So is
You
it
saved
worth it?
19 cents.
Is it worth $1?
So I'm in my
for
first
buying
death check.
Chips or
Yep. That,
Yes, it's worth $1 for buying chips.
I'd
Anything
actually-
larger is $2
Yes.
with tax or 2 corn dollars.
Okay.
I checked to see whether or not they charged me tax for the thing, so it was straight up. So
Yeah.
I didn't have to pay tax in there, so that's kind of nice.
I like it, cheap government. I'm
And
all
they
in on
said if
$4
there's
on it.
people waiting at the counter and all you have is food and corn dollars, just leave your corn dollars, show them your food, and walk away. Jump the line.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You pay your corn dollars to stay after midnight then?
Or you
I'd imagine
join
so.
membership, yeah.
This place is starting to look more on that one all
Yeah.
the time.
I made my death check.
Very nice. I have to see the food places around here, but otherwise the venue. And they say that this is generally as busy as this area gets on Thursday.
Right. This is like perfect.
Yeah, this is the Magic players, and there's only certain days of the week the Magic players are even here.
And
even so, when the Magic players are here, the Warhammer people are usually gone.
Oh,
so
okay.
that room is empty.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we can always
Beat
crop
my
there
death check
if
by
there's
8.
tables.
Yep.
Death check by 8.
Right? So you're good. You're alive. You
All right, I'll try to get out.
You'll need a subdue roll at a -1 for consciousness. Technically, it would be a major wound too.
Yep. Okay.
So I can give you another one.
We'll
subdual?
tailgate out
Yeah.
parking lot for
Okay.
I bet you on weekends
Made
it
it?
would be busy.
How much?
But it'd still be,
Yeah.
Both
meeting
of them?
place.
Can we go at
Just the second one.
What's that?
Can we go at 10 though?
in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, if
I
you
can
need
wrap
to
up.
leave a town, I'll leave a town. Is this going to be every week, do you think? You may be
11
driving
for sure.
You may be driving yourself in
By
the future.
7.
And that'll be fine.
By 7?
Yeah.
You're still
Kinda
conscious.
sad, but we'll do what it'll be.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll try to find the
Getting up
fastest
early
way
or
out.
something?
Have Scarlett try to.
Well, unfortunately, part of the problem is it takes you so many hours just to transit through this. I think I mentioned before, it takes days to transit through here.
Okay.
The only problem is that it's otherworldly
I
time.
can see 10 o'clock. Then.
What have you?
Well, if we're leaving at 10, we may as well.
Either it would be a teleportation from here, or you'd need to, what is it, shallow walk.
Shallow walk it. I'll try to.
You could try to go
So is
back
it
to the
Monday
cat
through
city or
Friday,
try
or-
to force your way back.
And Saturday.
Okay.
Would it be easier to try to go back to the cat city?
Is it honest
I'll
work?
go back to the cat city.
No, he's
You can give me a shallow walk.
Then you shouldn't have to roll
Any
your
pluses?
eyes.
he's peddling at Mini Marty's
No pluses?
peddling dime
You get
babes
+3.
and rock.
I thought he was,
It's dishonest work, but he does get up
I thought he
early.
was giving hand
He's
jobs
got a
on the parking
manager.
lot.
5-1.
From here, you go with the +3.
Yeah.
I like it.
Burning Will, or maybe a Quintessence, or
I'll burn the quintessence.
I was
with
only
the staff.
asking because then you shouldn't have to roll your eyes if it's on.
ultimately you can make it back to the desert.
Even if it's only.
I roll my eyes for
At that point in time, I think you're at half
honest
your
work.
move.
Take pride in it.
No teleportation.
You have a pencil Julie.
You'll have to give me some sort of defense. It seems as though not Simiata, but Scarlet's trying to contact the other cats. You guys are on the outskirts of the
Deflect
city.
prime.
Just have to channel out. What is it?
I'll burn a quintessence out of
Somebody
the
take
staff.
the token bucket.
So that's
bring it
what,
back.
3?
The Quintessence
Alright.
gives you plus 2, and you can burn up to 3 for a total of plus 6.
Okay.
And Will is
Is
plus
that
6.
the actor guy that went to the Nickelodeon
I'll
Awards?
burn just the quintessence.
Said he
2 quintessence, so I
he's
get a
never
plus
had
4.
job, but he was better at that.
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah,
That was like
That's a good
an
sign to
awesome
have.
thing for him to say.
It's a good sign to have. I think I'm gonna do
I
that.
didn't burn my luck yet, correct?
I don't know if you you burned your luck earlier today.
Yeah,
earlier.
earlier.
It's been more than an hour.
So you get some wins.
Get some wins. You do what you need to do. I'll see you guys next Thursday,
Yeah. You got my email. I'm not around this week, right?
unless it rains.
Plus 3
Well,
from
unless it rains. But I don't think it's going to rain.
Yep.
Scarlet.
So.
So Scarlet.
7.
It's not supposed to, as far as I know. Remember to put the tables back. That was
Plus
one
14.
thing that they
I should go look to see
Made it by
if they've got
14?
Yeah.
something
Okay.
up off there. I don't have to stop.
You're able to, what is it?
See what?
Ultimately, you're able to hold off the creature for close to
up.
about 30 seconds. It doesn't seem to be able to destroy you all that time. However, the other cats start coming in with various teleportations and other things of that nature. And ultimately, they back the creature away. You're able to stabilize. You'll find out that apparently that's some sort of blob that's connected to the Eater of Dreams. It's unmaking the nearby realities. So then we can kind of pause there and I'll stop. I'll give everyone 2 points. I'll talk to them.
That seems short.
Yeah, it kind of. All right, so we're actually
Do we need to
gonna.
give him the $1? We're gonna stay past 10.
And you do 4.
I already paid mine, so
So you get
just 3.
So what do we turn into 3 to?
I think just the front desk. And we're just gonna stay late.
Okay.
Well, I think you have to ask him if there's going to be anybody staying.
Yeah,
past
you need
10
to ask
o'clock.
if there has to be at least 2 members here
Okay.
for them to stay late. So let's see.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, today's session was a little bit slow. I think everyone here was slow. It's like a hump day.
So,
I do like the venue though.
I think I'm.
Yeah, I like this air freshener here. It smells like tropical Skittles somehow.
Well, my contestant staff's down to.
So ultimately, you're able to get back to the city. What the cats can inform you is the pattern on your arm will naturally recover over the next 13 days, but then you need to. That doesn't mean that the arm's going to regrow.
Yeah.
It just means that the underlying pattern is going to be repaired. And then an additional 15 days for the chest. There could be elaborate magics that could bring that back, but otherwise it's pretty badly damaged. Otherwise they can stabilize you.
Did you burn your left hand off? Because I've got a spare one.
To right.
You look a little odd, but I will give you my claim hand. I'm not using it currently.
Who did the regrowing of the after pattern damage?
Fully regrown or attached or regrown?
Fully regrown.
That was
So,
Dr.
Professor, do you have
Bruce.
any desire to enter into the
Alright.
Fellowship of Demons?
No?
No? You sure?
Yeah, I can't.
Why can't you?
She's fast.
Puddin doesn't like demons.
I've been told that won't be a problem.
Also, Puddin, in fact, did shit in Barton's shoes. Somebody said, like, fuck the cat. He doesn't need a papoose. Yeah.
Yeah, and then what he did is like hit it in the front, so you go to.
Yeah.
For the pattern damage to heal, what needs to happen?
An advanced form of mending
I'll let you
or
know that if you
regeneration
die.
needs to be applied. For the most part, Bindings of Bast can heal the wound over, but there's still the pattern damage there, and then he needs to heal naturally.
Bring you back.
Or, as I said,
Demon parts
a lot
into
of
you.
advanced.
Stuff
did
that's
you
probably at
find
the
that
chantry.
out?
Had lunch with her.
I'll
on
ask the
train
queen.
going down to Georgia.
Some
The
Yahtzee.
cats would say that the best way, the easiest way, would just be to sleep it off, or
She laid out the deal
Some
for me.
time.
She
Okay.
promised it
With,
would be free-willed agents.
Sleep of Ages.
yeah, that could help.
She
All
wants us on the
right.
team.
I'll tell Scarlett.
Why, though?
Can you
Why
send
not?
word to the rest of the companions that I'll be
We're
stuck
apparently
here
her kind
for
of
a
people.
little bit?
No, she can send word to Puddin right away.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that.
Alright.
And I'll see
Puddin's
if he,
eyes glow blue like
You know,
wow.
Puddin seems to kind of like the eyes kind of align in attunement and kind of look at yours, and you can see Jeb say that. Well, what is it? You can see that his arm has been, for the most part, destroyed. He looks a little bit worse for wear. Like he looks a little bit more worse than wear than he normally does. He'll be spending some time inside of the Cat City.
yeah.
Okay. What does he need me to do?
If you have anybody to fix pattern damage, send them my way.
Well, Gabriel Varus can, but I don't know if he can go to the Dreamlands.
All right, I'll see if Scarlett could bring Barus or anybody here that could help aid their recovery.
It'd be a lot easier because she can pull you here a lot easier. They would have to be able to transit dimensions. She can only transit dimensions when you're near.
Is there a way for me to help Varus go to the Dreamlands?
Other than visit Jamal.
You don't know, was it potentially visiting Jamal? Otherwise, Scarlet would probably say it's easier to bring you there. The only thing is when you're physically transporting it, you have to go between the realms.
Yeah, that again. You already pissed off someone. Just by walking around. My day.
You melted your hand.
Scarlet says it's probably nothing that you did specifically. It's just anyone that's crossing the boundary as this realm is being consumed.
Professor, go ask Barus how long it will take for him to fix some pattern damage on me. I'll be here.
I think he'd have to diagnose you first.
I'll tell him
You'd
it's
have
my
to look
right
at
hand and my
it.
chest. My right hand?
Oh.
Look, this is my right hand. Wave my. Oh, I guess you can't see my nub. You see, put wave right hand.
I guess I'll do what he says and contact Gabriel. Is there anything else before transmission
Probably the
ends?
chest, I would think, would be the more serious of the two. But
Yeah. That comes back.
I know when I had damage to my lung, it was a bad thing.
Yep.
Didn't feel good when I was poking it.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll ask Scarlet and the rest of the cats. What would be the easiest way for me to get back to?
They would say that physically, the way that you're taking is what they know. There are certain dream gates, but they're in cities outside the protection of the cats.
That's what I was afraid of. All right. Well, I'm going to try to hold tight until we can know for sure you can get Varus closer to you, and then I'll have Scarlet wake me up.
Okay.
Before the end of the transmission, you also see Jeb say, in kind of a tone that doesn't match his normal tone, and it doesn't quite sync up with what you see from his lips, telling you that he's going to need some sort of one of those long party subs with ham.
Okay. Ham party sub?
Transmission out.
I guess I'll contact Gabriel, Bruce, and a local cafe to do a large ham party sub.
Puddin says that there's that one on 5th. They make large party subs.
You mean one with the different kinds of ham, 3 kinds of different ham?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. You can contact Varus. He's currently on compound with B. He says he needs to take a look at the wound specifically, but it could be healed more rapidly. The natural thing the best thing to do would be to wait for the pattern damage to heal naturally and then regenerate the limb. But quintessence and the proper procedures could force it.
We'll probably have to do that because I don't
Ideally,
think
he would like to take him back to a Demance inside of Chicago. He has no intention to travel to the Dreamlands.
Why?
He hasn't really been there too much before, and he seems that that's a extra risk because not only he has to come back from there too.
Okay, well, didn't Jeb say that he would come back, but to get Gabriel close then?
Gabriel will tell you he's going to be working the next week here with B at the facility.
Okay, then I'll just... Alright, then when Jeb comes back, isn't that what you said?
I said I'll contact me. Can you contact me? Or is this going to be a one-way?
I've never tried contacting you through Puddin.
Do you have the spell
Messenger?
Messenger?
Messenger of Bass?
Yep.
Yeah, then yes. Then I'll attempt to do that then, to tell him that Gabriel, Bruce...
You can give me a roll on Messenger of Bast.
Can I actually make a
So it would be just as equally as dangerous if they try to walk.
Well, probably more so because they're getting an extra trip. Well, you have to come back eventually. Presumably you want to go back to Earth.
During my heal phase,
By 3?
By 3? You can get into contact with, what the hell is it? Through Puddin by Scarlet.
Okay, I'll tell him that Gabriel Varus needs to take you back to Demance in Chicago. He's currently working with B at the moment, so if you can come back, then he can work on it because he says he needs to evaluate it.
So how many days do I have to wait before the pattern damage is healed?
Here, I'd say the pattern damage on the chest, about 2 weeks. You know that would equate to, what the hell is it, 4 days there?
Okay. How many days there?
4. The catch thing is you just fucking stay here. Like, what do you got to do there?
You're right. I'll let her know that I'm gonna stay
They're like,
here.
you can lay over there or fucking over there. And maybe not there, because I want to lay over there. But otherwise...
I'll let you know that I'm gonna stay
whatever.
here. If you want to meet Jamal, that's probably the safest way if you want to come here and study it all. But I'm gonna be here trying to recruit some of the pattern damage.
Do you need help with that, or I don't know that I can do anything to help you with it. So
If you want to come here and learn something, any type of the spells, they're here for your knowledge. I mean, I'm gonna be held up for a little bit. I'm gonna go into the Sleep of Ages to speed this up.
okay,
So, if you want to come here and learn,
so regrow your hand.
just try to stop just to help the pattern damage. So, I'm gonna go into Sleep of Ages. Just to let you guys know where I'm at.
Okay.
I did run into the Blob, the Eater of Dreams. So, got me.
So you did run into him?
Well, he ran into me a couple times.
Okay. So, but it's a single entity, like the size of
I think it's
Moss?
probably
Or is it like something
Medium?
so big that you just ran into, like, one of its cells of a multi-cell?
I think I probably ran an extension of it,
Okay. Like a tentacle, like a feeler.
or just a minion.
Okay.
what you got from Semyata before, I mean, the Eat of Dreams doesn't necessarily see people. It's trying to eat that entire dimension. So...
Evidently something I had was tasty. So,
Or you just got in the way.
yeah. Or just got picked up.
Generally, the cats have a pretty tight perimeter around the city.
Okay.
But the wilds, they don't control the wilds.
But it happened before I left the dreamland, or the desert.
It was after your first
Jump.
when you got to the wilds. It seems as though something was near the edge of the desert, and it looked like it might be following you until you used Gastergarder and confronted it, and at which point it seemed now interested in whatever the hell you had going on.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, I'm going to be here for a little bit.
So they have any means of defeating the Eater of...
Deflect Prime worked really well.
Dreams.
Try to reduce...
Yeah. They'll tell you spiritual, what is it, spiritual power, is it? Spiritual fist? I can't remember. Spirit weapon? Can't remember what the cat one is. What their power is.
No, there's nothing spirit other than Spirit Force.
Yeah, there you go, Spirit Force.
I have that one.
They can use Spirit Force, what have you.
And the Tremere knife's destroyed, right?
You never got it back.
Okay.
It might be out there somewhere in the deserts, but it was being eaten up like so much material absorbing into like a
So,
back.
missing in action, safe to say?
Yeah. And there's certain primal effects that damage the entity. They say those are the two things really.
Okay.
It's kind of it tries to break down everything that this realm is made out of, which this realm is made out of kind of a fair amount of quintessence. So if you don't have quintessence, then you don't have to worry about it.
Okay.
However-
Fortunately, my staff has quintessence in it right now.
Well,
everything else on me has got quintessence in it.
You were born of a realm made of quintessence, so unless you're some sort of chaos creature,
Yeah.
you can be eaten.
So, I'll be here. See if you come here, and if not, I'll try to find my way back home.
All right, so that pretty much wraps it. What is it? You're going to go into a sleep of ages. That's going to speed up things a little bit, but you're still going to have time relative to here. Once again, while in the dreamlands, whether physical or dreaming, you don't seem to need to eat or sleep or anything else of that nature.
So,
Now you look like a smart pick, right?
as long as I'm here, I'm great.
Yep, and the cats pretty much just spend a lot of time leisurely. They eat things when they're here, but it's usually conjurations of things that they pulled up. Like there's certain spells like from Prime or not from Prime, but from Dream and Dreaming that can allow you to create things here.
Well, then, if he's not coming back, then why do I need this party song?
Did you not ask?
Because even though he doesn't need...
Puddin says just in case, but there's no waste. There's no reason for it to go to waste.
Exactly. So they really put it in wanted it. They should have known that by now.
You know the tomatoes that are on it that he asked for? She doesn't need those on it.
Okay, I'll take them off.
All right.
She just wants the 3 layers of ham.
She wanted.
You can save the bread.
He definitely wanted tomatoes originally, but now he wants them off. He just wants the taste of tomato, not the whole tomato.
Transmission out.
All right. So we're heading into the next week. Depending on what the PCs you finish
What
up
was
with
our...
today.
I'll try to radio B. Are we taking a month here, or what's our plan?
B wanted to take a month to work on her facilities.
Okay.
It seems as though she can definitely scale up things with her facility. She's been working a lot with Gabriel Bruce, with the people that she has. There's a lot to be done in this undertaking. I suppose there's more that she could do in this undertaking, and she's decided to kind of go full force with it. So it's taking up a lot of her time.
Okay.
So she's attempting to make some sort of manufacturing center to produce large quantities of quintessence.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that Gabriel Bruce is helping with, but then she's also training in the people and yada, yada, yada. Walter Riker is currently inside of Nevada, building some sort of transatlantic gate system.
Mm-hmm.
And there's various entities doing things.
Okay. And you guys are off in the Dreamlands?
I am.
Me, no. He contacted me via Puddin.
Okay. What are you guys doing?
I was learning more about the Yith language, but if you need my help, I can do some other stuff.
I will get in contact at some point where we can be in a chantry to tell you that of Mrs. E's intentions. So if he dies, Zyke's going to take you back and he's going to pack a demon in there with you, bring you back alive. Or you could just sign up now.
No, I don't want to sign up. The Puddin will be mad and Bass will be mad, and then...
Yeah. But as Mrs. E said, that's their issue, not yours.
Yeah. She doesn't have any qualms with you working with cats.
Yeah. She would be fine if you worked with Bass. It's Bass that has issues, so...
Yeah.
She's got a lot of things that she'll give you. Just saying.
Oh, have you already taken up her offer?
No, I haven't, but she just was telling me all about
The cats
it.
don't seem to react to, what is it, Hymnal. They don't seem to like Browning too much, but then you've seen Browning do things like, he's like, I just made these hot from the oven, Hot Pockets. And then just grabs them and starts eating them right away, and like you can see like them boiling, and he's like, delicious.
It's because he's got a demon bound to his body, his soul.
From your understanding, it's not...
He's not human anymore.
It's not a demon that's bound to you, it's the essence of a demon is ripped from the demon and given to you.
Exactly. It's all good. Anyways, I'm going to spend my time trying to find one more wildcat,
Okay.
Working with the big wildcats. And then the other thing, though, I do is I track down Browning just to do that little thing there. So I'm Liz. Someone's selling it hard.
A lot of Kool-Aid's going to be drunk.
I can talk to you over here.
You were going to be evil.
I was never going to be evil.
Wow, you were only working for the evil guy.
What, were you going to take advantage of the evil?
Yeah, he's going to take advantage of the demon.
Barton
He's doing
left
fairly
his
well in
Barton
the,
thing.
what is it,
Demon worshiper.
the Church of Sinstar.
I was doing great in that. What are you talking about? It was awesome.
Yeah, basically, so I'll hold him with the bike, and I'll pop
Well, I'm down a knife now.
Don't break crap, just kill him. Okay, AC. Okay, AC 19.
What was that?
I know you're
Well,
Great. Maintain the grapple. Yeah, plus 14, so I roll. So I got 17. So Mike, hit you up. Yeah, no, that is it. You call it grapple. It's the grapple is the bite. It's still not enough. I feel the big grapple is still not Okay, you take 5, the 11 damage from the bite. And to the rakes, huh? Rakes go on there. Nope, plus 3 rakes. 13. What's your AC? It's pretty much -4. It's just what's your dex?
All right. So, what do you guys plan on doing for the next few days? For the most part, I mean, you do occasionally feel the urge to eat, but not necessarily like you don't get any more hungry. You're just like, I could go for like a good sandwich. And with the dreaming skill, that can allow you to do minor things like that. And I think you're decent at dreaming.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can do things of that nature. It seems like the cats do something similar. They don't have a full ability to dream here, but they can conjure constructs and things of that nature. And there are fish that live in the ponds and aqueducts, not aqueducts, but the rivers near here. Slowly but surely, ever since the Hag of Zayas have been removed, there are rivers returning to the desert areas around here, and even oases popping up.
So I can dream fish or a sandwich.
Yep.
Okay. I'll dream a sandwich. No tomatoes. Ham.
Can be done. I don't need to roll for you. That's a relatively minor task with dreaming.
Okay.
Beyond that, what is it? If you're going to be going under full dream of ages, or was it sleep of ages?
I'll ask the rest of the cats in Semyata if I had primal bath, would that speed up, like gaining pattern damage and stuff like that, using the quintessence to help heal?
They imagine, I mean, it could, but I suppose there would be a few individuals here that know a little bit more about certain mending techniques, but it would be difficult and it would be resource intensive.
Okay. Like they don't have it?
No, they do. They have to wait for some time and took the stuff out of the well.
Oh, when I did the staff?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll go in the sleep of ages until certain things could replenish itself. And
Okay.
I'm trying to think if I have anything else otherwise.
So they'll look into expediting your healing, but frankly, they don't know why you're not just waiting. Because all you need to do is sleep around for a few days, and they're like, why is this even an issue?
Well, would the sleep of ages just pretty much do it for me then?
The sleep of ages would accelerate that, so you might be getting out 2-3 days.
I'll do the sleep of ages then. Okay. I'll go and
However, realistically, you're in the sleep for some time relative to.
Yeah, I'll just go to sleep.
Okay.
And let them know right before I go to sleep. If you guys come across the Tremere knife, it's probably gone. Just let me know.
Okay. So, do you have any lost will?
Mm-mm.
You'll essentially be in the sleep of ages for 2 weeks, but from your perspective, it'd only be what the hell is it? It'd only be 2 days in this reality.
In physical time? In Earth time? Or?
Earth time, yeah.
Okay.
What the hell have you? So actually, that's 6. Yep. So you'd be. Excuse me. No, you'd be under. Yep, that'd be correct. I'm fading out, but I'm still good to run. So where the hell are we?
You didn't have
So doing
anything
this-
to eat.
I think that might be it. I'm not like terribly hungry, but I was like, I didn't want to eat earlier, but then I didn't want to leave the venue. So there you go.
There's a spot right down there that actually has it all.
I might grab some of those Koopa coins in.
5-minute warning on the registry in case you need to buy anything last minute.
You might want to go grab that right now.
I might get a candy. Otherwise, you can decide what you guys are doing for your next week. From what you've seen at the Yith site, there's a lot of knowledge that could be gained there. A lot of which is technological, but also their archives are pretty vast. From what you understand, I mean, they have mythos information about creatures that haven't existed for a very long time. They have information about future events. From what you've seen, these species were time travelers.
Good to know.
So their archives of mythos are
That's what it is. I think that's the goal of it.
infinitely more so than yours. They could even be vastly bigger than the archives that the Order has access to.
1 silver piece is 5, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Which is nice.
That's cool.
Good use of those, though.
I want to see a list of all the demon powers.
Yeah, might as well show them.
There's the list now.
And we go grab
This is if you just join the air carts, right?
Yep. I forgot if I wrote down power leverage investiture, but that's on there too. She gave me her true name.
Doing it, huh?
Ian's selling hard. I almost feel like I should do it just to make the guy happy.
I'm going to do you a favor. I am not going to do this.
He almost told me that I was going to get in on the ground floor, so.
That's great.
Peanuts. So, what do you guys decide for the next week? V is currently working, as I said before, with Gabriel Varus regarding setting up the alchemical systems. They're starting to see some resources, but a lot of those are going to be expended in enhancing the facilities.
Can I spend a point into computer operation?
You can. I said that you could before.
Okay.
The exit here, coming on 10. I think if you got off at Round Lake Road or something like that, there's a bunch of eateries right there.
Okay.
You're coming in from.
I got food at home. It's just I was somewhat full when I got here, so I was like, I'm not gonna. I apologize if I'm drowning out.
What's computer operation skill?
It's an IQ easy, I believe.
So that's 0.
1 point would have it at 0.
Okay, how many can I put? Just one?
I would say 2. It is an easy skill.
Okay. And then what is it at then?
So it'd be IQ plus 1.
Would something like from 1, the spell from 1, would that block me from?
I have to double check my description from that, but from dream,
Oh, is that where you can just draw things from the dream?
yeah,
Okay.
and theoretically manifest them in the physical world. From 1 does something a lot different,
Okay.
but I have to double check with that. So, any takers? Anyone thought what they're doing, or you guys?
Oh, I'm still waiting.
You were saying that the facility has more mythos shared there?
It seems to. Well,
Well-
you're pretty confident it does. It seemed to be some
But
sort of large
I don't
archive or
go by
library.
myself.
You could try taking Althea or other people from the Order. The only thing is then the people from the Order might know where this facility is, if that's something you want. There's if you talk to B, you most likely could get people from B's facility.
Does she trust people at her facility to go with us?
B trusts the people at her facility, so does Walter Riker.
Then
Walter
I'll
Riker
ask-
would say that he's a little bit like he's talked to Tanith Meklot, and he wouldn't be here on an expedition, so you shouldn't have to worry about him.
Then can I take some of them and Althea and go?
All right.
If stuff gets crazy, then we'll just go. Get
Okay.
out of there. And that's what I'll do for my week then.
Okay. You can give me a research. Are you primarily working on? I suppose you're still working on the language itself.
Yeah, because then, like, if I find some mythos stuff, I don't know how to read it. And then you're taking into account, I have typing, and I have
Speed
computer
reading?
operation, and I've got speed reading.
Yep,
and
the
I've got
research is first.
Okay. Yeah, by 9.
You believe with Riker's people and Althea Montrose, you've collected what you would equate to a very basic translation dictionary for Yithian. So if you want to, you can put a point into Yith Broken.
Okay.
Now, in the Cthulhu game, there's lots of
that-
languages, so you only need to take
so
one perk. It's just
You said that
thematically
when
it's
I was
not.
working with B, I could put the point in it, but it wouldn't actually go in.
Now it is fully.
Now it's full, okay.
Yep, so you don't need to spend an additional point. Now it is fully Broken Yithian. You feel as though now, they'll be coming into the next week, that you can make basic queries to this Yith system, or even address things in the archive, or see what the objects are, or even ask it questions about other facilities, or even get more information about these other sites like Peru or the two in the hell's it, the New Continent, the one that sunk.
Ryla?
That's a city on Mu. It's not a human city.
So, what query would I have to do to find out where that guy is?
Well, now
We already found that out.
You guys
there was
know?
3 locations. B ruled out 2 of them.
Right. I think 2 of them are still in the bottom of the ocean, so we just didn't want to go there.
Yeah.
Can I find out
So
more?
you found him.
Can I find out more information than about?
It's
that
definitely
site?
possible. You put your 9. I would say, yeah, you can give me a computer's operation roll.
Midway 3. Is there other people here that can
You
help
definitely
me?
can confirm that these 3 locations had some contact at some point in time through jumping forward via taking passengers from Mu, as in the Yith were able to transfer their minds to people from Mu and learn more about the time period. And in one particular instance, you would say...
So they already put out the new set, or when this
Trying
one's
to think
on?
here.
Pre-release was 21-22.
So they're selling it.
Should be, yeah.
I don't remember. I didn't see any of the boxes. Let's see even called.
So what do you think of here?
I like it.
How much of a...
You can find
Change
one
for you.
reference to the
Lot-
Peruvian
lot
site
closer than the other place.
that seems to talk
Well,
about
for
some sort
Outpost.
of social
Not
contract.
much. Just up the road a bit.
Okay.
That'll be
You
interesting
don't know
to
what it
see
means.
when I'm not leaving
So
my
I
house at
guess
7
I'll just
o'clock at night,
continue
what the
to
roads are like,
Work there.
And the site in the middle of the Mu
10 backs
continent
off someone or now jam that gets around.
Yeah.
seems to indicate that a lot of materials
I would think it
from
would be
Mu are
pretty
stored
old,
there,
630.
but not necessarily anything
You take
from
169 out?
Lana.
10.
So I don't know for sure.
Because you can
what
take
Lana
one.
is.
169 is on the other side of the river.
You know for certainly that the middle one on the
Right.
Mu continent does
I guess
have
usually
some sort of material from
169 has
Mu,
always been
whether
jammed.
that's a
You know,
person
I'd
or
have
not,
to
you're
go
not
back
sure.
and then out.
And there's more references at this location
about that.
in Peru
I mean,
that
if it was
mention a
quick,
social
if it wasn't-
contract.
If 10
which
was
is
a parking
unusual.
lot, then it would make sense to go that way. But I could take, what was it, East River Road goes up.
All the way here.
Yeah,
Just a lot more lights.
with more lights,
Oh,
right. But that
I'll
road moves
note
pretty
it.
quick. It's
Does
like
it really?
45.
Now, most of your time was learning the language, so presumably the
I
next
usually
week
drive
after
55
that,
on it,
you'd
so-
be able to pull a lot of information.
Yeah, but you're right. It's the timing if you hit the lights or not.
All right, so you two, you'd be coming up a few days later. You'd be coming up into your next week.
Okay. How's my healing going?
For the 2 days, you'll ultimately heal 12 for the chest. The arm still isn't healed, but for the most part, it's all right. If you wanted to spend more time in the Sleep of Ages, you could, and theoretically heal more damage.
Let's just get it up. Let's just get it all done.
Okay, it'll be 4 days into your next week. It's virtually all gone, other than a few points, which here would take a few days. Otherwise, another day in the Sleep of Ages, everything would be completely. So 5 days, everything is pretty much full. Your willpower would be full, assuming you don't have like.
My will's not down.
Okay, then you're fine.
That's one thing I didn't use was will. I used the stored quintessence that was inside my staff that I got from the well. So, but I'm still missing my hand, so that needs to be regrown. The chest damage.
For the most part, there's scar tissue there, but it is grown back.
Okay. The hand is gone.
Gone. But the cats tell you that the pattern's there,
So
unless you're missing an arm.
So I can just regrow it anytime.
They say it won't regrow normally, it's just the pattern isn't damaged. So healing magic beyond the blessings of Bast would work.
Do you know anybody here that could do that?
There would be a few cats here that could do something akin to that. They would say that they could accelerate it, and they would finish the process here, but it would start to grow back over the next several days.
Okay.
They say you don't have to be here to finish it though.
Okay. Well, if you don't mind.
And I'll come up with their spell list and send it over to you.
Okay. So yeah, I'll have them started so it can start growing over the next several days. And
Yep.
So I'll stay here until that is done. Like
At the end of the week, relative to them, then you'd be pretty much all back. I mean, you can tell that
the nub's growing.
the nub will grow back to kind of a hand at that point. So you're all pretty much good after the week of Dreamlands. The only thing is you're in a different dimension healing up, which is not necessarily a bad idea.
Yeah.
Other than
Trying to
transit.
Yeah.
Sometimes
I
transit
gotta
can be
leave
risky.
now. Yeah.
All right. So you two either next week?
I'll go back to the Chantry and
Oh, excuse me, we did your week. And then
go to the Chantry to see if I can jump into a class that's teaching counter magics.
Did we get points?
I would say you have the people that you're referred to prior.
Mm-hmm.
Talking to them, they can put you in another class that is dealing with that right now. What is your current skill level in it in? 0?
I'd like to know how to do it.
Yep, then you can
You
definitely
didn't
do
give
that.
out points, did you?
I think I gave out 2.
Okay.
So at the end of the week, I can put a point into counter magics.
Given their teachers, counter magic is hard, so it'll take 3 days.
Okay. Oh, only 3 days.
Could I put points in shallow walk while I'm there?
You use it a fair amount. How many points do you have in there right now?
1.
Yeah,
Can I also do another point in deflect prime
yeah, you use that. So.
and in primal infusion.
How many points do you have in that one?
Well, I got nothing but 1s.
I haven't used that too much.
Yeah,
It's difficulty.
if I can come to the... Well, the thing is, let's see, I'd have to take the... If I take the potion, I get there for a week, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Which turns into what? How many days?
The basic sleep is only for a couple days. It's just you're not supposed to take the potion more than once a week.
Right.
So the 3 days would be equivalent to 9 days there.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll see if I can go hang out with Jeb, and if can I learn it. I ask you how the cat's going to teach me.
Oh, you don't have gesture, do you? Can you learn gesture?
Well, it's not only that, but your body language allows you to interpret cat. Like you have a special type of body language.
Do you know body language?
Yeah.
Well, it's a start.
Yep, it's better than nothing, but
It's going to be
outside of your perspective, when you guys are asking questions of your cat, it's just posturing to anyone else. And they're like, okay, the fucking cat lifts its tail. What does that mean? He's like, oh, it's 15 miles due west of here near a green car. You're like, how the fuck did you
Right.
extrapolate that? You're like, what?
Exactly.
Aren't you seeing what I'm seeing here?
Everybody sees that.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit easier, I guess, when you get your familiar. If you get a familiar.
Right.
Unless you get a demon.
It's tempting, isn't it?
No, not really.
Jeb used to do that.
You get
I
a
did.
demon cat familiar.
Who knows? There are cats from Saturn.
Those guys
Saturn?
and my cats do
Yeah,
not get
pretty
along.
pissy cats. They do not get along. They are in fact cats, though.
Okay. I didn't know there were cats on Saturn. So.
Same thing for the
Yep.
cats of Uranus. Cats of Uranus is another one.
There's cats in Irem too.
Yep.
Okay. Well, those are the invisible things.
Yeah.
That was bad.
Those are not worshipped by bats. Or nor Saturn.
What's the one you've been getting? Block Prime or
What do you mean?
Primal Defense?
Oh, Deflect Prime?
Deflect Prime?
That's my favorite one now. That one, see.
So I spent 3 days learning counter magics. Could I take some time to learn Deflect Prime in my week too?
They don't have. They have Primal Ward.
Primal
Deflect Prime me and the cats made up.
Well, the cat's me out. Okay.
They have a different type of magic. I mean, some of the effects might be similar, but they use a lot of posturing and shit that's just made up on the fly, and it doesn't necessarily.
It makes
make
it
sense.
it makes it a step easier.
I would say that by far, learning shit from the Chantry and learning shit from the cat's like, can we do this? And you're like, sure, fuck it.
Just do
Like, I want to
this.
deflect cats. I'm like, I don't know, do this. I'm like, no, your hips are totally out of fucking whack.
And
I
once
think
that's
what
done-
you should do is a bat.
If you can get gesture, you'll speed up.
However, then again, when it comes to like organization of spells and ancient lore and other things like that, the
Suck.
cats are like, I know it. Like, who would know it? Bob? Bob would know it?
The cat 2 houses down, maybe.
Well, the Order has like ancient libraries and tomes and like journals from people 400 years dead.
And there's like, we'll be right back. I'm like, hey, did you find? My bad. Totally my bad. I went out and I found some food. What was I doing again?
What was I doing for you? It's like, when are you going to check that out? I'm like, yeah, but I didn't feel like it.
Yeah. They're fickle, but, it kind of works. It's been working for me. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, you spend most of your fucking time sleeping nowadays.
Yeah, so can't drink. I just got to
You
find
can
another
drink,
book.
it's just you get drunk really quick.
That just makes it even more interesting.
You're just
huh?
like a tipsy girl. Like, oh
What's
my god, 2 shots and I'm down.
So what does a Chantry cheat? Primal Ward?
Yeah.
Primal Ward.
It's not even listed on your thing here.
I
So
might
we've got
list in something else.
There it
It's an
is.
average.
Pattern Ward?
Pattern Ward would do it, yeah. Is that an average?
It is, but that's you draw a symbol.
It is a symbol. However, you don't have to physically, if it's already intact somewhere, it just has to be on your person. An amulet,
On your
rune
staff?
on your shirt, on your staff.
Okay.
You just have to focus your energy through a symbol that's already created. When it comes to the gate, part of the mechanism is you have to fit within the ward, so there's specifications of that, but the size of the primal ward doesn't matter as much unless you're trying to cover like you're trying to ward a building, then it has to be relative to the size of the entry.
Okay.
So the ward has to be visible to you relative to your body. So it has to be like the size of maybe a fist or...
Okay. So you'd have it created. And then you just
You'd have an
you just
amulet, or
turn
you'd have it
on.
carved into your staff
Okay.
somewhere, or you'd end up having it painted on your person. Some people even tattoo them into their skin.
Yeah. All right. So
That's probably not a bad deal right there.
yeah. So primal ward, I like that. So is there someone there that'll teach me primal ward?
Yeah, there's actually many classes going on right now. That's one of the major things that is happening in the
I'm pretty good at civil drawing.
what have you, in the rapine storm.
Okay. Is there a reason you guys haven't had tatted yourselves up with the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost? I mean,
Yeah,
why wouldn't you?
because one of them cuts off my power investiture.
Oh, okay.
Because
Well, you could do everything one but that.
one of them stops otherworldly influences, which
Okay.
Yep.
he draws power from an otherworldly
Gotcha.
source.
The other ones, yes, that would make sense. Like the Father would be perfect. The only one I don't think is the one that draws is the Son, right? Gets it from cuts off power investiture.
It would. And
Or is it the Holy Ghost?
The Holy Ghost would in a different manner. The Sun would cut you off. The Holy Ghost is if you're within the area.
Yeah.
It could affect you negatively. The Father wouldn't affect you directly. But if, say, you bastard to try to intervene, however, we're talking relatives here. I mean, it is targeted against that, but unless you made it with any kind of heft, I mean, it's like, oh, Thor's going to come down. It's like, don't worry, I got a Thor award. I'm like, good luck with that. Pretty sure he's going to hit that with a fucking hammer. It's going to fucking explode.
You'd be doomed. So I can pick up primal ward in that week too.
It's average, so their trainers are heavily training that one as well, so that's one
Okay.
that's going to be accelerating. It's going to take 2 days. If you were not to learn from the Chantry teachers as they are right now, it'd take much more time independently.
Right. No, I go sit in the classes. They can teach me stuff. That's great. It's 5 days, so I wonder if there's another-
Unlike the Bast version, which is easier to implement, frankly, this one can be drawn on doors and other things of that nature, and can be permanently enchanted. And that could cause an area where quintessence can't move freely through an area.
Gotcha.
It also could protect, say, like a vehicle door from a primal blast. But all of that's relative. If you have a stronger primal blast and you have a ward, then the blast breaks through.
Mine is just, it's almost like a dome. It's like deflect harm.
Yep, you had based it on deflect harm, so it's kind of fields around you, and depending on your body motions, you can change the nature of the field.
What was that other one he said? Mind Barrier or Guardian of the Mind? Of those?
Mind Barrier, yeah, those are cat.
Those are cat spells.
Yeah, they heavily use gesture and dance.
They've got
So-
Mental Ward at the Chantry. What does that do?
What the hell is it? It's similar to Mind Barrier.
Okay.
Ultimately, it protects your mind from outside influences,
Okay.
even helpful magics. It attempts to put your own mind in kind of a solitary confinement,
Okay.
so it can't be interacted with from the outside.
And Guardian of the Mind is a little lock safe.
Okay.
It's more like a gremlin you lock inside the safe, and you're like, well, if he breaks in, then that guy's gonna fuck him up.
Okay. So is Mental Ward basically a symbol you draw again, just like the primary
Usually on
ward
your
that you-
forehead or on a
you
hat or something
power
around
up?
your head.
Yeah. Okay. Kind of learned that. That's an easy one. Can I pick that up?
Yep. It'll take you a day. That is, once again, another spell that they're trying to teach in mass, given the
Alright.
mind effects that are happening in the storm.
All right. I will, as I'm going through these classes, if there's times to talk to other students, just to see if there's any other people that are focusing on transpose, spatial magic, things like that, just to see if there's other people out there with similar interests I have.
You find that there are a lot of people here. It's just everyone's a little bit burnt out. It's like it's been kind of like finals week for the last 3 months.
Isn't this great? I'm like, look at this! I'm finally getting stuff taught to me. It's amazing.
They're holding up fairly well, a lot better than the standard populace. But I mean, there's signs of the apocalypse. I mean, they've already had casualties. They have friends that they've known that have disappeared, or even mentors that have come back from the rapine storm. So
Yeah.
the effects are a little bit more on them because they're directly combating it.
Yeah.
The same way with if you talk to people in the army and MI5, you're like, yeah, deep ones, they're pretty bad. And you're like, I've been fighting them. Like,
Yeah.
it's like World War II, and you're like, oh, Nazis, right? And you're like, the fuck?
Yeah, I know. I fought in the Great War. I got it. People went out, they didn't come back. It was sad. You raised a drink to them.
Yep. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of people that learn magics here. Was it transpose and other things of that nature? So there are people that might be a fair amount of people that are quite less skilled than you in it, but they generally seem to have better fundamentals. Meaning they know fold space better than they know transpose. They know sense steely better than they know the other two.
Jeez, I guess I was rubbing my nose in the fundamentals.
So even though you're better at teleportation, a lot of them are better at actually sensing temporal locations, like where things have gone to,
Right.
Tracking.
How do they track? Well, actually, I already use track, right? You use the sense space.
Somewhat,
Yeah.
yeah. However, they're able to combine it with other things like sensing primal energies to even track down resonances over long-range periods and things of that
Okay.
nature. They can use crystal balls and other methods to scry at long range to visual see targets without actually opening up a portal between you and them.
Yeah.
So the only thing that transfers over is light. So they filter out everything in between so somebody can't shoot you from the fold space.
Yeah.
And other various wizard techniques,
Okay.
wizardly techniques.
Sane existence.
So are you around at all? You're
Makes
doing the
me
research
my
on
pattern
check,
damage.
right?
I'm doing
That, in that
research
particular
on the site.
instance, could have stopped
Went to the
the
site by
that
yourself,
thing
Professor?
from breaking
No,
down
I
Do
your
I even
pattern.
know you anymore?
Okay. Before I
took
leave, I want to see if I
several
can
Bs
learn
and
that.
Ys and
Okay.
LB with me.
Maybe you
Do you
didn't
have
need to
a ring with
fill
you?
out. What's the difficulty on it?
D8.
Okay, I sent you a message on the ring.
It's going to cut into another week.
Do you have any interest to go and visit Angus?
Can't quite do it yet. I'll wait.
Uh,
As soon as the nub is good, my last question I'll ask them.
Okay.
Is there a way to mark
Good luck.
my staff to hold it from the Dreamlands to the Waking Lands?
They're not quite sure. Like I had mentioned before with the cats, it's kind of like they ask around, and they don't really have any kind of form. It's like centralized library, so they're like, they don't know. It's kind of a transubstantial element, so maybe it'll go through.
Is there anybody that they know?
As in,
Just around other cats that been around the block?
you can give me a carousing.
Five by 8.
You would find out. I mean, some of them don't initially offer up the information, but they tell you that they think that since you're physically here, it shouldn't be an issue.
Okay. Is there a limit that staff could hold?
I think the limit is your ability to put stuff into it, because eventually it becomes harder to pack that same suitcase. They say it's not enchanted to do that, so
Is there a way to enchant it to do it?
yeah, there's certain ways of like primal baths you can fix it up so it holds more. Then you put your thing in it.
Which one's that? That's hard, isn't it?
I think so.
How long will it take to do that?
From your perspective, it would only take 1 day relative to them.
I'll do it. I'll let Crumble
You could
back.
do that the last day that you're regenerating your hand.
Okay. Alright, that's well. So I'll just put a point on that.
Alright. Near the end of the week, you will find out there's been, there's been an update. I shouldn't say an update. Apparently, some of the wards have been breaking down around the area, preventing the rapine storm from continuing on. So it's been about 2 weeks since the disappearance of that one individual, and supposedly it just stopped. And they've been putting up wards, but it seems now they've had wards dropping, and they've already lost one team of people that have been sent out to investigate, and they're worried because it's a fairly high-end team. They don't know what happened. They assume that Nefandi are involved. They haven't been able to track them down specifically. They don't follow the normal rules for how you should be able to track someone. They don't. Sometimes they just don't have resonance, or they don't affect weaves the same way. They aren't running by the same rule book. However, you guys can continue to move on, or do whatever you want.
As soon as I'm done, I learn that stuff, I'll make my way back up to the Waking World.
Okay. You can give me a. It's going to be a shallow walk.
How many?
3 shallow walks. Scarlet thinks you're only really worried about the one here.
Okay.
Once you're in the wilds, it's only bad fairies then you have to worry about. And then she says in the Umbra, it's only really bad werewolves or bad spirits.
I lost my only thing for spirits.
The penumbra is not too bad.
Yeah. I'll burn a quintessence. Off the staff.
Okay.
You got a staff that holds quintessence now?
I got pumped it into it.
Oh, very cool. So how much does it hold for you?
I don't know. As much as I can plug, like you said, as much as I can pack into it.
Okay.
6.
Are you packing it in, Julian?
7.
Oh no, I have enough to keep
5.
going.
Enough battery?
Just wanna put it in
By 7.
the pack here.
By 7? You can give me another roll.
How
You
did
can use
the
to make your way
trip
to
to
the
the
wilds.
Yith go?
Good.
Has Ben heard back from him, or when does he find out?
9.
Well, he heard
By
back from
3.
all of America. And they
Along the
just
trip,
said
on the way back from the
that we went with
wilds,
someone else, but he
Scarlet
applied
seems
for
minorly
different jobs
displeased,
and
but for the most part is taking it in stride. Apparently there's a small, what appears to be
No way,
male
really?
fairy that
Yeah.
happens to be riding on
Oh,
Scarlet's
man.
back, holding her ears. And
That's
Scarlet's mildly agitated,
Because
but
they said
otherwise
don't reply to this
there's a
email,
tiny
call
man
them,
with
and we
wings
call
like,
them
wee, ride into the wind.
I'll try to pick up the fairy and put him on my head.
He kind of
I'm sorry
slaps
to
your
hear that.
fingers. He's like, no.
Interview, did you hear anything back?
Seacrest,
from that, or
run!
still gotta wait?
Wacha!
did the
Scarlet
test,
just kind of
and then
Scarlet's not the type of cat that would
contact
attack.
him after you-
Just offhand, Puddin would
They
probably
go up
freak
for
the fuck out and be
interview.
like, down.
Okay.
If you will.
if they want him for an interview.
But yeah.
Oh, okay. So,
Oh.
the waiting game still.
Before
Yeah.
we cross the threshold out of the
Well, I hope
the
it goes
wilds
well for you
into
guys.
the waking land, I look at the
Yeah,
fairy and
it
I'm
would
like,
be nice
tag,
for him to get
you're
that
it,
police
and then I
job that he liked.
Yeah. Was it was the police department?
No, Bloomington.
Give you a dimensional conduit or cello
The
up.
police department they go through, but
For Duluth?
by
no,
1.
for the Mall of America.
Oh, so it's a real police officer job, not like a rent-a-cop
Okay.
kind of thing?
No.
For the most part, I mean,
you
he
have
seems to
have
look at you with a
experience.
kind of
Oh,
a
really? Okay. I didn't know
Like
that.
police
an
experience
anger in
and
his
all that
eyes,
stuff.
and then he seems to
They
just
have,
kind of
like,
let you go.
Drug
Okay.
sniffing dogs and all that kind of
All right,
stuff.
serious?
there.
He kind of floats up, and then you
Wow.
in another dimension.
I had no idea. Okay.
I pissed off a fairy.
You should have brought your staff. You could have bribed the little bastard.
I was riding Scarlet, so I played tagged.
Okay.
You're it, and then left.
Otherwise, you're in the Umbra.
Okay, keep walking out.
Yep. Ooh.
Is that the U of the Cthulhu?
Yep.
I took a left turn at the Umbra and ended in the low Umbra.
Things got ugly.
By 1.
By 1. You can ultimately make it to the Umbra, and from there it's relatively easy to make it through the Penumbra, make it back. What is it? The location that you've been going to? I can't remember the shallow near you that you've been.
Whatever's the closest one.
I think there was one. There was a lake near you. I'll have to double check. I'll write them down. Otherwise, you can get back.
Yeah, Planeswalker now, man.
Close. Planes, I'm gonna die, Walker.
That's what
You
get
still
over
don't
here.
really have the knack for navigation. Pretty much,
Suck.
you open the portals and Scarlet navigates.
How do you do navigating through? Is it?
It's tricky because directions don't matter, so absolute direction doesn't mean anything there. Because it's Escher-esque in some of these dimensions. Up means down, down means
So
right.
would my understanding of distance be more effective in that regard, or is it not applicable?
You're not sure.
Okay.
This 3D spatial sense doesn't even work, right?
It helps you. It's just a lot of it is in the short range. Like that is
Right.
definitely north, and you walk for a while, and like that is no longer north. I don't think I've changed directions. It's
Right.
just that's no longer north.
That's because to go north, you need to go up,
Yep.
and then turn around and go back. But you've been in a straight line, going in a straight line in the same direction.
Yep, that's what it feels like. I mean, some of the other denizens of those worlds have
Right. That's
lived that way the
Right.
entire life.
Right.
So you might see the spirit come back to Earth and be like, "Why is he just randomly like floating about? Is he haunting the area?" It's like, "How the fuck do you get out of this building?"
The door.
It's like, "What the hell's a door?"
Exactly. All right.
All right. So, I think what is it? There's your time coming back. it would take you a couple days into your next week to get back, because the time.
I'm gonna teleport myself out to the Eckhart estate.
Okay. Where you can teleport out to is the manor. That's where he has the symbol set up.
Right. Yep. So I make the symbol on my end, and connect them up, and
Okay.
pop in. So I don't believe it was needed any pass reports or anything like that.
Not that you're aware of. However, Mrs. Urquhart said something about letting you come in,
Okay.
but there's no locks before.
All right.
You do know that Mr. Urquhart, if he was near, could attempt to divert a
Okay.
teleport out of the area, like he did with
Yep.
the one that came in last time.
I'll find Browning and have him pass along to Zykes, and I'm going to go visit Angus if that's okay.
Yeah, you can do that.
Using that, I just
A lot of times when you say that to Browning, he's like, "Gotcha," and he like turns around off the corner. He's like, "Hey, Zykes,
Yeah.
this is what they're doing."
Yeah.
Then he looks back at you and he's like, "I've conveyed it." You're like, "The fuck." I could have just said that.
Good job.
He's like, "Yeah, thumbs up."
All right. Then I'll go visit my old friend Angus.
Okay.
Let's transpose. Is that all you need?
From what you understand, Angus has been working with MI5 on the war front, so he may or may not be.
No,
at the
I'm
manor.
not expecting him to be there, but I'm hoping I can just kind of back him, track him down or something. From
Okay.
There, so. But I don't expect him to be there. But I got to get into the British Isles in the first place.
Yep.
Hoping that that's the easiest way. I don't trip some Blue Hades protection thing or some other badness. So I'll succeed by 7.
When you end up setting up, sense Steely, you can't really sense too much around there.
Okay.
After you spend probably about a minute or two attempting to kind of find a location, something just seems to open up near there.
Oh, that's nice.
And you only feel that there's one destination, but it kind of feels like a, what the hell is it? Like
prepared landing
an
pad?
antlion mound,
Yeah.
where it's like, if you target that, you're just going to fall into the middle, wherever the hell it's guiding you.
Okay. I'll go.
What is it? You can give me their teleport.
So my success by 7. You want to roll again?
Well, technically, I'll take that, but the first one was technically
Okay,
sense Steely.
I'll roll again. So then the transpose is going to be even better. So it's going to be 6. So that's by 10.
You do arrive in location. You're not sure where you are going there. You're not sure where you are. Was it where you are? I'm totally off. Going there, since it's pulling you in, you know it's somewhere in Drummond Docket, but you don't know where specifically it's coming in. Otherwise, when you do come in, there are some people that are looking at you, and you're like, "Oh shit, I must be horribly off." But there's probably close to about 30 people that are moving through the center of town,
Yeah.
and some of them do seem a bit startled, but they continue to walk past you. And there's a very large, elaborate gate sigil that has been buried over what it's been constructed over what used to be a large fountain in the region.
Okay.
And then people seem to be going about their business. The only thing you've seen is some people have runes kind of, drawn in ash on their faces or things of that nature.
Must be good members of the church.
Otherwise, the location, you feel as though kind of someone collapses over you. You think you can leave from here, but
Yeah.
there's definitely some sort of effect that is blocking or inhibiting your ability to get to the other parts of the aisles.
Yeah.
You think you might be able to force your way in, but you're not sure if that'll trigger something, and then there might be somewhere that's like, somebody's trying to get in, fuck him, bring him here.
That's when the claymores go off.
You know?
You get to see how good that effigy is.
You have been in other circumstances where it does seem like the Blue Hades purebloods
Yep.
that happens to be within their wheelhouse of teleportation magics
Okay.
getting around.
Yeah.
You've seen it, and you come across 3 purebloods, 2 of them knew it,
Right.
and it seems like there's a fair amount of precedence for it.
It's pretty common amongst them. Yeah. Okay. I'll see if I can get a cab or a vehicle of some sort
Okay.
and see if I can make
There are cabs running.
Okay.
Nobody seems to ask you for any kind of fare or anything.
Okay. I'll ask if I can drive.
He'll get over and let you
Okay.
drive.
Do you know who I am? I ask him.
He says not specifically, no.
Oh, okay. All right.
You can see in town that there's a fair amount of refugees here from other areas. There's definitely some people that feel uncomfortable, but if you didn't know any better, I mean, this does seem to be some sort of safe haven away from the other dangers. But it most likely is because, like, hey, the bears don't attack us because we're in front of the dragon cave.
Exactly. Exactly. Ask him, does he happen to know Angus Eckhart? Is he familiar with the name?
Yeah. I think he's a compound around here. Mrs. Urquhart, she's been working with the temple. So.
Right. I'm a friend of Angus. I just wanted to track him down. I know he's working with the
I-
British government.
I think he was working with the British government. He will tell you that he left probably about 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
From his understanding, he doesn't know where he is specifically. He believes that the two children might know.
Okay. I'll go and get a ride over to the house then. If I,
He'll drop you off. He never asks for any kind of money.
Okay. All right. I pay him $2 gold or whatever.
He says, no, it's not.
I don't need it, so I leave it on this chair in this car. Then I walk
He
away.
says thank you, but he doesn't trade too much outside of town nowadays.
Okay. Anyway, so I'll go out see if I can get a hold of Don or
Yep.
Ingley.
At the site, Dawn is still taking care of things there.
Okay.
She seems a bit, concerned when somebody drives up, but once she seems to ID you, she seems to be a bit relieved. She'll kind of jog up to the vehicle
Yeah. Okay.
as you kind of come out, and she'll thank the man inside the vehicle. And
Okay, I greet her. And that's
how's
where I was-
everything been?
It's been going fine. So,
She says, that's really good.
do you know where your father's at? I know he's working for the government.
I don't know where he is specifically. We can get into contact with him.
Okay.
She says that we have some stones that the order had provided.
Okay. If it's possible, I don't mean to distract him. It was more of a personal call, so if he's in business, I understand.
She'll try to contact him right away.
Okay. So as we're kind of waiting for her to do the contact, does it take some time, or is it like a ring and suddenly she's talking to...
It takes a little bit of time.
Okay. Does she look pretty involved in what she's doing, or is
Not terribly.
Okay. So just kind of
It seems like she has somewhat in familiarity with these items that she's using.
Okay. So
So
just
just maybe
in,
little stones.
so just making small talk with her, ask her as far as she's familiar with her mother's offering to Browning, right?
She'll sigh, and she's aware.
Okay. And what are your feelings on the subject?
She says that she can't argue with what her mother is. She doesn't feel good about it because she understands that, technically speaking, the people that work for my mother have a longer lifespan than your standard fare, but she says that the elements that she's dealing with, I mean, she'll say that she knows that her mother kills people
It's 11.
and takes their, what she would equate to their soul, their resonance.
Huh?
The pack of time.
I don't know how long they stay open.
Midnight. It's completely up to you guys when you want to stop.
Probably wrap up here shortly.
She says that she takes everything of their being. I know that she thinks that it's different because the people that she's taking are bad,
They
but
are, though.
Dawn doesn't really see it that way. I mean, they're still people.
Okay.
She's also
Well, if
know
they
that
agree
she's
to
had various
disagree.
activities, and she
So
has.
how does she square the circle and reconcile that side of her mother with?
It seems as though she has a strong personal connection to her mother, so she knows her mother is a different person than who she. It's kind of like being the daughter of a mob boss. You're like, I know they do pretty bad things, but she's still her mother.
Right. And at
She
Christmas,
knows
always had
that
the
in
best
some
presents.
strange, perverted way, she is helping.
At Christmas, he always gave me the best presents.
Yeah, a new Lamborghini. She knows that in some perverted way that the people of this town are safer for
Yeah.
her being here, but she says that she's started up a cult and she's never seen this so much this side of her mother. Her father had told her stories about the war, but she never. She believed her father because her father hasn't ever lied to her about this sort of thing, but she never really fully let it digest. From what she understands, is there was some sort of curse on her family, her bloodline, and then most of her prior empire was consolidated and used to break the curse, at least for her and her brother. And she hasn't been nearly as powerful as she was back in the day, and she's been. What she assumed is she was on the path of the what is the term I'm thinking of, the straight and narrow.
Okay.
But
Redemption.
apparently, ever since that event with Taomi, she's been, I suppose,
Backsliding?
she's been backsliding in a very bad way. It seems as though she believed that she believed that at one point in time something like Taomi wouldn't have damaged her so significantly, and it's only her current dealings and
That's weakened her.
situation that has weakened her, and that it is a weakness upon her family because she can't protect them. So she's going to take the throne back and
Okay.
Jump the gun.
and she's not going to let something like that Taomi incident phase her again.
Okay.
However, her old methods are what she knows,
Right.
and she thinks that she's going like. I suppose she thinks that she's
It's like Leslie Nielsen
meeting
taken.
her and her father at halfway. She's like, I've only been killing like fairly evil people, and she's like, I didn't kill anyone in the mosques.
Right.
She just mostly put the fear of whatever god they were worshiping into them and ripped through their enchantments and defenses.
Right.
She says she didn't hurt anyone breaking into various other places, and she would hint at like she vaguely knows something about some sort of order site that she was going through. Her mother doesn't hide too much from her.
Okay.
She pretty much shoots straight from the hip, but it's like, well, where were you all last night? And she's like, I was killing 2 informants.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay. How's that spaghetti? Like, delicious.
Exactly.
So she doesn't think that her mother's lying to her. It's just she can't be that kind of person.
Right.
She can't be the person that's like, you're kind of a rapist, so I'm going to put you in the meat grinder and make hamburger meat out of you to feed the dogs. In her mother's world, that makes total sense.
Well,
She's like, waste not, want not. Here you go. Bada bing, bada boom.
There you go. See if we get a hold of Angus.
You can after probably about 3 or 4 minutes.
All right.
He'll
Ask
tell
him
you-
how he's holding up.
He says fairly well. I mean, this has been waiting for a very long time. The Blue Hades have always seen this as their holy land, so it's only been a matter of time before a full siege happened. I suppose he's lucky that MI5 and the States have advanced technologically as far as they did. This could have happened 100 years ago, and they'd be in a far worse situation.
Okay.
They've been able to, for the most part, use this Crimson agent to kill off a lot of the hybrids that have been attacking with, and that's 95% of their army. They're reserved on sending out purebloods to actually take any kind of damage, but unfortunately they're very good at distant manipulation techniques. They can call in storms and wreak havoc on ships, and supply lines have been hit. They've been able to follow up through river systems, and anywhere connected remotely to water, they've been able to get behind enemy lines. So for the most part, it seems as though the Deep Ones have been fairly successful, and it seems like they'll continue this probably for the next 100 years if they need to. They don't think they're going to last that long, though.
Right. Okay. So, ask him on a personal note. I'm sure he's familiar with his wife's offerings she's been putting out, like with Browning.
He's aware, and he had talked to Browning about that specifically. He's not going to He's not going to tell someone not to do something. How to put it? He's not going to stop him from doing that, because theoretically he could get shot in the head tomorrow and he could survive it, whereas opposed to before he wouldn't. But he says that he has to understand. He's not sure if he fully understands that. Mrs. Urquhart is more like a rival gang rather than the good guys. They're like, oh yeah, the Colombians, but then the Mexican drug cartels are like, yeah, we destroyed the Colombians. Yay for the good guys, right?
Right.
And he believes that Mrs. Urquhart has been, to put it her way, like, throwing him a bone by destroying local demonic cults, but he knows that that's because she's just taking over more and more territory.
So how does he square the circle, given that he's married to her?
He pretty much got into this deal when he met her back in the war, where he was dying and she made him an offer, so I suppose he has his own Faustian pact to deal with.
Okay.
The best thing he can do is he's trying to make the area safe for his kids and make sure that this doesn't affect them too negatively. And he says that he can square up with the missus as soon as the British Isles stop sinking.
Okay. All right.
Choices now.
It's always choices. All right. Okay.
He says he has gone part way. I mean, she had bound a living primordial to him.
Right.
From what he understands, it's associated with primordial life. Mm-hmm. So apparently, it's much more difficult to heal him, or was it to
Harm him.
Harm him?
Okay.
He still gets harmed. He just regenerates fairly rapidly.
Mm-hmm.
He never wanted to really do anything like that either, but he's been shot several times in the war before, and given that he's fighting mystical creatures, you can imagine how badly it can go.
Right.
I mean, he almost got hit in the face by a giant ice bolt when you guys were nailing down that...
He also got his leg ripped up by Taomi.
Yeah, his legs, blown off.
Yeah. Okay.
So he doesn't like the
So
situation.
he's not against it. He just wants people to go in with their eyes
He-
open.
Yeah, he wants you to know as a friend that what you might be going into, and
So when she says that she's going to give you a free will, is that true? I understand her whole thought.
he says he
process.
feels that the problem is not necessarily, in some cases, I mean, it is some. He would say that for the most part he thinks that that's what she means, but at a certain point, I mean, you've got a taste for it, and why are you ever going to leave? She doesn't need to do anything for you. It's like, oh,
Right.
you like that penthouse and wherever have you? It's like, yeah, just keep running the drugs. And you're like, well, why not run the drugs? I want a warehouse like Walter White from Breaking Bad that's filled with money.
Right.
He says it's really. He worries that the type of things that you might be doing might slowly lead you to a point where you're like, well, I kind of kill people, and I know that like it's just a slippery slope where eventually 3 years down the line you're like, no, just kill everyone. That's just going to be the easiest thing to do here.
That already kind of sounds like me.
You're like, well, they're going to die anyway. It's like,
Everybody's
if I do
guilty.
nothing now, all these people are going to die. So if I kill them and use it for a different purpose, there's no net change, right? No net balance.
Right.
So you're at that level, and a few months later on, you're like, eh.
What the hell?
Yeah.
So he thinks that if anything, she gives too much free will, but she puts you in the right setting for you to make all the wrong choices.
Okay.
She's like, so to equate it, you're like, so it's like somebody that's alcoholic, and you're like, hey, can you transfer all this alcohol? Just make sure most of it gets there. I don't care if some of them are broken or misplaced. You're like, okay.
Horrible temptations. Why? Why do you tempt me?
You know,
Okay.
he feels at some point in time that that location might be protected by her, the area around Dranadrocket. But otherwise, I mean, she's gaining cult followers. And
Yep. Okay.
he doesn't know a way of outright attacking her. Not only that, but she's now the mother of his children.
I understand. It's got a lot of conflicting things running through his head.
The
She's
best
gonna
thing,
have to confront her own demons.
Yep.
the
That's
best thing
possible.
he can think of right now is if he can, some way, deal with the situation with the Blue Hades, which he doesn't see coming anytime soon. Then he can work with his wife, because all of these things escalating are the reason that she's escalating, or at least the major reason. If she didn't really have any reason to escalate, he might be able to, over time. That's what he was able to do before, is just slowly lull her into a sense of, you don't need this, and you don't need demons and other things like that. You can live with your family and children, and occasionally punch some guy that you don't like, or throw him in a basket, or what have you. And it's all kind of game. But now there's real threats that are after her and her family and want to kill them. And
Yep. The world's ending.
he says that's part of the problem.
Right. Yeah.
If he could stop that from happening, he doesn't think he would have an issue with the other stuff.
It's the only reason I'm talking to you. So. All right. I think the first time
Yeah.
I'll spend some playtime with Don or Aingley.
He says if you ever have extra free time, that MI5 could always use your services, especially people that have skills in spatial magics. Just given the nature of the deep one attacks,
Okay.
they're able to use water as a medium to teleport to, so they can move troops and other things beyond lines. They've physically had to dam off rivers.
Okay.
And he says that he's been requesting more resources from the Order of Hermes, but apparently they've got their own war to fight, and he says it's really bad that they happen at the same time, or at least near the same time, and yeah.
Okay. I'll make my way out. Tell him if I get some time, I'll try to come back and help him out
Okay.
if I can.
He'll give you a forwarding information, otherwise you can come back to Don. He says...
Okay. Ask him if he's got a
He seems to sigh slightly, and he says he thinks that there's some sort of gate system that works in Drumnadrocket now.
Yeah, there is. Is there a better way? Can I go straight to London? Do you have something set up? Or
He says we haven't... There's nothing
is it
good
too
that
much
won't
of a
be...
risk because
There's a risk. It could be... If he thinks if you're very dedicated, you could get to a location, but if you even fuck up a small amount, you could end up right in the middle of an ambush, and just... They've had multiple party members from the Order just disappear, and they've never heard from them. They assume they're dead. They assume they're like, oh, you redirected into the bottom of the ocean. Now you're fighting purebloods, and I hope you don't have to breathe or have that pressure issue.
Right. Yep. Okay. So Drumnadrocket's the one place to go to.
Yep.
All right. I'll try.
Otherwise, you'd say by airship.
Okay. All right.
So Dirigible out of France, or otherwise there's MI5 airplanes in France. So teleporting in France, you could get here in a couple hours.
Okay. Well, thank you for the time. And then basically, I'll make my way back to the States.
Okay.
And then I'll tell you guys that Mrs. Arcart did give us she has the keys to destroying Mormon.
Oh, look, I got a nub. It's growing back.
It's good to scroll back.
I put it.
So that's
Did I miss much while I was gone other than the Miss Aircart giving us the...
If we go into the chantry, I'll lay it all out to you.
Okay.
I'll tell you everything. As far as the offer, basically, for the professor and myself, is she wants us on her team, and so Zykes is apparently there to retrieve our corpses, at which point in time she'll bring us back via the introduction of
the black goo.
demon essence.
You have a staff, right?
No.
No.
I go on.
And,
I've learned how to infuse our staves with quintessence.
okay, that's cool. But she did say that there's resources in Red Hook, and she has a way of dealing with Marmal. So,
Oh shit! Why do we even go out and work? She's got it all under control.
no, she said she's got some key information to help make it possible.
Mm-hmm.
But the heavy lifting, we'd still have to do the heavy lifting.
Gotcha.
It's not like she's going to snap her fingers and make it happen.
She could.
Well, maybe, I don't know. She needs us to be her operators. I'm usually not here that early. You want to connect with me?
Put them in my bags.
Although
Do we use the silver one?
are
Yeah,
those
we
Steve's
use-
days too?
Yep, they are.
Yeah.
You want to hold on to that?
Those are Steve's.
And then Bart and sign you'll.
Oh, that's even better.
All right, I'll stop recording.
That
now.
should be changed different